Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally. Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Come on, get it together.
Rabbits in the house. 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 Rabbits
You better
in the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
Get
in
it
the
together.
house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get together.
Rabbits in the house.
Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally. Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Come on, get it together.
Rabbits in the house. 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 Rabbits
Get
in
it
the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get together.
Rabbits in the house.
Learn.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Learn.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Whoops, look at me. Yeah, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. We are back with another one. Another one of the village of Dolton. Tiffany Henyard and the trustees. We back with another one. So it's been a while. It's been a while. I'm back to catching up. I'm back to catching up. Today, interestingly enough, we are going to watch a board meeting from October the 18th of 2021. Unfortunately, this meeting is 4 hours long. 4 hours. Unfortunately. So, being that this meeting is 4 hours long, most likely it will be broken into parts. I don't know if you guys want to sit here that long, but we'll see how it goes. But most likely I'll probably be breaking this one into parts because of the 4 hour time on it. So please hit the like button if you haven't already. Let me see who's in here. Let me say hi to everybody. Courtney Peach, what's up? And Lanice TTP, Mrs. Baker, Uncle L. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Yvonne May, Steve A. And we about to get right into it, man. We about to get right into this. Just J, D Grant, Swagtastic. Paco, what's up, Paco? Miss Eve. All right. We're gonna get to it. We've been seeing
Hello, Citizen Chat, hugging face.
Hey, Mrs. G, how you doing? Shout out to Mrs. G. She said hello, Citizen Chat. And Carrots is available. Oh, I gotta change this thing.
All right, we are going live.
Hold on. Gotta change this thing. Let's get and make sure my emotes is up. And highlight my chat. All right. All right. I think we're all good. All right. Let me check my nightbot real quick. And I need to add my store to the nightbot link. Check my description, make sure. Let me make sure. Give me 1 second. All right. So I got the store in the description. One way to support the channel is to purchase some merch at the We the Wabbit store. So if you guys would like to support the channel, one way you can is visit wethewabbits.com and check out some Wabbit merch, man. We got all kind of Wabbit merch, We got all kinds. Let me make a store command for this channel here. Before we get to it. Let me do that before we get to it. Nightbot. And I'm dropping the link. Actually, no, I'm not. And I'm not dropping the link. No, I'm not. I take that back. I am not dropping the link. All right. But so the command already exists. Oh, it does exist. I already got one here. All right, so I need to make a timer for it. All right, I already had one. Just needed a timer. That's it. That's all. Shout out to the chat. All right, good. All right, now we got a store command. All right. And let me minimize myself and speed up this video a little bit. We're gonna be here for a couple minutes, for a little while, I should say, getting through this. So we're picking up. We are in 2021. Pick and Choose TV, Slim with 2 M's. What's up? We are in 2021. We are back in the past, getting the understanding of how did we get here. How did we end up in a situation where the trustees and the mayor are having back and forths with each other and cannot be professional, embarrassing the whole black community in front of the world? How did we get here? What we saw in prior videos is that initially everybody was supposed to be on the same page, and there became a lot of distrust with the trustees and the mayor early on. From my observation, the trustees were not professional, and they a couple of them were ignorant to their own job. Uh, we learned that the village as a whole was incompetent. Um, Nobody was doing their job efficiently. We heard the village clerk or the village admin, I forgot, the lady that she explained how much bills were not being collected, how much things were being delinquent, how much revenue the city was literally missing out on, how much things were not being done. So we got all those things, and then we got to the point to where Tiffany Henyard is trying to embarrass her trustees or call them out in front of everyone um, in retaliation for some of the things they might have done. And now we're to the point where it's retaliation versus retaliation, and it's tit for tat. So, and this is in the first 4 months of her administration. So we're continuing at we're in October. We are in October. Make sure I got the date right. October 21st. And also, let me make sure it's in the description. Let me make sure it's in the description. Shout out to the chat. All right, let's go. Let me minimize.
All right, thank
these.
you. Good evening, everyone. Residents, board of... Hey, good evening, Ron, and also department heads.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Waiting on some trustees so that we can have a quorum and we can begin our meeting.
All right, we need a quorum.
Trustee Brown, Trustee Steve.
We need a quorum.
Trustee Norwood, one more, and Trustee Holmes. Okay, we now have a quorum. Today, I would like to call to order the Committee of the Whole virtual town hall meeting, live stream on YouTube, Monday, October 18th, 2021. The time is 6:30 p.m.
6:31.
6:31. If you could call the roll, Clerk.
Sure. Trustee Holmes?
My bad. I keep saying I'm over here saying the 21st. It's actually the 18th. October 18th. My apologies. October 18th.
You're on mute, sir.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Norwood?
Here.
Trustee Steve?
Present.
Trustee Belcher? I don't see her. Trustee House?
Present.
Trustee Brown?
Present.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
All right. Next, if everyone would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
The flag of the United States of America,
the
to the
Republic,
republic for which is
one nation,
one nation,
God,
under
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty.
liberty, and justice.
Right. Okay, next we have prayer. Trustee Norwood, would you lead us in prayer?
Sure, I can do it for you, man.
Okay.
Lord, we come here to you today as a board, asking you to guide us, helping us make the best decisions on behalf of the residents. We want to bless everyone that's just on this call with us today. We thank you in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Mayor, I see Trustee Belcher has arrived.
All right, what time is it? 6:33?
It is 6:33.
All right. Okay, next on the agenda, general announcements. Do any board member have any general announcements? No? Okay.
Yes, I have a good announcement.
Go ahead.
We had a successful tea with the trustees this past month. It was dealing with health and wellness. It was very well, good information. Sadiq Muhammad was there. Of course, he gives out great information about health and wellness and how to protect yourself and stay healthy during this time of COVID. Trustee Brown, don't you have something coming up with the Halloween? You can go into it.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. The trustees have a pumpkin decorating contest coming up this Saturday. It's from noon until 2 p.m. It's at the Soul Genius Construction Training Center, 14076 Lincoln Avenue. And for the best 3 pumpkins that are chosen, we will have prizes. So this Saturday, noon until 2 p.m., the trustees have a pumpkin decorating contest. So everyone is invited. We hope to see you all. Thanks.
Okay, any more announcements? All right, next going into order of business. So letter A, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21 related to the Old Village Hall being designated as a historic landmark and applying with the state of Illinois Historic Preservation Division. So I placed this on the agenda because I wanted to basically uplift the community and show some of the treasures that Dolton truly has. Our Old Village Hall is currently vacant, and I would love the fact of going out the grant money so we can make it into a museum. And then I'm gonna combine B as well, museum or a historic landmark. So I wanted to get you guys' opinion as it relates to what would you like to do? How do you feel about that? I know a lot of residents do go there and they watch the trains as they go back and forth. So I want to initiate that and hear what the board trustees feel about it. Any discussion?
I think it's a great idea. I think we brought it up some time ago. Was it last year? We talked about that being landmark status. So I think it's a wonderful idea.
All right, anyone else?
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead, trustee.
Okay, so if it does, if we move forward with this, what is the status of the current tenants that's in there? How does that?
Well, it wouldn't be that portion of the building. The building is divided. So they're at the lower part and then the upper part will be the museum.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, so are you guys in favor of moving forward so I can have the attorneys draw something up so we can go after grant money so we can convert it into a historical landmark and also a museum? Clerk Key, can you call the roll for approval to move forward?
Sure. Trustee Steve?
Yes, I'm okay. Move forward.
Trustee Norwood?
I like the idea of moving forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Yes.
Trustee Holmes?
Yeah, going on. All right, let's move forward.
Let's move
Trustee
forward,
Brown?
man.
Huh?
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the media equipment. Mr. Ontario, you are up. I did go downstairs in the media center and we have outdated equipment. And right now we're just trying to bring everything up to par so we can do things throughout our town. I'm gonna let Ontario speak to what is needed. Ontario, you are on.
Hello, everyone. The equipment that I submitted a request for is newer cameras, updated equipment to film and get the Channel 4 station back online. There were multiple cameras that were unfortunately they're kind of dated, and some of the lenses have nicks in them, and this is not appropriate gear to film for. I have a lot of plans for the Channel 4 department to get the department back online. Start different shows for the community, to entertain the community, to inform the community, and to report on the schools and things of that nature.
Thank you, Ontario. Do anyone have any questions that relate to?
We were talking about cameras only. What type of equipment are we talking about purchasing?
We're talking about new Sony NX100s. Those are studio-based cameras. I'm looking to get equipment, new drone equipment, new software like a teleprompter for the lab, for the media center, things of that nature. I have provided a detailed list of all the equipment that I requested.
Is there a cost attached with it, the detail that you have?
There is a cost attached with it, and these funds are apparently pre-allocated for the media department. So I took what was presented to me as an approved budget to address those needs for the media department.
Okay, I can't hear you. You said something about funds were allocated for that already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My understanding of the approved budget, I took funds out of the approved budget for the media center to update the equipment.
Okay. Do you know how much that was, or you don't know? Do anybody?
I submitted
Anybody
for $9,200. It was $100.
Ontario, you're breaking up, but Trustee Brown, it's in your package. He got a whole package for what he wants to purchase.
Mm-hmm. No, I was saying, so the approved budget, we had allocated how much?
About 9,000 in there, Trustee.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, am I breaking up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Quick question. Right now, the trustee's attorney has been kicked out. Can we let him back in?
Nobody kicked nobody out.
He's not in. He said the host has kicked him out. So can we let him back in?
Okay, well, please don't start because no one kicked anybody out. But if he got disconnected, just say that. He can get back in. So.
Oh man, come on now. All right, it starts. So, listen, this is just a play on words here. And Tiffany, come on, Tiffany. I'm not sure if Steve's in this moment was being malicious. You know what I'm saying? Now, I did hear him say the person got kicked out. Come on. Like, I've been on panels and stuff like that, and I'll even say, oh, I got kicked out. I've been in chat groups, and I'll say, I got kicked out. Sometimes my app might have crashed. Sometimes something might have happened that the app kicked me out, my phone, and I would say I got kicked out. It doesn't mean that somebody kicked me out, okay? It might mean that I just got kicked out. However it happened, but I'm not trying to say that somebody kicked me out. You know what I mean? So Tiffany's so defensive and overprotective of her image based on the things that's been going on. Here she goes saying, all right. You don't got to say it's kicked out. You can say they got disconnected. Well, ultimately, you don't got to be like that, Tiffany. Ultimately, it's simple.
And then also, just for further record, y'all don't need an attorney for CAL meetings. It's a CAL committee of the whole discussion. So I don't want it to be a show, just so you're aware of that. But moving on. Okay, so what do you guys want to do with this item? What item C?
Can I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead.
Is Chris on here? Or somebody from Prosperity?
Chris is on.
Speaking, trustee.
Hi, Chris. Do you have the line item for the media in the budget? Do you have a line item number?
The line item for new equipment on the media is 01-14-830.
Okay, 830?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, I have one question because I wanted to get, I know there was a lot of things in there. I looked at the same line item, that was like $8,000. So the amount that we're spending will be less than $8,000. Am I understanding that correct?
No, it would be more than the 8,000 actually. And I spoke to the accountant, and we can readjust some of the 30,000 and reallocate it for new line items to amend to get the updated equipment that the village needs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May I now recognize?
Yes, go ahead.
I have a question. Can you give me that total amount?
My bad, I stepped away. I missed what just happened. Hopefully I ain't missing nothing serious. Let me go back. I had to step away for a second.
Yeah, one question because I wanted to get. I know there was a lot of things in there. I looked at the same line item. That was like $8,000. So the amount that we're spending will be less than 8,000. Am I understanding that correct?
830.
Yep. The line item for new equipment on the media is 01-14-830.
Okay, 830.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, yeah, one question because I wanted to get. I know there was a lot of things in there. I looked at the same line item. That was like $8,000. So the amount that we're spending will be less than 8,000. Am I understanding that correct?
No, it would be more than the 8,000 actually. And I spoke to the accountant, and we can readjust some of the 30,000 and reallocate it for new line items to amend to get the updated equipment that the village needs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May I now recognize?
Yes, go ahead.
I have a question. Can you give me that total amount? I know we have two different amounts for two sets of cameras. So can you give me that total amount in regards to these cameras? What was the estimate?
The total amount that's in the package is $8,724.28 in everyone's package.
Got it, Mayor. I know we have two, so I was just wondering. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Can you call the roll, Clerk Key, as it relates to approval for Ontario to purchase media equipment?
Motion to move forward, Trustee Steve.
Wait, is this to move forward to the
Move
vote
forward
meeting?
Okay, 1 second, Trustee. Can you ask to be acknowledged? But yes, it's to move forward to the next meeting. If everybody agree, we put it on the agenda for November 1st board meeting.
Okay, Mayor, can I be acknowledged? Because your statement was for him to purchase it. So that's why I wanted to clear that this is just consensus for it to go to the voting meeting, correct?
It is. It's consensus to go to the next board meeting, which is the first Monday of November for approval. So once you guys agree here, you're basically agreeing that you're saying that he can move forward. Next board meeting, take an actual vote. Hold on, you guys, I'm clearing it up. Next board meeting, we take a vote and you guys say yes or no. But this is what this is. This is saying that you agree for him to move forward to the next agenda. So can you call the roll, Clerk Key?
Okay, this is a motion to move forward for obtaining the media equipment. Trustee Steve?
I just clear we're gonna move. I'm understanding we're moving to the next agenda. As long as the money's there and the money's in the budget and we budgeted for it, I'm okay with it.
Okay, is that a yes?
It's going to the next voting, yes.
Yeah, okay. Trustee Norwood?
Yes, I'm okay with moving to the next meeting.
Trustee Belcher?
Yes.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action.
Motion passed to move forward. Let's see if the next meeting, if we're gonna pay for this. Because they be kicking this ball down the road every time they get close to it. They just kick it down the road. Keep the change.
Action regarding review of 3 quotes of vendors regarding the mold removal from Firehouse 2. As you guys know, that Firehouse 2 has been closed and they have been repairs over there. Currently, we have the stage of removing the mold. So I will give this to Chief McCain so he can elaborate further. Chief McCain? Is he on here? Is Chief McCain on here? Let's see. Dorothy?
He was in the back office. Ontario, can you please let him in? That's his iPad.
Okay, well, while we waiting on him, you guys received 3 quotes as relates to fixing up Station 2. I don't know if you guys reviewed them. Basically, it's open discussion to see which company you would like to go with so we can repair it and basically make them whole and have the fire department reopen. Do anybody have any questions as relates to the quotes, or did anybody decide on the company they would like to use?
I would like to say 2 things.
Mhm.
Again, our attorney's not letting, he's not in no more. Second thing, this can be, this fire, we had a fire committee meeting. A lot of this stuff can be moved to a committee meeting that can be discussed in length and put up with more time than versus the agenda. We got 26,000 things in. So I'm okay with it. I'm looking at, but stuff like this can be moved to the fire committee, which is active. Trustee Belcher's over the fire committee. We can discuss this at the fire committee instead on the board meeting because it's going to drag it out because you see all the stuff that we have on it today.
So, Mr. Steves feels like this shouldn't be discussed here. It should be discussed in a fire committee meeting because they have a bunch of stuff on the agenda and all that. I'll say this. I always sense a sense of urgency with Steves to get the hell out the meeting. and he's the one that always never sure if he can make it on time or if there's any rescheduling, he's the one who has the most issues. Wait. Are you what day? Hold on, because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to that day. We didn't agree on that. So, and he be having the kid. He be having the baby in the meeting. So his schedule must be tight. He probably got to get babysitter, all type of stuff, because the man be having a baby in his arms in the meeting, voting on government with a baby in his arm, voting on budgets with a baby in his arm, voting on taxes, making government body decisions with a baby in his arm. You understand? This is the type of stuff that I have to witness from my government officials. You understand? So it's always, he always has a sense of urgency. Or he's always complaining about the way it's done. I don't like the way this is done, man. I just think,
So things come up on this agenda, meaning the CAL committee at whole, because you guys do take forever to have committee meetings. So by you taking forever to have a meeting, they put it on here because they're strapped for time. So it's on here for discussion. It's 6 bodies, which is 6 trustees to discuss it instead of 3. And if you guys wanted to do anything, anybody can communicate with the department head or myself to get that structure. Currently now, you don't have that type of structure. So that's why it's here on the CAL, so we can discuss it all together and move forward. I don't want to keep coming to a meeting and we keep having to pull something out because you guys want it in a committee meeting. And we here discuss it, let's move forward. We've got 2 weeks to get all the kinks out before it comes to a voting meeting for approval.
I agree with her 100%, man. Sometimes this stuff just got to be like, bro, let's get it done, man. Steve's don't like to work. Steve be like, oh my God. So you expect me, you want me to go to work tomorrow and do work? Oh my God, this is what I'm talking about. Like, yo, that's what Steve's remind me of. Steve's make me feel like he don't be wanting to do no work. But okay.
So all I'm asking is we need to move forward with getting the mold removed out of that location. Is the board in favor of getting it removed, or you guys want to wait?
I am in complete disagreement. That's why you have trustees. We just had it. Kiana, when was your last fire committee meeting?
September 28th, and it was not on there. And I did speak to the fire chief Pete in reference to this going to the committee meeting.
September 28th was like 20 days ago. September 20, like listen to this. Steve, you act like asking her that question gonna make you look better. September 28th was 20 days ago. Your last meeting was 20 days ago? And you want us to wait for when you have meeting to have this stuff, when you have board meetings damn near every week. Why? You got a meeting you ain't have a meeting in 20 days. This is foolishness I be talking about. Like, it's either we want solutions or we just want to sit here and just complain about stuff. You don't have meetings often enough. These meetings happen often enough to bring it here. If they got to wait for the next 20th day or how much, like, you ain't had a meeting in 20 days. Come on, man.
Because it was not something that was brought up on the committee last meeting. He was okay with it. So I was actually waiting for him to get on because my motion would have been to table this to the fire committee.
Okay, do you have a date when you're going to have a fire committee meeting?
It'll be the last Tuesday of the month, Mayor. It's the day before the finance.
You said the last what?
Tuesday.
Last Tuesday?
Yes, gotta be the standing meeting last Tuesday of each month.
Okay, right. You just started having committee meetings, so I don't want anybody to think that we're not trying to put anything on the agenda. You just
shout out to yo, Tiffany killing them. Hold on. This is gonna be good. Oh, my bad. Sorry. It's a busy day today. People keep at my door. Now, Tiffany's pointing out something real interesting. Ms. Belcher just started doing meetings. That might have been her first or second meeting. You know what I mean? Like, Ms. Belcher, what the trustees be doing, they be making it seem like, you know, they want to do their job and they be doing their job so well. And it'd be like, come on, man, y'all be making stuff difficult. Like, if we here, we're all here. Can we get this done? Man, this make us have to stay here longer, man. I don't be feeling like be here all long. Man, why we can't just do it? They be like, Steve, chill out, bro. Let's get the job done, my nigga. Excuse me. Gosh.
Yeah, one. And we've been in office for
the finance.
You said the last what?
Tuesday.
Last Tuesday?
Yes, that'll be the standing meeting last Tuesday of each month.
The last Tuesday of each month. So they talking about a meeting once a month. What about when stuff needs to be done in the middle of the month or something? And I'm just saying, why even make a big deal about this if it doesn't need to be made a big deal? Because the job needs to be done, bro. And I'll be feeling like people be in their moods and not thinking about the job that needs to be done.
Right, you just started having committee meetings, so I don't want anybody to think that we're not trying to put anything on the agenda. You just had one, and we've been in office for 4 months. So when we put this on here, maybe they didn't have everything together. So I do want everybody to understand that if they don't have the proposals right at the time of when you guys ask, you have to give them time to get it. Once they get it, then they put it on their agenda. That's all this is. But Pete, I see your face. I saw you on here. Where are you, Pete? All right.
Right here, yes.
The floor is yours, sir.
I'm sorry, I just got on, so I apologize. I had technical difficulties and I was able just to get in, so I apologize. Where are we at, Madam Mayor? I apologize.
We're talking about letter D as relates to mold removal.
Okay, thank you. So since the last meeting, we have gotten 4 different quotes as far as getting the mold removal out of fire station number 2. We waited to get the roofs fixed, which obviously I think everyone, as far as being a part of getting that taken care of, and now we're at the point where I got 4 different quotes, and I have to obviously go with a quote that meets the funding that's available in the budget as well. So, so the 4 different quotes that I passed on to Administrator Brown fall within, there's rescue cleaning and fire restoration. There's a minimum cost for $4,000 up to a Puro Clean disaster service, which is almost $26,000. So at the end of the day, obviously would like to recommend a company after we review everything thoroughly at the next meeting, but this obviously needs to get done sooner than later if we get Station 2 open. And I'm going to also talk with Scott Gilmore as far as reviewing the information as well, since he oversees buildings in the village. But at the end of the day, we're going to meet the money that are allotted in the budget and that allow us to mitigate the incident, make sure the building is safe for our firemen to operate out of. Any questions?
This is Trustee Belcher.
Yes.
I know you just said that you just got on, but I would like this to go to fire committee meeting, which we had a discussion about.
Okay.
Okay, but that's gonna push it off to not being able to take care of it today. All right, no problem. To the once a month meeting, no problem.
When I'm sorry, when is the meeting gonna be? I'm sorry.
It's the last Tuesday of the month. I'll give you the exact date.
So now he has to wait till it's now the 18th of September, and they can address this stuff here or within the next meeting or so. But she's saying, let's wait till the last Tuesday of the month, and then you can address what we could address right now. And that kicks the ball down the road. But she don't care. Because all right. Let's continue.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and then just for the record, and just for the record for everyone, the ordinance states that it's supposed to get vetted through the CAL meeting and then go to a regular board meeting. So I'm following the ordinance that we all voted on in the past that say this is the structure. The structure is to put an item on the CAL, which we're doing, talk about it, discuss it, come up with solutions or agreement, and then move forward to the actual voting meeting. That's what we're doing now. So when you guys sit here and say, let's move it to a committee of the whole or wait, we're here now. You can discuss it and make a decision. We're not holding anything or anyone up. It's like,
listen, I don't care how much you like the trustees. You see what's going on. You see what they're doing. They holding shit up. They do it all the time. And you know why? Because they mad. It's for spite. It's for spite. They do this stuff for spite, bruh. It's ain't about the village. Because when in their actions, they don't really care about the village. Their actions care about how they feel. Oh, you hurt my feelings? Oh, you made me feel insulted? Oh, you tried to embarrass me? That's all I care about. That is all I care about. So that's how they operate. Because look how, like, you know, when you do this, you damn near putting the village in a bind. But they don't care about that.
we're stopping progress because everybody want to put something under their committee. So just for the record, the actual ordinance states it get vetted through CAL, which we're doing now here, and then it goes to the voting meeting. That's for the record. Okay, so can you call the roll as it relates to what needs to be done if they want to move forward with getting the mold removed or not?
Okay, this is a motion to move forward with removal of the mold from the fire station to the next board meeting, regular board meeting, November the 1st. Trustee Steve?
From what I'm understanding, we're supposed to take this to committee, to the fire committee.
There was no second.
Look. He said, from what I'm understanding, we're supposed to take this to the fire committee. No, that's not the understanding. That's just a suggestion from Belcher. It's already set that you guys do it here. You guys want to change it right now. Right now, y'all trying to change it. So in order to change it, what you do? You have to vote on it. But you know that. I ain't even a trustee, and I understand those basics. You guys want to make a change right now? You got to vote on it. I guess just because Belcher said it, we just got to go with it. That's not how that works, bro.
Trustee Steve?
From what I'm understanding, we're supposed to take this to committee, to the fire committee.
There was no second. Okay.
Move the fire committee.
Okay. It wasn't a second, so it was nothing to motion up. It was just, she said she wants to move it somewhere, no one seconded. So now I'm saying, let's get the mode fixed. We're here. We got 2 weeks later to vote for it.
Do you need a second to move it to a committee? Do we need a second to move this to committee?
Yes. If you're trying to table it.
You see what's going on here? And you would think that the trustee should know. You would think that the trustee should know, like, wait, do you need a second to bring it to? You don't know, Steves? You're asking, do we need? If anything, you should know. You should be able to say, we don't need a second motion to go to the, you know what I mean? You would speak with certainty. He's speaking with unsurety. Wait. So we need to vote on it. First of all, that's why the $30,000 was set aside so that y'all can go get training on how to do y'all job. You know what they did? They took $20,000 out of that budget and said they don't need all that training. You see why they needed the training? And every time she checked them on not knowing their job, they do petty shit and make her pay for it by not voting on something or putting something off. See, he got kicked out early, man. He got kicked out early. He like, bro.
To vote for it.
Do you need a second to move it to a committee? Do we need a second to move this to committee?
Yes. If you're trying to table it, you're tabling it into a committee.
I'm just saying let's move it to committee.
Right. So So I'm trying to tell you, trying to explain to you. So if Kiana saying that she wants to motion it to her committee, someone has to second it. Then we call the roll like we're doing now to move to the next meeting. We call the roll, and then you guys either agree or you disagree.
What is this, on the job training, bro? What is this, on the job training? This man been a trustee for like 8 years or 6 years or something like that. How you don't know these things, man? And he be like, he's so animated. Him and Belcher, they cannot control themselves. Self-control, you know how they be like, well, sit with your hands folded at the desk? Not them. They're gonna be fiddling with their fingers. They're gonna be, could you fold your hands and sit at the desk? Not them. They're gonna be moving, do it. They can't control themselves. Lisa Lee.
Same concept.
May I be recognized?
Go ahead, trustee.
Just on clarity, like I don't think none of the items on here we've just been doing discussion, so nothing's been motioned or a second. There wasn't a motion to for the initial discussion nor a second on any of that. So I guess maybe I need clarity then on what the format is, because A, B, C, D, none of those have had motions or seconds.
Correct.
I think the intention that Trustee Belcher expressed was to move it to committee, which I'm in agreement with. So I mean, I guess we would say no then to the question.
Okay, so you have the motion to move it into committee.
Are you denying that you got to vote on it? Because even if she suggested, in order for you guys to do it, don't you got to make it official? How do you make it official with a quorum? It's almost like the suggestion is good enough. No, it's not, clearly. And I've never heard a suggestion be good enough in this type of stuff anyway. I've even heard them try to agree on something like, oh, you can't even agree on it. We got to vote on the agreement. Like, what we doing here?
So who want to make the motion? So Trustee Belcher want to make the motion, and how she want to second it? You can do that, and y'all can move it to committee. So
I'll make a motion to have it go to the fire committee.
Finance committee? Okay.
Fire committee meeting.
Okay, fire committee, and is there a second?
Second.
All right, can you call the roll? Clerk, please.
Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Aye.
Mayor, before we move forward, can we do all of these correctly? Because the other ones, we did not do a motion in a second. We just voted on it.
I just explained it. So again, for the second time, if you trying to table something, you have to call a motion to table it into the committee.
All right, well, the clerk is saying that something wasn't done. The mayor said, all right, well, let's see who knows what they're talking about here, because now the clerk is saying something wasn't done correctly. So let's see what's going on here with this misunderstanding.
I just explained it. So again, for the second time, if you trying to table something, you have to call a motion to table it into the committee. All we did for the other items is agree that they want to move forward with the process, and it goes to the next agenda for a vote.
I just want to be clear for the record. So we're tabling this to the next committee meeting. Is that what the motion is?
For fire, yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so the clerk just didn't have a full understanding.
Again, I want to make it known that our attorney is not being let on. Could y'all let him in? Whoever's the host, Ontario, or whoever's the host, could y'all let Mike McGrath or Sean McGrath in, please?
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is
I'm sorry, what is the name, trustee?
Mike McGrath or Sean McGrath?
Mike McGrath.
Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Moving on, and y'all can text each other for that.
See, that's now, first of all, Tiffany, I'm pretty sure you don't want the attorneys in there. Now, the attorneys are having a hard time getting onto the stream, and Steve's just made it known. And Tiffany Henyard, who has a problem with the attorneys being there, she just said some slick shit talking about, you guys could text each other for that, you see? She's just as petty as them. The difference is there's more of them than there is of her, so their petty gets multiplied by like 5 or 6 compared to her 1.
Next is discussion and possible action regarding the fire department, fire engineer, and fire lieutenant promotions. Chief McCann, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Currently, the fire department, we have 3 vacancies in the lieutenant position, and we have 2 vacancies in the engineer position. And at the next board meeting, with the consent and approval of the board, we would like to move forward with the formal positions to be ratified with the promotions off the fire promotion lieutenants list and the fire engineer promotion list as well. So that is what I was bringing to the board this evening in regards to that as we move forward to the next meeting. The vacancies are there. The positions are in the budget that Kristen put together with the mayor and the board approved. And the engineer positions are very important, especially with the fact that we have one member that's currently that has left the department. He has moved on to another department out in the western suburbs, and we are hoping to replace that engineer position. And I have 2 members that are temporarily acting up into the position of engineer, and their 120 days active capacity is going to be coming to an end next month. So it's very important that we formally promote those individuals to reduce any potential overtime or any potential back pay issues that may come out of this between the engineer and lieutenant positions. Any questions?
Any questions?
No. Yeah, I have one.
Trustee, yes,
recognize.
Go ahead, trustee.
Yeah, Chief. Are you hiring from the list that you already have?
The list was put together and needed a sign-in date of August 2nd. So we already went through the entire process with the with the Police Fire Commission as of August 2nd, and we went through cops and fire testing, which was the agency. All the portions of the testing from the third party were completed. The 10-day wait cycle, as far as any individual that had any military points that had to be put in, concluded on August the 2nd. So we are looking to utilize a promotional list for fire lieutenant and fire engineer that was formulated on August the 2nd, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'm just promoting that we when we do as usual, try to look at some of our females. But thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, any more questions?
Yes. Again, maybe I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but this can go to the fire committee. All this fire stuff can go to the fire committee, and we can wait. We can just move everything going with fire to the fire committee.
Now he wants to take everything over to the fire committee. But all right.
And when she has a meeting, she can address all this.
Trustee Steve, we actually discussed this in the fire meeting.
I was just going to say that. Thank you for clarity.
Thank you.
So, moving on.
Trustee Steves don't even be knowing what he talking about. He over there outraged. Man, you see, this is what I'm saying. This stuff, Trustee Steve. Even Belcher had the Trustee Steves. This stuff was discussed in the fire. Man, you get out your feelings, bro. Get out your feelings, bro.
Do we take a vote on this to move forward?
Yep, I'm going to give you that now. Yep. Basically, just so we're clear, move forward to the next voting meeting, which is in November. That's what it is. Without a motion, just basically everybody agrees to put it on the next agenda for a vote.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Okay, so one thing I want to pause and do, because I keep forgetting to do it, is to announce that if anybody have any questions, meaning residents that's onlookers, please send your questions to communications@vodalton.org. Again, that is communications@vodalton.org. When you send those questions, we will read them into record. You have until 7:30 to do so. So again, that website or email is communications@dolton.org. Okay, next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding security cameras for Village Hall. Everybody know I'm huge on security, so we need security here at Village Hall as well. And I want to give the floor to Scott so he can explain what's going on. Scott, you got the floor. Is Scott here? Dorothy?
He was here earlier.
I know, I don't see him.
Let me see if he got knocked out.
I see him now.
He's
connected.
Mayor, while we waiting on him, can I
Sure.
be recognized for a second?
Oh, yeah.
I guess Mike is still not in.
That's their attorney. So the trustees hired their own attorney because they don't trust the village's attorney. So there's an attorney that's for everybody, but the trustees don't like that attorney for whatever reason, and they got their own attorney. So there's two attorneys there that are opposing sides, basically. It's real foolishness. But hey, it is what it is.
Well, the crazy part is I can't even see everybody. Like, I don't even see Scott. So I don't even see who you're talking about because I saw him earlier on here.
Scott's audio seems to be connecting.
Yeah.
I can't.
So let me see. Ontario, what's going on with everybody? Everybody has a hard time getting in and out.
Well, I'm looking at the list. There are names on here. I've submitted to Trustee Steve a list of people to see which one is his attorney. There are 2 phone numbers I'm not aware of. I haven't gotten a reply to that. I've also sent that message to Ms. Brown. So I did submit it. There are people on here: Ron Martin, Blatty, Deb Gray, Daniel Franklin, Brett's iPhone, and 2 phone numbers I don't want to disclose.
Okay. Well, y'all get it together. Okay, but thanks for being transparent. I just wanted them to know that it's not us. So y'all
Mayor.
Yes.
So in the meantime, what is it that he needs so that he can get on? Is he saying he need a phone number? How do we get our attorney on?
He just texted Ed Steves and he asked him which number is here. So Ed needs to just respond to Ontario. So whichever number the attorney calling from, we wouldn't know. You have to submit it to him so he can let him in.
Or he can just re-click the link and then I'll let him in.
Either or. But while they're doing that, let's keep going because we got a long lead. So I'm not trying
Scott
to.
is not on here as well.
I just want to.
Scott that?
Okay, so we're gonna skip it to Scott get on. So we'll skip F and G. We'll move on to H. So discussion and possible action regarding related strategies for getting past due water bills. Dorothy Brown?
I am here.
Go ahead. Where's yours?
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I was attending the Finance Committee meeting a few weeks ago, and one of the things that we discussed was the fact that the water bills are very high and they're past due. And there were some discussions by the trustees about, the fact that we have not commenced shutoffs. Why don't we have some payment plans or some way to make sure that we are collecting the water bills? And I indicated that I would look at some payment strategies, some collection and payment strategies. And so I thought about a program that I used to do when I was clerk of the court, and decided that I would propose this program to the village. Right now, as you all know, and you'll see in your synopsis that I sent you, we have over 5,000 customers, 5,918 accounts. Of those, 682,000 is current and 3.9 million is over 60 days old. So a total of 4.5 million over 4.5 million accounts. Now, this actually also, just to give you some idea about how many people that we're talking about here, how many accounts that we're talking about here, we're talking probably over 2,000 or more that are actually over 60. I went through and actually looked at the accounts, from 61 to 120 days. We have 2,391 residents and 104 non-residents that have bills that are due, that are past due and at 61 to 120 days old. And I'm just gonna move down to 721 to, I'll move down to over 1,000 days old, almost three years old. We have 719 residents and 23 non-residents that have bills that are over 1,000 days old. Now, the dollar amount for over 1,000 days old is also for residents 1.1 million, for non-residents 346,000. We have a lot of money that's outstanding. Now, just so that you all know why I'm referencing over 60 days old, is the reason why I'm referencing that is because when it's over 60 days old, it becomes delinquent, and the ordinance says that it qualifies for shut-off. So in actuality, we actually could have over 2,000 residents that could qualify for shut-offs, and probably over 100 non-residents that could qualify for shut-offs.
Now, here we have a city that's not working. A entire village where people not doing their jobs. And clearly, it ain't because of the mayor. Not this one. That's clear. So we got a city or a village of people that has been very used to not working. And I'm pretty sure if we got a new head of state who is going to force people who is used to not working to now do their job, I'm sure there's going to be some pushback. Because clearly, nobody in this town really want to do their work.
No, we don't want to do mass shut off. So I came up with a proposal that I would like to present to you tonight. And that is to consider an amnesty program. Now, what an amnesty program would do for us, it would permit individuals that are past due to pay their bill without having to pay the penalty. Now, the city of Chicago embraces this periodically as well. They run amnesty programs for, let's say, they'll go for 2 weeks. I'm suggesting that we could do 30 days, a 30-day amnesty program, and we would ask people to either come in, pay your bill in full, or set up a payment plan with us. But the payment plan would be auto debit. We do not want people to say, okay, I'll set up a payment plan with you, but then we don't get their check. So we already know that our old system, Lotus, and the one that we're putting in the Civic system actually will accept automatic debits to bank accounts, credit cards, etc. If you look at the resolution that I have, I actually I lay out the number of payments that we would permit individuals to make based upon what they owe. So the residents, that number of payments go from 2 monthly payments to 12 monthly payments. For non-residents, go from 3 monthly payments to 9 monthly payments. So it gives the residents a little more time to pay. Now, if a resident or a non-resident refuses to come in to pay in full or refuses to set up a payment plan with us, which can go as long as 12 months, depending on how much they owe. So the number of months increases based upon how much they owe. If they refuse to do one of those things, which I think is would be very good for the residents and non-residents, then we would send it to the collection agency. One thing that I found that we have not been doing is sending our water bills to the collection agency. So I talked to the collection agency gentleman and I asked them, if we send a massive number of bills to you to collect all at once, since we haven't been sending them to you often, could you handle that kind of influx? And he indicated that he could handle whatever we sent to him. So it would go to the collection agency. Once it went to the collection agency, we would give residents 6 months to pay in full, or non-residents 3 months to pay in full.
I literally heard this whole proposal 2 meetings ago, 3 meetings ago. Like every meeting I hear her pretty much, when it's her turn to talk, she breaks this whole thing down. Why isn't this done yet? Why isn't this done yet? I don't know. But she definitely has the idea, and it's a way to get the city money so that things can be done, so that the trustees can't complain that we don't got the money or we can't. You know what I mean? Because Tiffany, she's ambitious, and she wants to build, she wants to beautify, she wants to upgrade. And as long as the money's there and they're getting money, extra money, she'll be able to do all those things. But if those things get stopped, then all her ideas, all her dreams, all those visions, it's not gonna get accomplished if they don't allow for the money and stuff to come through. So a lot of the times, she'll make a suggestion, and it's up to the trustees to trust her enough and see her vision enough to push it forward. But they usually stop it.
And if they don't pay in full by then we'll give them a 60-day notice to shut up. Now, can someone, Richard Watson, can you mute yourself, please? I believe that giving people all of these opportunities and then finally saying, okay, now you're going to get a 60-day shut off because you didn't even pay the collection agency would be more than fair. And I calculated that no one would get shut off before, the earliest any resident would get shut off would be like next July. The earliest a non-resident would get shut off could possibly be April, and maybe even as late as May. Now, let's say that someone, actually, I thought about the fact that someone may get in a payment plan, but then they default on that payment plan or do not pay in full during that 2, 3, 6, or 12 months. What do we do with them? We would send them to the same collection agency, give them the 6 months for residents, 3 months for non-residents, and if they do not pay, give them a 60-day notice for shut off. And then I thought about, what about those that are current now, but may go into lateness later and miss the amnesty program? Well, for those, we would send them to the collection agency and give them an opportunity to have the 6 months to pay if you're a resident, 3 months to pay if you're a non-resident, and then you get a 60-day shut off. Everything leading eventually to shut off, because I think what has happened in the past is that we just did not have a finite time in which people really would go into shut off. And so we would do that. And then I know that some people, they may not have a bank account, they may not have a credit card, so they may need a special payment plan that would be monitored by the village administrator. So I put an option in there for someone to get a special payment plan set up. Oh, they may need a little longer or a different kind of a plan. So we put that in there. And then finally, I put in there that in the future, that a village administrator and staff would be in a position to periodically come to the board and say, let's do an amnesty program. I did an annual amnesty program at the clerk of the court for our traffic tickets, and people really came in. I think this would be a great way for us to increase the revenue, and people really took advantage of that amnesty program. So this is what I am proposing to the board to help us collect the 3.9 million that we have in overdue bills. Thank you very much.
3.9.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
3.9 million in overdue bills. Overdue bills.
May I be recognized? This is Trustee Brown.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
So why did we stop sending the past due bills to the collection agency?
That had to have been a decision made before I got here, so there's no real explanation. And to be honest with you.
Question. Tammy, were you a part of the last administration? Yep. Yep. Tammy, you ain't know about this? Nope. Nope. What were you guys doing in the last administration? Everything that got us in this situation here. Like, it's all that stuff was under y'all watch, bruh. What you talking about?
You, Trustee, I think the issue is that there just was not a formalized process by which that we were following. So what I would propose is to set up a formalized process and to ensure that it doesn't just, we don't just get things together now, but we document. Policies and procedures are so important that we document exactly when things would go to the collection agency and make sure that whoever is, when we get our finance director, that's going to be very important, that they work along with the water department manager to ensure that we on a consistent basis.
And Lanice, this has to be, I guess, the most truth to listen. They were chilling, not doing their jobs like the citizens not paying their bills. Nobody's complaining because everybody's getting away with bullshit. That's why it was able to happen so long. Citizens not paying their bills, the city not coming after them not complaining about things not being done. Everybody getting away with nonsense, so that's why it could get so bad. Wait, and nobody's complaining? Nope. Why? Well, I ain't paid my water bill in 2 years, man. I ain't trying to stir up no confusion. Man, I ain't paid taxes. I ain't do nothing on my property. I ain't paid my property taxes in 5 years, man. I ain't trying to stir up no confusion. You feel me? Like, you start realizing, like, wait, why did y'all complain about these services not being done? Well, because I don't really want them to start doing their job for real, because then I'm going to have to pay all this stuff that I owe. You know what I mean? Like, God damn. Wayman Smith, good question.
After that 60 days, that it goes to the collection agency for collection directly or through the Illinois debt recovery plan.
Okay, I have another question. So if they enter into the program and they don't make their, say, monthly payments or whatever, is it that when you talk about the monthly, let me ask a question. Let me go back. So say you have an outstanding overdue bill of $500. You're going to break that down into, you said 6 months, or what are you going to give them?
If you look at page 2 of the resolution, page 2 of the resolution.
Okay.
For residents, I say 2 monthly payments if you owe $100 up to $500. Okay. 3 monthly payments if you owe $501 to $1,000. 6 monthly payments if you owe $1,000 to $2,000. 9 monthly payments is $2,000 to $5,000, and 12 monthly payments for $5,000 and up. So up to 12 months, that's it. Now for non-residents, I broke it up by 3 monthly payments if you owe $250 to $5,000. 6 monthly payments if you owe $5,000 to $10,000, and 9 monthly payments if you owe $10,000 and up. Now, if you owe for residents, if you owe less than $100, we're looking for a full payment. We're not doing payment plans for less than $100.
Absolutely.
For non-residents, if you owe less than $250, if you're a business, you ought to be able to pay that that $249. So we didn't do payment plans for the smaller amounts, and we set different levels of monthly payments based upon, we set different levels of monthly payments based upon how much you owe. And I think that these are pretty fair. I went through a lot of different gyrations on those monthly payments, and I think the way it's laid out are pretty fair. And I try to be a little bit more lenient on the residents, because I, just trying to be a little bit more understanding.
Even if we do the payment plan and say that you still got bills that are occurring, are they still required to pay that plus when we ask on the payment plan?
Yes, ma'am. This payment plan is for things that are delinquent now. Okay. And we want them to pay. We want them to keep current. Yes. So that's a great point that you've made, and we can add that to the resolution that they should continue. Obviously, we continue to make your current payments. But of course, you did see where I said if you become late with the current, then it's going to get sent to the collection agency in 60 days right away.
Okay. So we're giving them 60 days. If they miss out on it, it'll go to collections.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why do we choose 60 days? Is there a reason why we chose 60 days instead of 30 days?
Well, it's we 30 days. We have a penalty after that, after the 30 days, and then after 60 days is I'm going to propose that in the next ordinance. Then there's an additional penalty, and it goes to collections. So we're being a little lenient. That's what's in, and I followed the ordinance, and I didn't change the 60 days out of the current ordinance.
Okay. The only reason why I say that I think a 30-day, again, we are so behind on the revenue that is collected. And then again, we're just going deeper into debt with, water bills not being paid. Again, if you don't pay your lights, they don't play with you. Your lights go off. You can make arrangements. If you don't make those arrangements, the lights are shut off. I know everybody is in different situations. I don't know everybody's situation. But again, if you use it, you got to pay for it. Because if you don't, we still got an obligation to meet to the city. So those are just some things we all need to be mindful for. Because if we don't pay those bills, we can't make our promise or our note to the city of Chicago. So those are some other things, just put it out there that we definitely have to think about. But again, a great program. So just hoping that once we put it out there, that we, stick to it.
And I'm glad you said that because a couple of things. The 60 days, according to the ordinance right now, we don't consider it delinquent until 60 days. So that's one of the reasons why we went with the 60 days. But speaking of the city of Chicago, and of course, even we're going to talk probably in November about the meter program, because I've been sitting down with Chris and Janet and making sure that we get our paperwork to our EPA for the meter loan program. And of course, we have to show them some effort and some change in our financial position, which I think it's significantly improved. But I know that with the kind of things that we're talking about here, in addition to, and we'll present this to you all later, we've changed. With the new civic system, we looked at, and I sat down with our water department head, and we came up with a lot of different ways that people can pay to make it easy for people to pay. The auto debit, we have the payment plan there. They won't have to wait to get on a payment plan. Wait for an amnesty period to get on a payment plan. And we're adding them to be able to call in different ways that people can pay their bills and not get behind is what we're adding to the back of the bill, and we're giving people all these opportunities. These are the different ways that you can pay.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anyone else? Okay.
Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, trustee.
No, Mayor, I was just wondering, do we know if our attorney has made it in?
I don't know, trustee, but you guys text. Remember, I just told you that in the beginning. Y'all text each other. Ontario just gave y'all an update, so I really don't know.
So this is the thing, Mayor, why I'm asking. I know you probably wonder why we're asking. The thing is, I know that he's contacting us and he's trying to figure out how he can get in. So I know we're going back and forth, but we really like him on here.
I don't mind. There are two phone numbers that Ontario has that we don't know.
Yeah, I don't mind him being on. What I'm saying to you, and we just said it in the beginning. If he can either call, like most trustees do. A lot of people had a hard time getting in. Call, or he can hit the button, the link. Either or.
Tell me something, Mayor. I think Dorothy, Ms. Brown just said something.
Okay, wait, trustee. No. Y'all do that offline. We want to take care of the business. You and Dorothy can text each other and take care of that. We want to move the.
No, I was just asking for the record, Mayor, if she can tell me what did you want me to have him do, just for the record, so I'm gonna let him know.
Okay, no, we're not gonna do that. What I'm saying is, you two can call each other. Hit your screen button. Y'all can call and get the attorney in, because I don't want to keep interrupting the meeting over an attorney.
The interrupting the meeting over the attorney, I can see that. Because it could be an effort to let the people know, hey, our attorney can't get in. You can look at this either way, but it is a disruption constantly. That they need to, that it was already told what needs to be done. Steve send the number, or he send the link. The dude will let them in. Handle that behind the scenes. The more they keep bringing it out in the front, it's like it seems malicious. You know what I mean? Like, I just heard what the guy said for the attorney to do. Like, just do it behind the scenes.
So you and Kirk Brown can call each other and go back and forth over whatever it is with the attorney. I want to move forward. Let's go. Anything else?
I'm about to call you, Kirk Brown.
Anything else for Dorothy trustees?
And then Brittany feel it's necessary to still say on the Zoom, I'm about to call you, Trustee Brown. You didn't even have to say that. At that moment, you just call Trustee Brown. Like, I find people that do that shit like trouble. I find people that you don't got to say another word, but you just feel like it. Like at that point, you don't have to say nothing else, but I just got to say something.
Nothing else for Dorothy? Okay, so my question is, would you guys like to move forward? Can you call the roll, Clerk Key, as relates to moving forward to the next agenda for this item?
Okay. Moving forward to the November regular board meeting on November the 1st. Trustee Steve.
I'm going to move forward.
Trustee Norwood.
Let's move forward.
Trustee Belcher.
Yes.
Trustee Holmes.
Aye, let's move forward.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
And Trustee House.
Yes.
The motion passed.
Okay. Next, Clerk Brown, you get that situated. You can move forward with the next item, the water ordinance.
I can
Clerk Brown, I'm just hate to interrupt, but
Oh,
again,
I'm sorry.
you're clerk.
Yeah. Dorothy Brown. Dorothy Brown, can you move forward with the next agenda item?
Okay. I was just trying to call the phone number that they sent me. They didn't answer.
I can come back to you if you're not ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Mayor, do you want to go back to F?
Well, I am. She had 2 items, so I was just
sorry.
get her out the way, and then
No
now
problem.
Scott got two items.
No problem.
Okay. I
Right,
just
go
sent
ahead. Go ahead, Dorothy.
that number to Ontario so he can follow up on that to see what the problem is. Okay, the next item really goes back to the payment plan and the amnesty program. Because I was working on that, I was looking at the ordinance itself that actually permitted the collections, and I found that there's a couple of issues here. The ordinance says that the bill is supposed to be out the first day after the end of service. Well, there's no way you're going to get a bill out the next day. We're barely getting the bill out within the 20 days that people are supposed to pay and get a discount. So I'm proposing that we change the bill to come out 10 days after. See, because what has to happen is until we go to digital meters, there's a reconciliation process that takes place between the water department and Ms. Johnson and also Derek Blocker. They review to make sure that there's no aberrations. If there's something that's really, really out of the way, out of the ordinary, they'll send the meter readers back out to read again, etc. All of that has to take place. They can't get the bill out within 24 hours. So we want to propose that we get the bill out within 10 days of the end. And I talked to Derek and he feels that they can get the bill out within 10 days of the end of the period. And then put the 20 days on the back end and say then 20. So that would be the 10th of each month. Then on the back end would be another 20 days or the end of the month, depending on if it's 31 days in the month or 28 days. By the end of the month is when the bill would be due. And if in fact they don't pay by the end of the month, then the penalty that is supposed to kick in will kick in. Now, currently, there's a penalty that's different than what the ordinance says. That I don't know if it was a previous water director who decided that we were going to actually penalize differently than the ordinance, 2.4%. And as a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why I think that people don't have an incentive to pay. It's 2.4%, regardless of how old your bill goes, is what has been happening. So I'm proposing that we do the 2.4, keep it at the 2.4% after the 30 days, but after 60 days, add 2.6% on and make it the 5% that the ordinance already says. It should be 5% after 60 days. Now, I also would like to propose that after the 60 days, we do the 5%, but there needs to be some incentive to keep from going over 1,000 days. So every 20 days or every 6 months, there should be another 5% added on. Or if you want to add something less than the 5%, I'm just saying something needs to be added on. If you continue to be late, and I'm saying every 6 months, if you want to do shorter than 6 months, then that would be fine too. But I was proposing, so basically it would be 5% after 60 days, essentially, because you had 2.4% after 30, another 2.6, which equal to 5 after 60, and then every 6 months, another 5% if you have not paid your bill. So I'm asking for a couple of things there. To move it to the 10 days when the bill should be due, when we send the bill out, the billing date, and then have the bill actually due the end of the month, and then it not become delinquent, still become delinquent 60 days after the billing date. So that's 60 days after the billing date would be 60 days after that 10th of the month. And then, of course, the percentages added on accordingly. So I don't know if I was clear enough. I'm going to stop now and have you all ask me questions so I can clarify if I kind of lost anybody along the way.
Okay. Any questions, board? No questions? Okay. Can you get a consensus as it relates to moving forward to the next agenda for the water ordinance?
Trustee Steve?
I move forward.
Trustee Norwood?
Yes.
Trustee Belcher?
Yes.
Trustee Holmes?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. We're gonna go back to Scott now. So discussion and possible actions. This is letter F, related to the security cameras for Village Hall. Scott, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees, Village Clerk Administrator. We are looking at the security system for the Village Hall Water Department. I did get three quotes for it. Because right now there is nothing going around. Nobody can monitor anything at all inside or outside the building for any kind of crimes or anything like that happens. I did go through the proposals. Goldilocks, the one I chose was Imperial. It is a little bit more money, but they did a better layout with the cameras. They also provided us with an option to pay 36 months, 48 or 60 months of payment plan, which the other ones have not done. But it is a better camera system, and they are willing to work with us on payments.
Okay. Any questions, Board of Trustees?
I have a question. This is Trustee Brown. Can I be recognized?
Go ahead.
Okay. How did you choose these vendors?
I called all the Goldilocks. We've done work with them before. Skynet, I chose Skynet and Imperial because they're the most sought after ones in this area out here.
Okay. Which one is in is it Bellwood or Bridgeview? I forgot which one it was. The only thing with the payment plan, when you go from the 60 days or 90 days, that's an additional thousands of dollars added on.
No,
payment plan. I know they got to make money.
Yeah, they put on the bottom a service plan fee. If we choose any of the monthly options, it's only $358.45.
No, I'm talking about the finance. I'm not talking about the service. I'm talking about the finance charge. When you start going into a payment plan, then you have to think about 60 months, 72 months. Those are extra thousands of dollars. I don't have my notepad, which I did write down notes for that, but it's extra thousands of dollars when you enter into a payment plan. So I definitely will take a look at that. I took notes on it, but I just don't have it in front of me right now. The actual thousands of dollars it will be with the 60 months, 72 months and stuff like that.
I did go through this, and it's not the only fee I seen on the contract was the $358. There was no.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem. There was no extra finance charges on there. That was part of the reason that they were going to do that as far as their systems, because it's their own systems they're providing to us.
But if you look at it, you will definitely see the 60 months versus the 72 months. Anytime you do a payment plan, you're going to pay finance charge. They got to make money for us holding them up. Not if you pay it off, say you get the cameras $23,000. Okay, $23,000. But anytime we start going into monthly payments, they got to make some money. So that is definitely something I looked at. I definitely will send it to you. Okay. And then we can talk about it. I don't want to hold the night up, but we'll definitely talk.
Like I said, I mean that was an option instead of putting all the money up front. There's two other options. Like I said, Skynet, they're right at 20. I think it was 26, 21, and then Goldilocks was at 21,000 too. But I like that. We definitely should get really think about putting the cameras in because, like I said, there's nothing inside or outside.
Trust me, I don't have a problem with security. There should have been cameras a long time ago.
Yeah.
For what we have going on there and the water department. So absolutely, I don't have a problem with the cameras going there. It's just the cost. And like I said, when you said it was 36 months, 48 months, and 60 months. Yeah. And the prices went up when you start adding over the finance. So we'll definitely discuss that. I won't hold everybody up tonight, but I'll get with you on that.
Okay.
Any
other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Trustee Norwood.
I was just wondering, because I looked over the quotes. I was just wondering where would whichever one we decide, where would these funds come from?
Okay.
What I understand, there is money in for improvements on the village hall, and as far as the security and that, there was money set aside in the budget for it.
Yes.
Can we ask? Hey, Mayor.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead. Chris, Chris, you can chime in.
Yeah, we did place money into the budget for security upgrades of village hall.
Gotcha. No, Chris, I was just wondering, you can give me a line item, do you know?
1 second, I don't have that one off my head. I believe that's it's going to be into what was that? Trustee, I will get back to you on that number. I have to look it up in my internal documents. Okay. See what line item it is for that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chris.
All right. Anybody else?
Mayor, if I can be recognized.
Sure. Go ahead, Trustee.
Chris, I have one other question. Did the property tax money start arriving, or I know at the finance committee meeting we were discussing cash flow? Have there been any changes in that status?
So we did get distributions at the end of September, and we have started getting quite a bit of distributions in October.
Okay, so from your estimation, we should be okay to move forward with some spending. That'd be correct?
Yes. Yep, we should be good from a cash flow standpoint.
Okay.
I can set that over these a little bit better with the mayor and the trustees, whoever's got any questions, and we can come up with what one we can choose. If we don't want to do a payment plan, we can set it up and we'll figure out which one to best serve the village and for the security in that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So Clerk Key, can you get a consensus as it relates to moving forward to the next agenda, and then in between they can figure out which company they want to choose or go with?
Sure. Trustee Steve?
Move for aye.
Trustee Norwood? Okay. Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye, move forward.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Yes, but I would ask Chris if you can email that line number to everybody so we'll be prepared for next meeting.
Yep. Okay, motion passed.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is G, discussion and possible action as it relates to floors for upstairs and Village Hall. Scott, you have the floor.
Yeah, we moved in that village over 8 years ago. We've cleaned that floor at least 4 times that I know of. It's just so far damaged. The mold spores, the dust mites, everything in there. The next step would be replacing it. for health issues for the employees, and that it's sitting there breathing that stuff in on a daily basis. I did get 3 quotes on that. Menards was 11 something for the flooring. Lowe's was $11,425 for the flooring, and then I got Home Depot coming at $10,000. It was right around $10,216, and they also said I could probably run it back through the bid room over there and even get a little cheaper. So I can definitely have a final thing on this, final price on this before the next board meeting, because I will go talk to the manager over there and have them run it through and see what else they can knock off for us. But the floors, I would be doing an install on them, but for 10 grand it's over 5,000 square foot.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Board of Trustees? All right.
Mayor, I guess my question is this, I guess for Chris, would this be coming out of the same line item in a similar?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mayor.
All right, Clerk Key, can you do a consensus as it relates to moving forward to the next agenda to replace the floors at Village Hall?
Trustee Steve?
Move forward.
Trustee Norwood?
All right, let's move forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All
Will that be it, Mayor and
Yeah,
trustees?
that's it for you. I don't see nothing else on the agenda for you. Yep.
Everybody have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, next on the agenda is letter J, discussion and possible action regarding replacing the Public Works sewer suction truck. As you know, we get a lot of complaints with the sewer system in town, and we've been actually doing a lot of good stuff as relates to Public Works. So I always want to give you a shout out, Stacey Corral, for being a super duper superintendent, and the guys over there and girls over there for just showing up and dealing with all the complaints and issues we have and smoothing it over for residents. They do see the movement and the process and progress that you guys are showing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. This is to get him a Public Works sewer suction truck. Trustee, I'm sorry, Stacey, you got the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So the current truck that we have in that department, it was not there when we all came into office 4 months ago. It was in the shop and came back. It went down again and has been broken ever since, which has caused me to dig into the history on that vehicle. What I'm finding is outrageous invoices for that sewer truck every year. On the low end, $60,000. On the high end, at sometimes $80,000 in repairs. And I believe it is time to trade it in before it loses its value and purchase a new truck to serve the community. With us going into winter months, the truck is used for water main breaks and other sewer repairs. It's very vital to our daily operations. We haven't been able to clean many storm sewers as hoped in the beginning due to the downfall of the truck and the high number of hours. So right now I have 2 estimates with 2 different lease options in front of me. You all should have it also. I'm waiting on a third so I can do some analysis for you all. But I want to bring it to the council. We can discuss it because it is a serious matter, and we're going into the winter months.
May I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
I make a motion that J, K, L, and M, everything done with Public Works, move to the Public Works Committee, which I will be having within the next week or so, the committee meeting, and we can discuss all this in length. So I'm making a motion that we move J, K, L, and M to the Public Works Committee meeting.
Okay. My question to you, Trustee, is can you make sure that all this gets taken care of before the actual voting meeting so it can go on the agenda and we can replace the items that they need over in Public Works? I really don't want us to drag our feet on this. That's why this is on this agenda, because it was time sensitive and we need to purchase the items for him.
We got a lot. Steve wants to put a lot of stuff off. I ain't gonna lie, like, let's just put this off for another meeting. Like, he wants to put a lot of stuff off, man.
Yes, it will be taken care of.
All right, thank you. Can you call the roll, quickly?
Okay, this is motion to move to the committee meeting for Public Works.
Right.
Trustee Steve?
Yeah, that's J, K, L, and M.
Yes, J, K, L, and M.
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Aye.
Motion passes to move to committee meeting for J, K, L, and M.
All right, next on the agenda is letter N, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21- related to grading and resurfacing of the police department parking lot. Chief Collins, you have the floor. All right. Chief?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, trustees, Madam Clerk, citizens, and department heads. In the police committee meeting, we discussed the parking lot at the police station and also in the rear of Station 1, which we share the same parking lot with the fire department. It has been crumbling and has been in disrepair for many years, and it is time to start paying some attention to it because there is also damage to a sewer that is in the back in between Station 1 and also the police department. We have been not parking on it. We've been placing orange cones around it so no one parks on it before it caves in, but there is damage to it. There's also damage to a drain that runs along the police department. And the whole thing is just crumbling apart. And it's time to take a look at repairing it. We provided 3 quotes for the repair, And I wish Scott was on here to talk about it a little bit more because he does have some insight on this, some greater insight on this. But in the packet, I also provided some photographs. I don't know if those made it to all the trustees, but that is the actual parking lot if you want to do a site visit to come out and take a look at it. But I'm hoping that we can move forward with at least getting those repaired before it becomes a greater tripping hazard and parking hazard.
Okay. Any questions, trustees?
Can I be recognized?
Who was that?
Trustee Belcher.
Yep, go ahead, trustee.
Okay, this was discussed at the police
We can't hear you.
Breaking up,
which
trustee.
I'm in.
We can't hear you.
It's my only question.
Trustee, we can't hear you. No, you're breaking up.
No.
Now?
No, you're still staticky. You're breaking up. Okay, while she get it together, you might want to reboot.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Try now.
I haven't.
Trustee, try now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
my only question was to for Chris, because it was stated that ARPA funds would be used for the repayment of police resurfacing. Can you validate? I think somebody here requested the list, but is that something?
Your mic is trash, lady.
I have it for the record.
Yes.
Chris.
It can. I can answer it for you. It can be used for that. We're dealing with the sewer. So by dealing with the sewer, that's our way of getting the parking lot fixed. So the attorney's on here as well if you want an attorney opinion of it, but it is legal. That's what you're asking.
Mayor, may I ask a question? I didn't hear what funds she mentioned.
American Rescue, the 1.5
Okay,
million.
all right, got it.
We
Okay,
talked
thank
about it at the police committee. Yeah. We discussed it and everybody was in agreement with it. So
okay.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
Yes, trustee.
Do you know how much is in the motor tax fuel account?
More it's got over 2 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Clerk, you got a question?
What? Mayor, can I be recognized? I just have one question.
Okay. 1 second, trustee. Let Holmes.
Okay.
Go ahead, trustee Holmes.
Yeah, just hoping that they're in support of getting the surface done, because of the trucks and cars that are going in and out may be getting severe damage to them, and also public safety of people walking in and out, then possibly more damage to the sewer, maybe caving in might cause as well. So hopefully supporting passes.
Okay, thank you, trustee.
Okay, this is for Chris. I know you say it's coming out of motor fuel tax fund. What else? You can send it to me later, but I need to know what else is coming out of there that we're paying for. And you can send it to me via email. That's fine.
Wait, maybe I misunderstood. The question I received from Trustee Belcher was, well, how much money was in motor fuel tax fund?
Mm-hmm. I know you said this payment is also coming out of that, correct, for the payment?
No, it was my understanding that's coming out of ARPA monies. I thought that's what was said.
Correct.
So it's coming out of the American Rescue Plan Act, correct?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I got it confused.
All right, Clerk Key, can you poll the board and get a consensus to move forward to the next agenda to repave the parking lot for police?
Okay, Trustee Steve?
Yes, let's move forward.
Trustee Norwood?
Yes.
Trustee Belcher?
Yes.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward to November the 1st board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding disorderly house ordinance. Chief Collins, you have the floor.
Thank you. Also, what I'd like to bring forward for discussion is the possibility of adopting an ordinance that deals with drug houses, gang houses, houses of disorder, prostitution, and basic nuisances. And the reason I'm bringing this forward is right now we do have the Crime-Free Housing Act and we have the nuisance abatement. But what that specifically deals with is rental properties. So that gives the village the ability to go after the property owner to help clean up the mess that's on their property. But we also have the problem of not having an ordinance or enough teeth in the ordinance to deal with actual owners who live at their properties and the tenants who live there too. So we get numerous calls every year, numerous calls of nuisance activity, loud talking, loud music, hanging out, drinking, gambling, all kinds of things. And these happen at next door to good people who live in the community. They call the police and they expect us to come and handle those problems. And one of the problems is we don't have the tool to properly deal with it. So I'm proposing an ordinance that gives the police department the ability to issue a citation to the person who's actually in control of the property, whether it be a rental property or whether it be a property that's already owned that the person is living in. The ordinance that I'm also proposing deals with areas where there's frequent police visits and frequent calls for ambulance services. And I won't read the whole thing, but just a brief description of it. It shall be unlawful for a property owner, lessee, or tenant to maintain, keep, or lease or allow a home, room, or other premise, including commercial premises, to be disruptive to the peace and well-being of the surrounding community. Houses, rooms, or other premises, including commercial premises, are deemed to be a public nuisance and disruptive where frequent visits for police, ambulance service for noise, assaults, batteries, drinking, intoxicating beverages, loitering, gaming, and etc. This will help the police department get some of these things under control, if we have an actual ordinance where we can do something. And that gives us just a little bit more power to help bring peace to a community or a neighborhood that desperately needs it. The one thing I would suggest, and I did provide a sample ordinance, the one thing that I would suggest is that we start the fine at $500 instead of the $200, and we move on from there. And I believe that having an ordinance like this will help curb some of the nuisance behavior that we get a lot of calls for.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Chief Collins, will this be in addition to the housing act that we spoke of in the fire committee?
Right. We don't want to replace that that particular ordinance because we will still need that ordinance because it does give the village the authority to force the property owner to bring their tenants into compliance or to evict them. And if the property owner does not comply with the village's ordinance, then the property owner can lose their license to operate a rental property within the village of Dolton.
Gotcha. So you're going to use them interchangeably?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks, Chief. That's what I'm saying.
Any other questions?
One question. I know, Chief, we talked about it in our policing meeting. So say, for instance, the nuisance, there is a particular address. They had problems before. The tenant was forced to move out. Mm-hmm. They have new tenants now, and the police is back at that address again. So will it follow the address or will it follow the tenant?
The proposed ordinance will address the person who is in charge of the property, not the owner, but the person who actually lived there, whose name is on the lease.
Okay, so it will follow the tenant.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, Clerk Key, can you do a consensus of the board to move forward to the next voting board meeting?
Sure. Trustee Steve?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Trustee Norwood?
Let's move forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes? Is Trustee Holmes still on? I don't see him. Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passed to move forward to the November the 1st regular board meeting.
All right, next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21 related to DACRA contract renewal. Chief Collins, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm bringing forward a contract that is due for renewal. It will be expiring in the month of November this year. What DACRA is municipal enforcement software that we use to enter our parking citations in or any other local ordinance citations. And it is also the same software that is used in court by the hearing officer. The changes that will be made to the contract is the monthly licensing fee will go from $1,500 to $1,560 per month in 2022. In 2023, this contract will go to $1,630. In 2024, will go to $1,703. It also is a per ticket that we do pay. The first year increase would be $2 per ticket to $2.08. In 2023, it'll go to $2.17 per ticket. In 2024, $2.27 per ticket. Just like any vendor, they're in business to make money, but we also collect our fines so we can pay these vendors. So contracts do increase occasionally, and it just so happens that this particular contract does have some increases in it, which I do think we can handle budgetarily.
All right, any questions?
Can I be recognized?
Trustee Belcher, go ahead.
Okay, is this the only company that does this?
The question sounded as if is this the only company that does this? This is the most popular company that does it, and we already use the software. If we decided we wanted to go with a different company, there would be a huge migration of data, which would probably cost us. We are happy with DACRA. DACRA has a very, very good customer service, and we have no issues with the DACRA software or program.
Okay, and then is there, because I read through it, is there a, because I know you gave up to 3 years, so is it a 36-month agreement? Or they just were giving us what the increases would be? Like, what is the agreement?
The agreement actually does go to 2024. There is nothing that bars us from discussing if we want a contract with less terms or, less years or more years. So they are flexible with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions? All right, Clerk Key, can you poll the board and get a consensus to move forward to the next voting meeting?
Trustee Steve.
Move forward.
Trustee Norwood.
Yeah, moving forward.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, before we move forward, I didn't get Trustee Holmes' vote on the disorderly house ordinance. I see that he's back.
Okay.
And I'd like to get his vote.
Sure.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next on the agenda is letter Q, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21 related to placing a stop sign at the corner of 142nd Street in Manor. Trustee House and Chief Collins. I know Chief Collins did the work for it, so did you want him to speak first, Trustee House, or you like to go first?
Yeah, I'll be brief because I think Chief Collins has a lot more details. I received a few phone calls from residents asking about that intersection, so I did speak with the chief, and I want to say thank you for the write-up that you did and the follow-up on that, and I'll kind of turn it over to you for your assessment. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Yes, it was brought to my attention that residents have difficulty emerging from Manor onto 142nd. So the recommendation would be to place stop signs in the area of 142nd and Manor. I did provide in a packet a couple photographs. The only concern that I would have with the installation of stop signs. This would be a T section. It wouldn't be a 4-stop intersection. This would be only a 3-stop intersection. But on the south side of 142nd, on the eastbound traffic, now hold up, there is a railroad traffic control sign that is in place where the stop sign would go very close to. So the stop sign would either be concealed by the railroad sign, or the railroad sign would be concealed by the stop sign. So my suggestion is, if we move forward with installation of a stop sign, the railroad sign would have to be moved, and I would recommend at least 25 to 30 feet in front of, or 25 or 30 feet behind the stop sign, so that the stop sign can be properly seen and properly complied to. I'm not sure if we would have to enter into some type of discussion with the railroad to move this sign. I don't know if this particular sign that says rough crossing is something that is controlled by them, and it has to be within a certain amount of feet of the tracks, but this will require just a little bit more research before we move that sign.
Okay, I'm in totally agreements with that. I support the initiative, and I do think you should reach out to the railroad just to be in compliance with where you guys place it. So, any other questions? All right, can you get a census clerk to move forward to the next agenda, placing a stop sign?
Sure, Trustee Steve?
All right, let's move forward.
Trustee Norwood?
Yes.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is letter R, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21- related to My Community Plan Foundation providing solar energy to the village of Dolton residents. My Community Plan Foundation is a business that is in Dolton. Mr. Johnson, I do see you. How you doing, sir? Welcome.
Fantastic. I'm grateful.
And before you start, I just want to say that I do support people being solar efficient with their roofs. So a lot of people are putting them panels on their roofs. So he's here to do a presentation to see if this do fit within our community, or if any residents see fit to utilize his services. He is on 142nd in Chicago Road / Martin Luther King Drive now. So Mr. Johnson, you do have the floor.
Thanks so very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for having me. And also good evening to all members of the council. I'm prayerful that in front of you, you have a slide presentation that I delivered to your office, Madam Mayor, some time ago. And I'd like to do 2 things if I could. With me are some of my team members. One is Brett Jones from Supreme Solutions, and Lee Ullman from BioStar Renewables. As you're probably aware, My Community Plan Foundation has the first Illinois Solar for All projects in Cook County. Unfortunately, the legislation attempted to remedy low and moderate income households access to solar energy. And we only got one in Cook County. That was in Chicago Heights at one of our member churches. And that's an MCP project. The second one is in Bridgeview with one of our Muslim members. And the third is in Country Club Hills. But forgive me, but I'm taught that charity begins at home. And since my office is in Dolton, it just makes sense that I approach this body to see if you're interested in 2 things. One, solar energy for the village of Dolton. At some juncture, you might ask, well, Reverend, we're interested in renewable energy. What's it going to cost us? Whatever your current utility bill is, minus a nominal reduction, is what it will cost you. I will bring every penny to this project through my partners and I. So there will never, ever, ever be an additional line item in your budget for renewable energy, period. We will do 2 things. One, in your materials, you'll notice that we do workforce development. We will train residents and whoever wants to join our workforce development initiatives. In fact, we'll have one starting on November 1st in the installation and maintenance of solar panels. We will bring everything to the table that is necessary for the completion of this project. I'd like to talk for a couple of seconds about our partners, Supreme Solutions and BioStar Renewable. First, BioStar Renewables. First, Madam Mayor, does everyone in the council and yourself have a copy of the materials I sent to you?
Yes, in our package.
Wonderful. So BioStar Renewables, you'll notice from your material, and you can go online. They are subject matter experts in renewable energy. We have projects ranging from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic, literally all over the country. There's a larger deck, if you should choose to ask for it, that reflects the value of the initiatives. They range in, I think the smallest one might be a couple $100,000 to about $40 million. And that just talks about the robust nature of solar energy. And then Supreme Solutions is a member of MCP, but also our EPC. So they're responsible to make sure that your roofers are hired, any plumbers, electricians, carpenters, et cetera. That's the lane that they are in. There are 3 potential opportunities for solar panels. One, rooftops. As we look at what we thought were the buildings that the city owns, we concluded that we could put an array of panels on top of those buildings that would solve all of the electricity needs for the city. But there are other options, and I would that you would consider these as well. The other 2 options are canopies and ground mounts. We could not discern, Madam Mayor, which of the vacant properties, the vacant lots that we were able to discern are owned by the city or who owned the properties. If you own the lots, then the cheapest route would be the ground mounts. And parenthetically, they produce the largest array, the largest amount of electricity. But let's talk about the canopies for a second. Canopies are the most expensive, but again, none of these dollars come out of your budget. They are the most expensive, but they also have the unique feature that we offer, which is a hotspot. So you won't be purchasing, internet access. More importantly, you can utilize these hotspots for the residents of Dolton or any way you want to utilize them. We generally believe that residents in the southern portion of Cook County are not holistically able to access the internet. So we offer this option as well. In the package are next steps and information about the links for all of my member companies, my partners that is, and some of our earlier projects. So simply put, we're offering to cover any part of the city with rooftop canopies or ground mounts, and then provide any information that you need as we move towards this initiative. There is, however, one thing we'd ask you to do, and that is to sign a letter of intent that would allow us to look at your current utility bill and then begin to make a determination as to what amount of savings you'll experience immediately and the depth and length of the project. So thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions?
Any questions, Board? Okay, well, someone have a question?
May I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
So is this initiative for the Village of Dolton in its entirety as seeking residents to do it, or is this strictly for Village of Dolton properties?
So the initial initiative would be for the village specifically. If the city chose to utilize its vacant property, you will have more electricity than you currently use. At that time, you can define which off-takers you want to utilize, and my logic suggests you might do it with your own residents. Certainly, Illinois Solar for All suggests that, excuse me, that you might, if you're a nonprofit, there are other incentives. But the direct answer to your question is, if you utilize your parking lots and whatever vacant properties the city has, then you'll produce more electricity than we believe the village currently utilizes, and your off-takers could very well be your residents, which then just becomes another revenue stream for the village. Mind you, our solar arrays have a lifespan of about 35 years. Our financing model will take us anywhere from 10 on the low end to 15 on the high end, which means you're paying us your electric bill for that electricity. But then you own the arrays at whatever the term ends until the lifespan of the arrays. At that juncture, you'll no longer have an electric bill at all. What you will do then is repurpose those dollars for whatever the village concludes is an appropriate distribution mechanism for those monies, but you'll no longer have a utility bill. And I noticed that Lee Ullman is on. Lee is representing BioStar, one of our group partners for this initiative.
Any other questions?
Okay, I have another question. So when you just made the statement about, because I guess maybe, I don't know if I wasn't clear. So it's initially for the village, but you're saying based on the area that is placed, residents may possibly benefit from it. So if residents are benefiting from it indirectly and our bills go lower, correct? That's what I'm just trying to get clarity.
It's not indirect, that's direct, because now you're selling, they become off-takers for the electricity you produce. Generally speaking, now the residents are also going to have a lower electric bill, but that's for you to decide. Moreover, those dollars come into your coffer.
Right, but the tax that's on our electric bill, the portion that goes to the Village of Dolton, then we'll be minimizing that amount, correct? Because the bills will be lower.
But the Village of Dolton will no longer have an electric bill.
No, I'm saying on our electric bill where the tax that goes to the Village of Dolton. So if our bills are lower, then we'll be minimizing the amount that actually goes to the village. I'm just saying in retrospect because the over synopsis would be that the residents will benefit, but the back of it,
I guess to some degree,
if our bill is lower, then there's less money going to the village.
So here's my question.
Okay.
If my light bill is $10 and the village gets 10% of what I pay, that means you get $1. But if I'm buying my electricity from you and you're charging me $7, then yes, you're going to lose $1. But now you get the entire $7 because you are the provider of that utility. And you're not getting it via tax. So your residents are paying, they're no longer paying $10, they're paying $7. But you're only getting $1 from that 10 to begin with. But now that $1 is gone, so you're absolutely correct. You're going to lose that $1. But in place of that $1, you're going to get $10. So in my mind, it is a net gain. But Mr. Ullman, you're on the line. You want to? He is actually he like I both have JDs, but he's also a tax attorney. Lee, would you unmute yourself, please? And if my response is cheesy in some place, correct it. Lee, can you hear me, Lee? Okay. Can you unmute your phone? I think I'm correct. My simple math, I think is correct. You may lose that $1, but you'll gain $7.
Okay, thank you. And I think you're waiting for someone else.
Can anyone hear me?
We can all hear you now.
Okay. Hey, also, Brett is trying to get in. He's in the waiting room, and they have not let him in.
Well, he was in, he fell off. But Lee, you want to address that question that trustee
Belcher?
So basically what happens is, let's say your utility bill is now $10. We would come in and the bill would be the equivalent of $9, right? So you'd have a cost savings that we would make sure that you would have, and we would come in and lower your bill.
So Lee, that's two different questions. You're talking about the village's utility bill itself. But the trustees' concern was the residents pay, when they pay their bill, there's a tax add-on that benefits the village, the operating expense of the village. And the trustee was appropriately concerned that that revenue stream might be compromised. But my response
No,
to that was,
because typically what happens is when you're billing the residents, there's certain things that happen, and the taxes is the taxes based upon a percentage of what they pay on their utility bill, or is it a flat fee?
Trustee Belcher?
I think Chris may know the exact answer. I don't know if it's a percentage or exactly. I'm almost certain it's a percentage though.
Yeah, then technically, then I mean, you still have a tax that passes on, but the question is, if we lower their bill from $10 to $9, there would be potentially a less a tax revenue decrease.
Unless
right?
if the residents are the off takers, then the village is selling electricity to the residents, so they actually get more money.
Yeah. Before I comment on that, we would have to work with respect to the utility.
Chris, you all right, man? You got the COVID?
And how that billing would pass through. And yes, what the Reverend is saying is true, is that you could have the village be the one to collect the power and then sell the power on. And if that was the case, then their revenue model would stay the same.
So, Madam Mayor, I think if the council agrees, we would do a letter of intent, and we would just codify these responses in addition to the savings of the village, the time frame of the entire project, and then I would go to the next step of looking at what off-takers may be buying electricity from the village. But with the LOI, we would also take a better look at the geography of the village and then give you a definitive proposal with respect to the three arrays, the rooftop, the canopies, and the ground mount. So the next step, should the council choose to go forward, is that we would deliver to you a letter of intent and begin to answer those questions and codify them. There's no, as I'm sure you're aware, there is no commitment on behalf of the village whatsoever, but it does codify the conversation.
Okay, well, it seems as though that some board members still have questions. I think that you guys should talk offline and go into more details as it relates to it. If the board sees something different that I don't see, then you guys can take a vote to move it to the next board meeting. But my advice to the board members will be to speak with you to get a full understanding of what it is you're trying to accomplish. So,
Mayor, if I could be recognized.
What do y'all think? Yep.
Okay, no, I'm in agreement with that suggestion. One thing I did want to ask while we have them is, are there any other municipalities utilizing this service in the manner that we're describing?
So in the material that you have, there are multiple municipalities around the country where BioStar has participated in providing solar energy. So the short answer to the question is yes. And if you like, we can send that to you.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, so is everybody in agreement with speaking offline for this item?
Yes, I'm in agreement with speaking offline about this item.
I am as well, Trustee Brown.
So if I could ask one question, Madam Mayor?
Sure.
Does that mean, well, my office is literally across the street. So yeah. I'm not sure if that means I should come across the street to meet with your colleagues, or they're going to meet with me, or how that's going to work.
Sure. So what I would do is I will have the village administrator, Dorothy Brown, send you everybody contact information, and then vice versa. I will also send all the board of trustees your contact information, and then you guys can set up a meeting amongst yourselves to discuss it. But the board can only meet 2 at a time with you. No problem. Okay. Moving on. Next on the agenda is S, discussion and possible action on resolution 21- regarding soliciting requests for proposals, which is RFP for the 2021 audit. The reason why I place this on the agenda is because it is that time. I do understand that Trustee House is chair for finance, and I just wanted to be positive and moving forward as it relates to getting RFPs out now. And then once they do come in, then he can have it in his committee meeting. So basically, I'm here to hear from the board of trustees as it relates to your next steps. Trustees, any questions?
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Sure.
All right. I kind of want to see where we're at in the process, because generally we would already, by now, I believe we would already have had an engagement letter and been somewhere in the process. Chris, have we already started this process yet? Because my concern would be if we start RFP now, we have to do the RFP, pick somebody, get engagement, and we may fall further behind on getting the FY21 audit. So Chris, can you kind of expand on where we're at?
So we have not engaged with any audit firm yet to perform the FY21 audit yet.
Okay.
So I got a question. Maybe recognized. Chris, I mean, I remember for the last, I think 8 years we use a lot of back names, so we're just switching it up now. And does it help? And maybe you can help me or Jason with your experience in finance. Does it help to use the one who's been doing it for 6 years, since they've have a good history of it and been doing it for some years? Or what's your thoughts on that? It's
dependent on the village. Any firm that comes in is going to do a similar type of audit. This year we will have the standard financial audit that you had, and you'll also have a single audit. So whatever RFP, whichever firm comes in, you will have to do both a regular standard financial audit and a single audit.
And if I can kind of, I think there's a pro and a con. Trustee Steve, on one side, there's the people that are familiar with the audit. The other side of it is when you get people too familiar, you may not get the same, you may get too comfortable with it. So it depends on preference. I would be in agreement with doing an RFP, but I would also leave it open for the current auditors as well as new ones, because I think it's good to get a price comparison and see which way we move forward. I don't have any objection to the current firm that we've had, because I think that we've gotten good information. Their familiarity has kind of helped us, but I'm also open to receiving other offers to see which direction the board would like to go.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, any other questions? Okay, Clerk Key, can you call the roll as relates to moving forward for RFP for the next board? You're muted. Clerk Key, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Yes.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Aye.
Motion passed to move forward.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is letter T, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21- for a Class 8 renewal requested for 599 Sibley in Dolton, New Age Land Development LLC. Are you on here? Dorothy, is this vendor on here or their attorney?
Hello, Mayor. This is Mosa for New Age Land Development. How are you?
All right, I'm okay. How you doing?
Good. This is for the property that I own over there in 599 Sibley. It was built in 2008. I built it. It was a bar restaurant before. I built it in 2008. It was a 10-year classification for Class 8 there. It had expired. I had asked a couple of times to get it renewed, and for whatever reason, it kept getting kicked down the road. So I'm hoping to have it renewed for another 10 years due to the situation over there. Property taxes have went from approximately 33,000 now. Last year was about 74,000. 2020 was a very difficult year with rents. We submitted documents to show how the property, rents have gone down in 2020, and it's unable to sustain itself with the property taxes there and keeping the property occupied with valuable business tenants there. Otherwise, it's a condition where we might have to have vacate a lot of the spaces there. So we're respectively requesting a renewal of the Class 8 for that particular shopping center.
George Smith, what up?
Okay, thank you. Board of Trustees, do you have any questions related to the Class 8?
If I can ask, and maybe I'll ask the attorney. Traditionally, in terms of initial Class 8, I've been in favor of them because they help with the development and get in there and give you a 10-year time period to get the business up and established. On renewals, I've been traditionally opposed to them because you've had the benefit of the tax break, and then that also can impact the homeowners within the community. So I understand there has been some increase, but I think that was something that was expected, being a 10-year process for having the initial Class 8. So can you kind of maybe elaborate on, is there a special scenario or something different that would that other than the fact that the taxes have increased? Because I think a lot of homeowners also feel that same thing.
When it was a Class 8, we had built it, and the property had brought in substantial tenants, and they had kept the taxes at a reasonable price. Those are all gross leases in that particular plaza. A couple of them have been there since the initial of construction when we opened up that building in 2008. There's just no way at the current tax value that property is going to stay occupied. There's no way that we're going to get $10 to $12 just for square foot for taxes. There's going to be vacancies at that property. I've tried many times. I've hired brokers to possibly get. Right now, it's based upon $500 to $650 of property tax and the rent. Without the Class 8, you're looking at $8 to $10 square foot for taxes. There's just no way to have tenants there. There's no way to keep those tenants there. We had lost Subway. We had lost another tenant that was there. Currently there's a tobacco store there, but there was another tenant that vacated because of the rent. The current salon there is paying 50% rent right now. The Jimmy's is paying 75% of what the rent was before. And there's just no way to that property to continue operating at any kind of 80 or 75% capacity at the rent. There's just no way to get the rent, and I just hate that property to be with vacant space. There was always been, a pretty occupied property, businesses in that area.
Okay, well, thank you. Any other questions?
Oh, yeah, ma'am, I'll be recognized.
Sure,
I know you gave us the amount per square feet. Can you give us the amount in general? So I guess I'm wondering, without the typically, where are you now, and where are you normally when you have the Class 8? I guess I'm wondering the difference.
With the Class 8, it's between $450 and $650. Taxes would be, that's besides the insurance and common area expenses. That's just property taxes. Without the Class 8, you're looking at $8 to $10 square foot in taxes.
This is
property
a
is about
test donation for
10,050 square feet
$28.
total. That's the entire plaza. So to have somebody come into that particular plaza to ask them to pay $8 to $10 a square foot in taxes is just virtually impossible. Unfortunately, there's other units in that area and other villages that can get a lot cheaper. So it's going to force that property to have a lot of vacancies, and I prefer not to have vacancies. And I'm sure the village knows that vacancies can even reduce property taxes based upon vacancies. I don't want to do that. I'd rather keep the property occupied with tenants instead of having vacancies and forcing the property to not to be sustainable. That's all. So without the Section 8, without the Class 8, you're looking probably $8 to $10 a square foot. With the property tax, with the Class 8, you're looking, I hope, between $5 and $4.50 and $6.
Get you. That's what I was wondering. Okay.
I have one question. Mayor, can I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
Okay. How much are you paying in property taxes without the Class 8? How much will you be paying?
When there was Class 8, it was between 35 and 38. 2020 was about 74,500.
With the Class 8?
Without. It hasn't had Class 8, I think, for a year now. It's been expired.
Okay. So without the Class 8, you're at 74. But when you had the Class 8, between 35 and 38.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it was 40,000 maybe 1 year max.
All right, any other questions?
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Yeah, trustee.
Mayor, can I be recognized? This
trustee.
is for possibly the attorney. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can.
This is for the attorney, possibly. Does it have to be a 10-year Class 8, or is there other options outside of a 10-year?
I've never heard of a 5 year or less, but I mean, we can deal with a 5 year. I'm fine with a 5 year and deal with it in 5 years. We just need some kind of relief now. I'm not just a lawyer. I'm also the owner of the property.
No, I was asking the village attorney, sir.
Yes, Trustee Belcher. The renewal is for a set time period. I don't believe you could do like incremental renewals like for 5 years. But this is Jimmy Vasili's. This is his arena. This is what he does. But I'm looking at the Class 8 renewals, and it is for a set time period as established by the county. So it's not something that we can just make it up as we go along.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Yes, just for me, excuse me, Mayor, might be recognized with Ms. Raines. Ms. Raines, so you saying I know it's a set time. So our option is to grant the 10-year period or not, correct?
That's my understanding, but I would defer to Mr. Vasili because he's the expert in the this tax incentive area. He handles all of the Class 8 tax incentive requests for the village.
Okay, is Vasili on? Thank you, thanks.
He is not, but I can get an opinion for you on that. I will ask him for that opinion, and I can circulate it to the board.
Thank you, thanks.
Okay, here no more questions, or are there any more questions? Okay, can you poll the board and see if they would like to move forward with the Class 8 as it relates to, what's the address? 599 Sibley, Clerky.
Sure. Trustee Steve?
Okay with it.
Trustee Norwood?
Let's move forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward. November the 1st meeting.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
No problem. Next on the agenda is letter U. I know it's a lot of letters, boy. Discussion and possible action regarding resolution 21- related to a contract to hire Optima Lab to perform weekly COVID-19 testing and unvaccinated Village of Dolton employees, unless an employee has a religious or medical exception. This was put on by Trustee House. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. I know we had previously spoke about a company doing the service, so this is a competitive, I guess, proposal. This one I was interested in hearing out because they had an opportunity where the village can do a similar service without it being a cost to the village residents or taxpayers. So I want to ask Mr. Franklin if he and his team are ready. I would like to give the presentation to the board and the community.
Okay, thank you. You can, what's his name?
Mr. Daniel Franklin, and Mr. Franklin, if you can introduce your team, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and trustees and clerk. Good to see everyone. I'm so excited to be in this meeting this evening. Thank you so much again. I have with me my counterparts, Dr. Richard Watson. He'll be speaking on the science and the technical piece, the science piece behind testing versus PCR versus rapid testing. And also the importance of it as well. I have Gladys in Dallas and Rosa Linda in Dallas as well. They'll be talking about the technicalities of the lab and how the lab is able to withstand and handle, all of the testing requirements and the staffing piece as well, as far as us getting the testing done at each facility as well, and how this whole process will be covered to the Village of Dolton. I've had the privilege for a number of years. Well, first, to just give a background, my family actually did business in Dolton. My family owned Sibley Boulevard and also on Greenwood did business in Dolton. MusicNet School of Music was one of you guys' I guess businesses in the community for a number of years in the Village of Dolton. So I'm not a stranger to the Village of Dolton by any long shot or anything like that. And so, I've been owning for a number of years a home healthcare agency, and our home healthcare agency has been the main focus of it has been to go into the waste places, as the Bible would say, and turn them into the Garden of Eden. So we wanted to give great healthcare to low-income communities, as well as in higher revenue earning communities as well, and trying to bridge the gap between the disparities of healthcare in both facets. So when it relates to testing, I did bring my team together so that we can speak on that and how we're able to bring this lab, Optimal Lab, to the Village of Dolton. Actually, we're free of charge, and it's covered completely by the CARES Act. And my counterparts will discuss that. I'm trying to see I'm going to share my screen just for a moment. I'm going to turn the floor over to Gladys. She's going to talk about the lab and the processes with the lab and all the technical sides of the lab. And we're going to have Dr. Watson, who has done over 50,000 tests nationwide. Optimal Lab has literally, we've been from coast to coast doing testing. I'm talking about not just PCR testing, but rapid testing as well from all across the nation. With Gladys and Linda, we have made it, and Dr. Watson, we have been able to reach and test in California, Florida right now, where we're servicing right now 78 nursing homes right now in the state of Florida, and we're getting their test results back within 24 hours. We are so committed to the process of making sure that we can give accurate testing that we have even so much as so got on chartered our private jetliners. Not only just that, but we've also contracted with Delta, United, and American Airlines as well to make sure that we're able to hit all of these communities across, not just locally in Chicago, but across the nation. We have also picked up testing 5,600 people at the Ford plant on Torrance. We started there just this past Friday, and we're doing testing there as well as in Chicago Heights as well. So the whole entire mandate for us to test at the Ford plant for all the shifts at both the stamping plant in Chicago Heights as well as for the Ford plant in on Torrance. We've just started that process as of October 15th, and we're grateful for it. And what we want to do is bring the same thing to the village of Dolton. So I brought online Gladys, and we have a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully I can get it going on Zoom. I did send it to Trustee House as well, if he wants to share it as well with the rest of the trustees and with the mayor as well. And then what we'll be able to do is that from that point, Dr. Watson will then come in and speak to the science of the whole matter. I don't want to just come in and just talk about what we can test and what we can do, but we want to talk about the importance of it and actually bring some legitimacy to a lot of things that's happening, not just in Illinois, but also to our nation, and so we can stop the spread of COVID-19. Gladys, go ahead and take over from here, please.
Your mic on.
Gladys, your mic on?
Yeah, on our end, it showed that you don't have it muted, but we can't hear you. Maybe turn the volume up, maybe? Nothing. Okay. Now, did you want to go to Richard?
You know what? I'll just,
Iceberg.
Is there a way that the media host, they said that my screen, the host has disabled my participation to share the screen. Is there any way for me to share that, or how would I be able to show this slide?
Yeah, Ontario, can you share his screen so we can view what he sees?
Yeah, I'm working on it now.
Okay, thank you.
And Gladys, at the same time, please, can you, it must be something with your audio for your internet. Maybe you can log out, Gladys, and come back in. It's funny how we have to do this, right? Times are challenging.
Mr. Franklin, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Here we go. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, let me make it bigger. So, Optimum Lab.
I'm gonna speed up the presentation a little bit.
We have, of course, we've been doing testing across the United States, not just here in Chicago, but across the United States. Our mission has been for us to, work with companies, nursing homes. We basically started out by, we tested not just COVID-19, but we actually do from the whole array of medical laboratory, whether it be from urine all the way down to urine samples to toxicology. And now, since the biggest piece of what's going on right now is COVID-19, that's been our biggest tackle. The importance of testing, I'll leave that up to Dr. Watson for him to go over that. There is an onboarding process that we do that makes everything very, very simple. We will come out, we will deploy our team of nurses in our clerical staff to come out, and what we would do from that point is that we will position it and get everyone's information from all the employees via from water department, police department, fire department, what have you, village hall. We will come in and do an onboarding of everyone's the information, their names and things of that nature, which we would give the village and HR access to a portal. And that portal will actually be access to you guys after we have a medical director as well that will be positioned and also given to the village as well, so that you guys can make sure that you guys stay in compliance. One thing that you guys don't want to do is that it's violation of HIPAA law. A lot of companies they claim that they can do testing. I mean, rapid testing is good, but a non-medical MD or MP cannot display or give out medical information to anyone if they're not medically inclined, or they don't have, or they're not a doctor or MP. So we do provide you guys with a medical personnel as well and nurses as well at each location. Our process is very, very simple. We come in one day, we start doing the onboarding, or we can do it right there on site. But to make sure that we don't have a bottleneck effect, we will start doing the onboarding prior to us coming in to do testing. I told you about the digital transformation and everything like that as far as with the platform. And we also have our own carrier service that will come out to the facilities and also pick up those specimens at the end of the day for testing. That's for the PCR test. And Dr. Watson will talk about the difference in between the rapid testing, which we will be able to perform with the Village Hall and with also with all the employees that's connected to the village. He'll be able to speak on that level. And then also, not only will we do have the carrier come out to come pick up the specimens, but we say 24 hours just to give us some leeway. But with the PCR test, as soon as it's picked up, we'll be able to get you your test results back within 4 to 6 hours after they're picked up. Client support, again, is that if there's any issues or anything that you guys need or anything to know how to make or how to make each patient feel at ease if they do test positive, we have support for that as well via telemedicine as well. I'm going to move past some of this stuff. We all know what the cases of COVID-19 are in across the United States and things of that nature. We also know that the scale of the outbreak is currently going up. We know that people right now are dealing with issues right now. We have the Lambda variant that's been coming out as of lately, which is moving and being transmitted very more higher than COVID-19 or the Delta variant. Like I told you, that the first steps, again, will be the onboarding. We will get a standing order from our physician. And the physician that we can have could be Dr. Watson or whoever the village chooses to be that physician on board. We would gather and submit all employees' information. We would specify the testing date. And then on top of that, we would also, hold on one second. I'm sorry. We would specify the testing date, and then I can't go back. Hold on, let me remove this out the way. And then provide you guys with the information. So the way how we would inform each and every person is via, the way how we would inform each employee or each person is via, it would be transmitted to the CDC as well as to the Illinois Department of Public Health. And then after the doctor then discusses it with the patient, then whoever is a part of HR, then he will let that person know as well that they're dealing with or that the symptoms of or a positive person has COVID-19 as well. What we do, we'll track your symptoms. So each and every person, like I said before, we'll have a doctor that will be dealing with telemedicine. So they will track your symptoms. We'll tell them what to do as far as stay indoors, isolating them, telling them what regimens they need to do, whether it be rest or hydrating themselves or either going to go see a physician. I'm going to pass the torch now to Dr. Watson at this time so Dr. Watson can go ahead and talk about the science of this whole situation and the need for us to get tested for COVID and also the difference between rapid and PCR.
Thank you.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Can I chime in just a little bit? So Dr. Watson, we definitely want to hear the presentation. Can we kind of summarily go through it, not to be rude, we still have other items as well on here. And I do want to make sure that there's time for question and answers from the mayor, clerk, or board members.
Certainly. I don't have a presentation to go through. I just go through some things off the cuff, so to speak. First of all, thanks for having me, Mayor. Madam Mayor, good to see you again. Trustees, nice to meet you all. Some of you may remember me from previous events in the area. I am the CEO of Emergent Med Staffing, and we do serve the South Suburban area in partnership with IDPH and, of course, with Optimal Labs. I will just go into what we do in terms of from the medical side. We come to the needed events, needed areas, and bring the medical provision. So that's the staff, the nurse, as Dan mentioned, the medical director, which in many cases is myself. We do rapid testing and then PCR testing, actually both at the same time. We also have additional tests for antibodies, which can be discussed at a later moment with my standing concern here is rapid and PCR. We take the interpretation of those results and then deliver those to the patients. Our service is full service, it's a wraparound service. So it's not just testing, it's screening, testing, treatment, prevention. So we offer everything from the initial screen through the vaccination to actual treatment with antibody therapy to those who need it. We also do telemedicine follow-ups on all these patients. So it's a 360 or wraparound service that we have built and provided since the pandemic broke at least hit the States in late February of 2020. And so without further ado, I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to let you know what kind of services you can get and expect when we engage with townships such as yourself. And again, you can check with other townships such as Hazel Crest and Dalton, Burnham, Flossmoor, Chicago Heights, and others that we've done screening and partnering with over the past year.
Can you hear me now? This is Gladys from Optimal Labs, your advocate. Thank you. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties, but I know that Dan took care of the presentation and that Dr. Watson pretty much answered all the questions because we did receive your feedback, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that. Dr. Watson, do you have a copy of it? Because I believe that I would like for you to address the first one, which is regarding the antigen blood test.
I don't have a copy of it, but you can shoot any question you want.
Okay, so their concern is that we are not offering the more accurate antigen blood test, but only the nose or saliva, so the PCR, oral, and nasal.
Right, so that's a legit question, but I think you have to understand the place of each test. So the rapid test is an important test. It has its limitations, and the rapid test should be accompanied by a confirmatory PCR test. What do I mean by that? Well, the rapid test is excellent if you have symptoms between days 2 and we can go as far as 10 days. Okay, we all know that the virus can inflict its damage anywhere from day 1 to day 14. So you can go 14 days of being asymptomatic, and on the 14th day become symptomatic. Okay, rapid test is great in that time period between days 2 and day 10. You can get a negative rapid test on a positive person on the first day of infection. You can get a negative rapid test on a positive patient on day 11. The PCR confirmatory will pick up that negative test. Okay, that's where the strength of the way we do tests comes in. Now, there may be sometimes during screening where I may indicate to the testers that I want an antibody test. And that's just a third type of test, but it gives us almost a complete picture of what's going on with those individuals. Is that all the time? No. But again, there is the benefit of the screening process. Okay, it's not just a blind test where you stick up something on somebody's nose and you get a result and nobody knows what to do with that result. There's medical knowledge behind this, there's medical interpretation behind it.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. And then I just want to address number 3 and number 4 in your letter to us regarding the testing in facilities. We will be going out to whichever facilities you would want us to go to, and with enough employees to take care, enough clinicians to take care of your employees. Same goes for number 7 regarding the kits. We will handle the kits and the supplies, including the couriers, so that you would not have to worry. And then number 9, the concern about Dolton residents. I do know from that Dr. Watson, and Dr. Watson, you correct me if I'm wrong, that we will be hiring clinicians from Dolton, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we love to hire local. So, you know, if there's any persons who are interested in working in Dolton, we can absolutely, you know, bring them on staff. And what we do is not just bring them on staff, but we'll bring them on staff and give them the proper orientation and training. If it's
I'm sorry, from my end, from Care Advocate's end, Care Advocate is the staffing agency. We're licensed by the Illinois Department of Labor and also IDPH. We do have over 250 people out in the field, nurses, CNAs, LPNs, and we do have a lot of clinicians that are from Dolton. So if we would need to hire more, we will.
And just to address the other thing as well, and it won't just be for the city of Dolton, but we have other testing sites that we're doing testing in, not just here in Illinois, but across the country. So this will be an ongoing effort for us to employ those clinicians that are in the village of Dolton, but they can also work either whether it be in home healthcare, whether it be in staffing and working at nursing homes, whether it be with going and doing emergency room medicines with Dr. Watson and whatnot. Dr. Watson has spent a number of years as an emergency room doctor and still works right now with Franciscan. As of today, is on staff and on staff doctor.
Well, let me just say that we staff Franciscan, Ingalls, South Suburban, Rush, et cetera, et cetera. So we have 3 urgent cares as well. So when I say we're looking for people, we're always looking for people. So.
Okay, so I got a couple questions as relates to what tests are you currently conducting? Which test?
Currently, we use a rapid antigen test.
Okay.
We use an antibody test.
Okay.
And we use a PCR test. So there's only 3 tests. We do all 3.
Okay.
Is that what blood? Is that what prick of the finger?
The antigen, excuse me, the antibody is the prick of the finger. Now, for rapid testing, for testing required by the government, that is not one of them. But I mentioned that earlier, however, because in some particular cases, there's a question that is still posed after the screening, and that test will answer the question for us.
So what manufacturer does this test, like the blood test?
Which manufacturer for the antibody test?
Yeah.
I would have to look. I would have to look in the office and see which one we're using. We only select ones that are EUA approved and that have a confidence or 95 or above specificity in terms of specificity and sensitivity in terms of how well that test is going to be accurate.
Okay, so you saying that was 95% accuracy?
I believe the one we have right now is 96 and 94.
So which we break it down from the antibody is 96 and the rapid is 94?
96% sensitive, 94% specific. I want to say this less scientifically. It's let's just say it's correct at least 95% of the time.
Okay, and when was the EUA approved?
The EUA was approved of that in 2020.
2020. Okay, and was this FDA approved?
The one that's FDA approved right now is the antigen test that we're using.
Okay. And then your results, when do we get them back? Is it same day?
So with the antibody and the rapid test, you get them back in 15 minutes.
I like her questions. You better be able to answer them. I like her questions.
15 minutes. Okay.
So whoever gets tested will have paperwork with them at that point before they leave the facility.
Okay, and then I see that you have a medical director, so you're going to have one? Because I know on the stuff we read it was saying that we had to provide it.
Well, I mean, I serve as a medical director for all of our COVID sites, but if you have your own, it's you're welcome to use that person.
No. We're not going to do it. Let's make sure that you're going to do it. I know.
No, it ain't coming out of our pocket. We would make sure it coming out of your pocket. You damn right, Tiffany about the money. Hey, listen. Are you gonna be providing that?
I serve as the medical director.
So you'll be there. Okay, then how many nurses?
We have staff. Our nursing staff is currently at 15, and our MAs are at 20. But like I said, in Dolton, it would be great to have. I know you guys requested that we use Dolton. Trust me, we would love to have people from Dolton working in Dolton. It would make things really good for us. Every time we open up, we bring on new employees, and so it's an opportunity to really expand and increase the workforce.
Okay, what's the name of the test that you got?
Biax now.
Biax.
Biax.
BIO.
BIANX. Biax. And then Care Start.
Care. CARE.
Start.
Okay.
And then the antibodies, I'm not in the Hazel Crest office right now where we store those, but I have to go in there and look for them.
Okay. And then are you billing the staff, or how are you doing with billing?
We're part of CARES Act. So how CARES Act works is anybody who has insurance, insurance has to pay for their testing, no matter how frequent it is. Anyone who doesn't have insurance just needs to prove that they are a citizen. So they have to have a license or a social security number, and CARES Act will pay for their tests.
Okay, so you have to wait to be reimbursed.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that means that there's zero cost that will come to the village of Dolton.
Okay. And how much is each billing to the insurance?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I know that CARES Act pays the same rate as Medicaid, and so that's variable.
No cost to the village. That's considerable.
Okay.
I don't do the billing directly.
Okay. What? Give me like an estimate. Like most times when they do this, what is the cost to the resident? Is it $200? Is it $500? Like what's the numbers?
For the residents, nothing, because we're part of CARES Act.
For insurance, so you still get paid. I know it's nothing upfront, but you're getting paid because you're charging their insurance.
Yeah, it could be. Like I said, it's a Medicaid rate, so that could be variable anywhere from $25 to $65, depending upon which insurance or Medicaid MCO that is they're associated with.
And let me.
So you don't know how much exactly you're charging the insurance company? Because I would hate for you to just make up prices as you go along because the insurance is gonna cover it. Do you have a price that you actually gonna be charging? That
which insurance or Medicaid MCO they're associated with.
And let me just make this clear too, Madam Mayor, is that just so I can make sure the question is correct, you're asking what would be the cost from the resident. Again, that there won't, even though we're billing the insurance and also we're billing for those that don't have insurance, the CARES Act, there is no deductible that will be included in that cost or anything like that. So it'll be completely free for every single person that gets tested. The village doesn't have to
in my opinion, all this COVID stuff was a cash grab. Like they literally had free money to do stuff for COVID, and they had to find things to spend the money on, like literally, and everybody had the same situation, and they had stipulations in the COVID package that it has to be for COVID, so people was finding stuff to basically apply for some benefits for it, even if they didn't have it. It was given free money, and all you got to do is find the right way that you can apply for something, and that's what everybody was doing, especially major corporations. Ooh wee! But that's neither here nor there. And I ain't trying to have YouTube try to hit me because anytime you talk about this type of stuff, they don't want you talking about it. So let's move on.
Have to have a back portion where they have to pay on the backside or anything like that. It's completely 100% government funded. Right now, if you chose to go get a test right now, if you felt like, what, I've been around somebody with COVID-19, you can go to Ingalls Hospital, you can go to any urgent care in Flossmoor, not even in your village, and go get tested right now, and you will not be charged. I mean, that's anybody that's trying to charge you.
Well, let me interrupt for a second because they have to be a part of the CARES Act.
Right, they have to be a part of the CARES Act.
We are a part of the CARES Act. Not everybody's a part of the CARES Act. So you go to somebody who's not part of the CARES Act, you get a bill, a regular bill.
Correct. So by us being a part of the CARES Act, and that means that you won't, the city will not receive any charge or anything like that, and that they don't have to even be a part of the community or live in the community for it. So we don't want to just test even just the employees of the village, but if there's any, we want to be a beacon of light to also to the citizens of Dolton as well, where they can come in and get tested as well.
Okay, well, I am in total agreement as it relates to everyone should get tested. My concern is the billing. If somebody don't have insurance, like you just stated, then they will get a bill. And my other concern as it relates to my staff here is that I want them to get a turnaround right away because I don't want them to come in contact with the residents or any other staffers and everybody's sick. I want them to know right then and there if they're sick so then they can go quarantine right away because most companies come before us and they say that we have to wait 24 hours, 48 hours before we know if a person is ill. And
that is what's up.
Now that person has affected all of us. That's another reason why we do Zoom, because right now we have to be cautious of everyone's health. So,
Madam Mayor,
let me just say one more thing.
Before you go there, and I also want to just say this also, Madam Mayor, is that's the reason why we're performing both the rapid testing.
And let's also remember that this isn't Tiffany's proposal. This is House's proposal. So House saw this this company or whatever and this opportunity, and House brought that to the committee, to the board. So Tiffany now is doing what the board of trustees would be doing if she was the one to bring somebody to do a presentation. The board of trustees would have to ask these type of questions in order to get an understanding. So Tiffany's very good at what she's doing. You can tell. The questions she's asking is very legit. And if these guys don't have the right answer, they're going to have a problem. It's starting to get a little shaky with the billing. So let's get a full understanding because it sounds like the people don't have to pay. But then again, if you ask the right questions, you find out, well, they might have to pay. So let's get a full understanding. Yes, she is definitely still the mayor.
For those people that do display symptoms, but then also we're going to do the PCR testing as well, just to make sure that we back it up. Because, Doc, if you could, the accuracy on the PCR testing for a person that's asymptomatic that we don't know that has COVID-19, the PCR test does give us those results versus the rapid testing, correct?
Correct.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What defines a person to be part of the CARES Act? You said if you're not part of the CARES Act.
Yeah, so I want to clarify that because I want to make sure that Madam Mayor has, she said something and I want to make sure we're all clear on it. If you don't have insurance, because we, the Emergency Med Staffing Optimal Lab, are part of the CARES Act, you have to register with the government to be a part of the CARES Act. If citizen A comes to us with no insurance, they will be taken care of and they won't be billed. So I want to make sure that was safe because it sounded like you said if you don't have insurance, you won't get a test. No, it doesn't matter if you have insurance.
Okay, so he's saying that it's, as long as they have the coverage, that everybody who doesn't have insurance is covered. Okay, let's see.
You have insurance. What the CARES Act does, let's say you have insurance, but you don't know what your insurance is. The CARES Act will find whatever insurance that you're listed under and bill that insurance. If there is no insurance that you're listed under, the CARES Act will compensate for that test based upon Medicaid rates. And so you as the person, the CARES Act is about you as the person not having to worry about whether or not you can be tested or not.
Now that question that Tiffany asked is the most important question. Well, if the CARES Act is paying for it, who is paying them? Where is they getting the money from to cover this? It got to come from somewhere.
And
So you
then
as a person, the CARES Act is about you as a person not having to worry about whether or not you can be tested or not.
Right, but what I'm asking is, you just said that if they don't have insurance, they find a rate. Who pays for that? Does that go to
The government? No, it does. No, it does not. No, the United States government pays for that test.
If they don't have insurance?
If they do not have insurance, as long as you are a citizen, of the United States, if you have a social security number attached to your name, you can get tested for no cost to you. That's what the CARES Act states. Now, it's a little different from vaccines. If somebody wants a vaccine, which we also supply, if someone wants a vaccine, you don't have to be a citizen. All you have to have is ID.
Okay, so why don't you have a price as it relates to what you're going to charge the people as it relates to the insurance?
Right. You see, this is where I understand what she's saying. Like, okay, let's say I don't got to pay and you're going to be charging the insurance company. How much are you going to charge them? Well, I don't know. So you don't got a rate that of how much each one of these tests going to cost to do? Because if I sign off on this, it'll give you the leeway to make up prices for the insurance company and even raise prices and overcharge the insurance company because you know that we don't got to pay for it. And that right there is her opening the door for you to be a dishonest man and to rob that insurance company. So she wants you to state on record exactly what you're planning to charge. And that you should know. You got the test. How much would you charge a person for a test? See, this is where you gotta watch these people, and that's why she keep pressing that issue. That's why she keeps pressing that issue. It's like, bro, you gotta know how much you're gonna charge for each person that takes the test, bro. Like, you're not trying to say how much, and then when it's time, you're gonna make up prices and overcharge the insurance company because you know they're gonna pay for it, and that is dishonest.
Okay, so why don't you have a price as it relates to what you're going to charge the people as it relates to the insurance? You don't have a number?
We don't set the prices because we're part of the CARES Act. The CARES Act gives us what they give us, and that's.
We don't set the prices. The CARES Act. Okay, so what is he saying? The CARES Act goes based on Medicaid prices. So Medicaid has a standard price of how much it costs to take a test. Is that what he's saying? Is that what he's saying? Because that sounds like what he's saying. That ultimately, that's what he said. That Medicare determines the price. Or Medicaid determines the price. That sounds like what he's saying.
As it relates to the insurance. You don't have a number?
We don't set the prices because we're part of the CARES Act. The CARES Act gives us what they give us, and that's pretty much it.
Right. So if it's $60, then we're just going to walk away with $60.
Okay, right, you understand it. So I'm saying you guys do other times, what you just stated, right? So
how do you know that it's $60? Who determines that? This is what I'm saying. Like, where do you if it's $60, okay, now that we know it's $60, who came up with the $60? Who told you it's $60? Like, who's setting the prices here? Where are you getting your price from?
Right. So if it's $60, then we're just going to walk away with $60.
Okay, right, you understand it. So I'm saying you guys do other times, what you just stated, right? So what is the dollar amount that you get when you bill people insurance? So I know what my community is going to get charged. What's the dollar amount?
The community doesn't get charged. The community doesn't get charged anything. However many people that we test, we're going to get paid from the CARES Act from that. We're not going to bill the community a single red cent.
How much are you billing the CARES Act, bro? It's like you're not understanding. How much are you going to charge the CARES Act people, bro? Because you got to charge somebody. Whoever's paying, I just want to know, what are you charging those people? It's almost like he's saying, well, since we're not charging you, you shouldn't really have to worry about how much because you don't got to pay it. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, I still want to know how much you're charging people, period. And see if you might be overcharging.
However many people that we test, we're going to get paid from the CARES Act from that. We're not going to bill the community a single red cent, a dollar. You're not going to get, because the government pays us to do the test.
Right, I got that. So I'm saying the government pays you to do the test because it goes through the insurance. I ain't talking about people that don't have insurance. How much are you billing the insurance company? That's
even through the insurance company. Even through the insurance company, it's still covered underneath the CARES Act. So even with the billable rate, there is no copay. There is no spend.
He's not listening to the question, bro. My man, how are you billing the people that's actually paying? So you're saying the CARES Act is paying, right? Okay. How are you billing them? How are you getting the numbers to give them a price for them to pay you? Where you getting that from? Like, where? Tell me how much you charge, Mom. Could you imagine somebody selling you something, you ask them the price and they don't want to tell you? Like, bro, how much is it? Well, see, you don't really got to pay for it, so you shouldn't even really have to worry about the price because it's covered through your insurance. Yeah, but how much is it, though? That's like going to the doctor. You know, you ever go to the doctor, you got insurance, you never know how much your medical bills cost until it's time to pay that shit. Like the doctor don't never tell you like this surgery gonna cost you like 20,000. All the doctor look at is if you got insurance, and then when that motherfucking bill come, and you gotta pay your copay or your deductible and all that shit, that's when you realize how much them niggas charge you. So they don't be wanting to tell you how much, because when you hear the price, you might be like, no. That's ridiculous. But that's what they do to insurance companies. They overcharge them. They always overcharge insurance companies because that's the way they get over.
To the insurance company, even through the insurance company, it's still covered underneath the CARES Act. So even with the billable rate, there is no copay, there is no spend down, there's no other payment that will be charged to any resident, any employee, to the village, to you, to anyone.
I guess. Okay, let me leave it alone. Hold on 1 minute, Trustee. Let me leave it alone because I answer my question. My question to you guys is how much will a resident get charged when you bill the insurance? $60, $100, $200. That's all
So I understand her clearly, but he's playing word games because she said how much is a resident getting charged. He's saying the resident is not getting charged, but the resident is getting charged. They're not paying. You are charging each resident, so each resident costs a fee. It's not coming out the resident's pocket, but they still cost something, and the CARES Act is paying it. So she's asking, what is the price of each resident? And they not giving her the answer, bro. They throwing it. Well, it could be 60. It could. What do you charge to test somebody, bro? What is your charging rate to test someone? You can't tell me the price. Like, bro, stop playing with me, man.
Let me leave it alone because I answer my question. My question to you guys is how much will a resident get charged when you bill the insurance? $60, $100, $200. That's all I want to know. I understand you saying that they won't get billed out of pocket, but I want to know how much is the insurance company paying for this. That's it.
Exactly.
So I get the floor to anyone else. Any other trustees? Questions?
Yes.
Hold on. I mean, listen, it can't get more clearer than that, bro. I completely understand what she's saying because that's exactly what I'm saying. It seems like he's not comprehending, and it makes me feel like it's because they don't want to say the real numbers because they have all intentions of putting whatever number they want, which all the mayor and the trustees have to do is approve this, and they get to fill in the blanks of whatever number they want. And she's trying to get that on record early. You got to tell me what you're gonna be charging these people right now before you even get an approval. They want the approval without giving the price so that they can charge whatever the fuck they want. Not cool. Not cool.
Out of pocket and get charged.
Anyone.
How much?
I guess. Okay, let me leave it alone. Hold on 1 minute, Trustee. Let me leave it alone because y'all not answer my question. My question to you guys is how much will a resident get charged when you bill the insurance? $60, $100, $200. That's all I want to know. I understand you saying that they won't get billed out of pocket, but I want to know how much is the insurance company paying for the test. That's it. But I'll give the floor to anyone else. Any other trustees? Questions?
Yes.
Sure.
I understand what the mayor's asking is what's the actual price that's going to get billed that you get paid for. The question I have is in this state, this vaccinated versus unvaccinated. I know people who got vaccinated and still spread it and still got it. So is there going to be is it something that you come once a week, and is it for everybody, or we're just going to single out the people who have a religious exemption who don't take the vaccine? We just singling them people out and say test them, or we testing everybody because everybody's a potential carrier whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Those people were contractors that are willing to do work in Dolton, but they're not they're not town employees. They're contractors.
Doc.
I mean, that's up to you guys. Whoever you designate to be tested is who we're coming to test. Whoever lines up and says, I want to test, gets a test. It's completely, that part is up to your discretion. If you're mandating your employees and workers get tested, they line up and we will test it. There's not anybody that we're going to turn away and say, well, we're not testing it. In regards to the question regarding, how much the insurance gets billed, that question actually requires more explanation than this conversation can hold, because medical billing is not straightforward billing. Correct. I can bill an insurance company $500 and get paid $5. So it's a very complicated formula regarding that.
He don't want to say the price because, oh man, so when that's why you don't want to say the price, because if you bill them $500 and you only get paid $5, you're gonna need to bill them $5,000 just to get $500. Y'all don't hear me? Y'all don't hear me? Bro, you don't want to give them the actual price, because when you give them the actual price, they probably pay you less. So you're gonna have to charge them more just to get what you want. Is that what you're saying, bro? Because I don't know how you paying you tell them it's $500 and you only get paid $5. What the hell is that? What does that mean, sir?
Is requires more explanation than this conversation can hold, because medical billing is not straightforward billing. Correct. I can bill an insurance company $500 and get paid $5. So it's a very complicated formula regarding that. So much so that we have billing for the past 8-9 months that we have not been paid for.
Bruh, what are you saying, man? Because we talking about regular old testing. We talking about regular old testing, bruh. Are you saying they're not gonna pay you or something? Like, I don't understand. It seemed like he don't want to say the number because he has to fudge the numbers a little bit to get the right payment.
Because we don't know how much we're gonna get.
Right.
So
It worries me for my residents. I'm just telling you.
Shout
because I would never agree to something.
Shout out to Tiffany. She said that worries me for my residents. Like, bro, I don't trust you. I don't trust that you just said. I don't trust it. And I'm sure, now, ladies and gentlemen, understand this. These people are presenting this presentation on behalf of Trustee House. Trustee House is the one who basically wants to consider this. So if Tiffany shoots it down, it could cause some tension because they might feel she's shooting it down because it might be personal. But we all can listen and we all can comprehend. This sounds shady when it comes to the pricing. When it comes to the pricing, that's where it seems like they want freedom to do what they want. And Tiffany has pointed it out, and she sees it, and she doesn't trust it. And I agree with her.
That we have not been paid for because we don't know how much we're going to get.
Right.
So
it worries me for my residents. I'm just telling you because I would never agree to something. I don't know what the bill is going to be. Regardless of, I know you're saying I'm not paying out of pocket. I get that. But still, you're billing my insurance. I would like to know the cost for the overall residents.
Exactly. I mean, come on. You keep trying to assure me that I'm not paying out of pocket, so I don't need to worry about the price. But you're going to charge the insurance company, and what you charging them? Well, I don't need to know. Nah, because you might do some shady stuff.
Ask me. I don't have an answer. You're not telling me anything. You're not giving me any examples of other towns or communities as it relates to what they pay. Like I have no base to go off of. And that's what I'm asking for. But go ahead. Any other trustee?
Yeah, ma'am, I'll be recognized.
Go ahead, trustee. Then we'll come to you, trustee House.
Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, I just had a quick question. I mean, I just for the doctor, I just want to make sure because I think that I'm understanding, but I just want some clarity. So it sounds like he's stating that because he's a part of the CARES Act, if he uses insurance, then the insurance gets billed. But if the person doesn't have insurance, either way, through the CARES Act, the government is paying for the tax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So I guess the ultimate answer, why you all are saying you can't answer with a number, because you're saying, hey, for the most part, because we're doing the billing and because we're part of CARES Act, either way, the government is pretty much paying for it in one way or another.
Correct.
Okay.
Ultimately, the government does enforce.
And there's still a problem because he's not giving a number, meaning that because you're not paying for it, he can charge the government whatever he wants. And she wants to know what he's planning to charge the government. So, we still ain't getting no clarity past that question you just asked.
That insurance companies have to pay for the test if the person's insured. They do enforce that. If there is no way, like you said, if there's no insurance company, like you said, then the government pays for it. Yes.
Got it. And that is why you all are saying, hey, this is free. Either way, it won't cost.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
We are just now starting to see, just this month, starting to see receipts come back from January of this year.
See, now Brittany over there trying to push like, because you don't got to pay for it, you shouldn't have to worry. Like, nah, bro, that number needs to be known to see what kind of people you're dealing with. You got to see what kind of people you're dealing with. And then for Tiffany to sign off on this and not be able to tell the residents how much each test is going to cost, whether they're paying for it or not, that's incompetent. Period.
Got you. So you all are compensated either way, but this is a free service to the residents of Dolton and the employees.
Eventually, we will be compensated, yes.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay, trustee Norwood covered it.
Okay. Any other questions?
One more question. You say people who do get contract COVID-19 or coronavirus, y'all help out with some therapies?
Yes.
Or help out with what's some of the therapies that you actually help out that you have?
Well, we do telemedicine visits that we will have in place for anyone that contracts COVID, and then Doc talk about the telemedicine as well as with the therapy regimen that you have as well.
Yeah, so in our clinic, our COVID clinic in Hazel Crest, we're doing antibody therapy, and that right now is an FDA EUA approved treatment. Previously restricted to inside the hospital, and now they have allowed for treatment in our COVID clinics. And so that is the most up-to-date treatment available for COVID-19. You may have recalled antibody therapy being given to the former president and his staff when he got sick, and that is what allowed him to recover within 2 days. Excuse me. And so that is the most up-to-date treatment. We've been doing telemedicine and sort of symptomatic care up to the point where we got the FDA approval for these antibody therapies.
Okay, any other questions?
Which, by the way, is also taken care of by the CARES Act treatment.
Okay, let me
That I can tell you the price of. That
we still ain't get the number or even an estimate.
I know that is a $450 treatment that is taken care of by the government.
Is that the monoclonal?
That is the monoclonal antibodies. That's correct.
Okay, my other question was for just to clear the insurance thing up. If the insurance don't pay, then the CARES Act's covered, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then as it relates to, is it Abbott? Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Abbott Labs, is that it?
Optimal Labs?
Optimal Labs, is it?
Yes.
No, not that. I'm going over my notes. I wrote a bunch of notes right here for you. You wrote in here that we had to do the test, I guess, when they do the swabs or whoever be here, and then someone has to pick it up.
Correct. So no, you guys will not have to perform any tests. As was stated previously, we will deploy a staff, nurses, clinicians, or MAs as well to each facility, whether it be at the Village Hall, if you want them done, if you want us to test at all the locations, we can have so that there won't be any bottlenecks, so that people won't run late for work or do anything. There will not be any waiting. We'll be able to have staff at the fire department, staff at the police department, staff at the water department, staff at the Village Hall, wherever you guys want staff at, we'll be able to have staff there throughout all the shifts or the hours that you guys want them to be there. They'll come in and test once a week. We'll be able to know one with the 15-minute rapid testing. We'll also have the antigen testing as well as the PCR test will be available. So we'll perform 3 tests, all at those designated locations, and they'll be able, and our staff will take care of all of that. So and the only thing that we would ask from the village is that you guys just send us over employees or MAs, nurses, emergency room, EMTs, they want to come and work or anything like that. They can come and work with us and we can employ them. That's the only thing we require from the village. And we'll cover the payroll. We're not asking for the village to pay for it or anything like that. Our company will pay for it. We are a multi-million-dollar corporation. Dr. Watson, himself, myself, and Gladdy, we have a multi-million-dollar corporation that we own.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the board? Okay, moving forward, can you do a consensus to see if the board would like to move this to the next board meeting?
Okay, motion to move forward to the November the 1st board meeting. Trustee Steve?
Yes, aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Let's move forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye, keep going.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward to the November 1st board meeting.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
See you next time.
All right,
Okay.
okay.
Next on the agenda is V, discussion of possible action related to contract to hire Agile Technology LLC to perform weekly COVID-19 testing of unvaccinated Village of Dolton employees unless an employee has a religious or medical situation. Where is he at? Is he on here?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh God, oh my eyes. Rod, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and trustees and other department heads and such. So Agile Technologies has been providing rapid COVID testing to the south suburbs. We have location at River Oaks Mall, so we're already part of the community. And I'll put it this way: we don't have to guess about some very, very key things. This is not respectfully, everybody. This is not just a financial decision. Or conversation. This is a public health decision. And you have to have a discussion about protocols, about methodologies, and about processes. It is completely insufficient to not know which test is going to be administered. Our tests were approved on May 29th and I believe October 3rd. We have 2 of the only tests that were approved for point of care. That means that they are so accurate that it requires a low complexity environment. We give the results in 10 minutes. That means that when someone is infected, that we're going to give them the results right there on the spot, and they should be escorted from the environment and given proper advice on isolation, and if they need to inform people at home, or if people at work need to be informed as well. So you can't say we're going to send out results and then we're going to do this other thing as well, and not have a way of keeping things safe even in the test environment. So we do not have an onboarding process. We do it really easily, everybody. It's a free phone app, and everyone gets a link. They download it to their phone. They put in a bit of information, and when their test result is ready in 10 minutes, it's loaded into their phone app, and they have it right away. They can use that for going back, proving up their status, so they can go to work, so they can go to school, even so that they have that for travel. It's extremely important that we do not have an onboarding process or anything that puts people in unsafe circumstances. One of the things that Agile does is we have, of course, there's going to be social distancing. In addition to that, we're going to have air purification units in place in the testing environment for everyone's safety. In addition to that, we're going to have someone on site ensuring that everyone who's getting tested walks in the door and keeps a mask on at all times. We're going to make sure that people are separated or bifurcated when they're tested, when they get their test results as well. It's extremely important that we're able to give the type of test that we do for something that was not talked about earlier. So I'm going to give you a couple statistics. Up to 40 to 45% of people who have COVID are asymptomatic. What was not discussed is that a PCR test misses asymptomatic carriers up to 86% of the time.
They was selling
If
for
you all go back in your
COVID,
memory bank,
boy.
and I'll talk about the most famous ones, the
Boy,
Binex Now or Abbott's Lab tests
everybody
were the ones that were
pitching.
used at the White House
Everybody
when
pitching
they
to get
when
a
they had the super spreader
contract.
rates. It was then
Get
discussed
some of that
that
free
test was up to
COVID
48%
money.
inaccurate. So let's be very, very clear. Our tests are 98+% accurate. So by doing the 2 tests, we can eliminate statistically false positives and false negatives, and the specificity on both tests is 100%. A PCR test cannot differentiate between certain pathogens and certain other findings. So that's part of what's going on. It also sounds like in doing the homework, I want to be careful about representing us well and allowing that other company to represent themselves well. But if you're going to talk about jobs creation and economic development, please let it be authentic. We already hire people from the community. We're already members of the community in the River Oaks Mall.
Oh, we took shots at the other. He just took some shots at the other company.
We will be providing testing on an as-needed basis, Monday through Friday, at village designated locations. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, we have the River Oaks Mall location where individuals can come. It's extremely important that everyone is tested at the same time as well. So the 172 employees must be tested at the same time. Otherwise, it will open the village up to litigation because you will be commingling infected with the uninfected and the vaccinated with the unvaccinated. Please understand this, that because of the Delta variant, which is actually responsible for more than 98% of the infections, it's not Lambda, it's not Mu, it's not Kappa, it's the Delta variant right now. It carries up to 1,000 times more the viral load in the mouth, the nose, and in the body as well. So we have to be extremely careful about the advice that we give people and the timeliness of that. So we're gonna make sure that if someone comes in, they are tested, they are identified whether they have the virus or not. The second thing, folks, is that to truly understand if someone is ready to come back to work, ready to go back to school, or if you have an employee with people who are sick at home, it requires a second test because there is an incubation period. So 2 tests are what are required on different dates to actually establish a negative status, not one individual test. Let's be very clear. PCR testing misses asymptomatic carriers up to 86% of the time. PCR testing, which is the one that is painful and goes up into the sinus cavity, is good for a 7-day period when individuals have symptoms, but almost half of people do not have symptoms. There's another part of the health, and let's be very pointed on the health discussion as well. An antibody test must be done on everyone at the beginning, and that is because a person has to be not exposed or completely recovered to be vaccinated. Only under those circumstances will the body mount a proper response. So that is why we do both of those tests immediately. That is how we will increase the number of vaccinated people as well. So ultimately, we want to drive down the cost. And in terms of cost, I can address that very simply. I'm not looking at whatever the proposal says, but I think it's $100 for both tests or something like that. Yes, that is the cap. That's it. A lot of labs and companies, and I will provide the articles, have been billing the government and insurance companies $300, $500, $700, or even thousands of dollars per test. Simply put, folks, we are in this for public safety. We're in this to do good business. It is simply not a good business model not to say I'm not going to be paid for 8 or 9 months and I'm okay with that. You can't sustain a business well on that. You all shouldn't even want a vendor who's not going to, how can I say, want to be paid for their services. The other thing is, if we're going to have a discussion about local hiring, we're going to be paying $20 per hour. I've stated that weeks ago, and I state that consistently now. That's going to be for the people doing test administration. We have locations at River Oaks Mall and a 5,000 square foot facility at Fort City Mall that is a testing and will be a training center as well. Let me stop for a moment and answer any questions that anyone might have.
Anybody got any questions for Rod?
No.
Yeah, may I be recognized? Yeah, so I actually have used Rod's facility when I pays myself to his facility in River Oaks. And I actually like the facility. I guess what I'm wondering is what's the cost? So how would the billing work with you all?
Absolutely. So I want to not be shy about something, folks. Hundreds of billions of dollars have been allocated for COVID testing and COVID safety concerns, some of which we haven't even talked about. So you got the ARP money for this. So I believe it's going to be $100 for both tests. We are going to bill the insurance. Whatever we bill that insurance for will be paid back to the village, folks. So that addresses a large part of the financial concern. That way, we try to make it a zero-sum expenditure for the village in as many ways as possible. But I'm going to be really honest with you, because of all of you all who like to go out to a restaurant and you like steak or lobster or this or that, the other, when's the last time that you went and sought the best food for free? When's the last time that you went to a restaurant and they couldn't tell you what they were serving you and how safe it was? We administer tests that are FDA approved under the emergency use authorization. One is an antibody test, one is an antigen test. They were approved specifically on May 29th and October 3rd, and they are 2 of the only test, folks, again, that are approved for point of care service. That is outside of a hospital, an urgent care facility, or other. That's extremely important. And I think I've given you all a PowerPoint presentation or brochures or such with the accuracy of the other tests, which is more than 98% for both tests. One is Helgen Scientific, and the other is Access Bio. So those are the 2 specific tests that we're using. And Trustee Norwood, again, on the cost, I believe it's $100 per person for both tests. I believe it's $65 or something like, or $95 for both, maybe $65 or $70 for one test. And then again, we do bill the insurance. We are transparently going to provide that information to the village so you can see what we are billing and what we are paid. And we're going to pay the village back what it pays, either credit or such. I want to address a couple things really, really quickly, folks. Specifically in the safety planning, law enforcement, as far as police officers, this is so detrimental that it's nuts. Police officers have died from COVID 5 times more than they have died under other circumstances. That's number one. In terms of compliance with the Department of Labor, there's a $14,000 fine for each person for each occurrence. So say, for instance, you all miss getting results, they're mistesting for a week or something like that. The potential fine for 172 employees is $2.4 million, actually $2,408,000. We want to be clear about something as well. Everyone remanded into custody by the police department should be tested for their own safety and for the safety of the community and the police officers. Then it would also be their choice that police officers could be tested, could be tested on a more regular basis, and that individuals who are released from custody should be tested as well. That's something in particular. It is extremely critical to get same-day results, not 24 hours, not processed in 4 to 6 hours. So if you take a look at the white papers or the documentation for the companies that do PCR testing, what they do not tell you is that they're supposed to be processed within 1 hour of the sample being taken. Otherwise, that compromises the results. And there are many other circumstances under which the results are compromised. That is an impossibility with us simply because we don't need a lab. We're going to have everything processed right on site. But you know what? I did want to just stop and make sure that I addressed. This is a good way. The way that we plan to do it, I believe, is a good way to increase the percentage of vaccinated people. I believe about a month ago, that percentage in Dolton was about 28% or something like that. In the state of Illinois, I believe it's about 52 or 53%. We need to get that percentage up in the 80s, folks. And unfortunately, the longer that the number of unvaccinated people stays very high, that presents particular peril to the village of Dolton and surrounding areas as well.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. Can I be recognized?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What's the cost to an individual who doesn't have insurance?
None whatsoever. It would be under what we presented. It will be paid by the village through the ARP funds, through the recovery plan funds, and then reimbursed. There will be no billing to the individual. So if we were billing the insurance for that individual, not under these circumstances, it is very likely that individual will get a bill. However, the individual will never get a bill, period.
So you're using funds that were given to the village, and then you're going to reimburse them.
Absolutely. And we're going to provide either biweekly or monthly reports of that. We're going to be extremely transparent because, like I said, I can provide you many articles where companies were billing in between, I hate to even say the amounts, upwards of 300, 500, 700, in some cases, thousands of dollars for each test. We are not going to gouge the individual residents. We are not going to gouge the village because, look, for the village to move forward successfully, the most important thing at this point is a foundation of sound public health policies and protocols. That's something that we can support, and we can support it on a 7-day basis, again, with giving the most accurate information, the fastest, in testing sites that are going to be protected by air purification units. And then there's other options that we have as well that are extremely affordable in terms of having air purification installed into the village hall, the police department, or other buildings as needed, because COVID is something that we can track through respiration, and it does travel between floors in the air duct system. And that's something that has not even been discussed. It's an option. It's something that will bear a great amount of good results for you all in terms of public safety.
One more question. So the air purifiers, what's the cost to the village?
The individual portable units that handle approximately 2,000 square feet are in the neighborhood of $2,000. Because of the global demand, the prices have been changing just a bit. We would do it, as much toward, close to cost as possible. And then it's approximately 30 to 50 cents per square foot per each building as far as the HVAC-based air purification. That's important because that's the way of keeping an environment safe all the time. You have to have multiple layers of protection. So testing is the first. Wearing a mask, of course, the air purification units, and then we even have individually worn devices, which are bipolar ionization devices, which damage the membrane of coronavirus and render it unable to infect an individual, or it creates clusters around the coronavirus cell and makes it larger so it cannot fit through an N95 mask. So again, N95 masks will be provided to the people that we test as well. That's not something that anybody has talked about as well.
You said it's playing too fast, you can't understand? No problem. I was trying to get through it because, most of that COVID stuff is over already. But I'll slow it down.
They should not be the 3-ply surgical masks. They should not be the fashion masks. And everybody, the bling and the Gucci and the Louis Vuitton masks are cute, but they don't serve very much of a safety purpose. So we're going to make sure that everybody has the most, the best mask to wear as soon as they step in for testing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, if I can be recognized.
Trustee.
Okay, so my question is, because I think we heard the previous presentation and yours, are you stating that the previous company is not qualified? Because I think I heard both companies will do all 3 tests, the antigen, PCR, and the third one. Are you stating they're not qualified, or kind of help me out here?
Well, I can't speak to their qualifications because I don't know their individual credentials, but I'll tell you this. Shouldn't it caution you if somebody can't even tell you what test they're using, when it was approved, if it was approved for a point of care, what is and how specifically accurate it is? Not in generalities. I could pull that up on the screen. I don't have to guess. I don't have to go to another facility.
Shots. He taking shots at the other dude because the other dude he ain't had the specifics. He couldn't tell her exactly the test. He couldn't give her the exact numbers for which ones was what percentage. He taking shots right now, man. Swagtastic, what's up? Taking shots.
This is something that we do every day. I take it.
See, they competing for the contract. They competing for the job.
This seriously because we are doing one simple thing that is simple and profound. We are here to save lives and improve the quality of life. So to answer your question, Trustee House, I can't say whether they're not qualified, but honestly, there was too much that was ambiguous, and it sounded like it was being made up as you go along, and that's unacceptable.
Man, God damn, shots. Absolutely, John Hughes. Salute to you, man. Man, shots.
Well, and I'll say that because my assessment or what I'm looking at is I feel like we have two qualified companies, one that goes through the CARES Act, so that is no cost to the village, and then one.
Look, House is defensive over the shots that this company took about the last company. No, remember, the last company, the guy that was presenting earlier, the two guys and Dr. Watson, elementary, my dear Watson, that's House. House brought them. He recommended them. So he took offense to some of the shots that the dude took about the other company, man. Hold on, let's hear that again. Let's hear that one more again. Jay motherfucking Dub, what up? Let's hear that one more again.
But they don't serve very much of a safety purpose. So we're going to make sure that everybody.
All that remains. What's up?
Has the most, the best mask to wear as soon as they step in for testing.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, if I can be recognized.
Oh, yeah, trustee.
Okay, so my question is, because I think we heard the previous presentation in yours, are you stating that the previous company is not qualified? Because I think I heard both companies will do all three tests, the antigen, PCR, and the third one. Are you stating they're not qualified, or kind of help me out here?
Well, I can't speak to their qualifications because I don't know their individual credentials, but I'll tell you this. Shouldn't it caution you if somebody can't even tell you what test they're using, when it was approved, if it was approved for a point of care, what is and how specifically accurate it is? Not in generalities. I could pull that up on the screen. I don't have to guess. I don't have to go to another facility. This is something that we do every day. I take it this seriously because we are doing one simple thing that is simple and profound. We are here to save lives and improve the quality of life. So to answer your question, Trustee House, I can't say whether they're not qualified, but honestly, there was too much that was ambiguous, and it sounded like it was being made up as you go along, and that's unacceptable.
Okay, well, and I'll say that because my assessment or what I'm looking at is I feel like we have two qualified companies, one that bills through the CARES Act, so that is no cost to the village, and then one that will build a village and then go for insurance and reimburse us as much as possible.
So I'll say this, Trustee House. There is a way for both companies to be engaged. We do not do antibody therapy. So say, for instance, if Agile is doing the testing and we're identifying people who need to be isolated, who may have health problems right away, then they may be candidates for the antibody therapy and other treatments. I think companies should really stay in the lane that they are best at, do the thing that they are most expert at. For instance, there was absolutely no discussion of the need for testing because of long haul illnesses. We thought
he's taking shots at that other company, bro. He's like, they need to stay in their lane, bro. Do what they good at. They probably good at that other one, but they not messing with us when it comes to this. God damn, he taking shots.
That it was 10% of people who got COVID. Now we find out through an Oxford and United States study that almost 33% of people who get COVID.
Salute to J-Dub, continuing the laboratory.
Within 3 to 6 months, they develop one of the long haul illnesses, which is atrial fibrillation, cardiomyopathy, bilateral pneumonia, vascular damage, blood clotting, stroke, paralysis, and a number of other things. So the power in what we're doing is, number one, testing everybody every week. Number two, if anybody comes up positive, we are able to address it on the spot, not through telemedicine. We are able to advise them immediately. And you don't have to wonder about who our medical director is because it's Dr. Hira Natalia, someone who's qualified, who actually provides COVID care in all states at this point. And everyone that we have is licensed and certified as a phlebotomist, a CNA, or a medical assistant or such. You know, those credentials have to be in place. But I want to be very, very, very clear. Just because a company says they do testing, that's one thing. If I say I'm going to give you something to drink, I should tell you what's in the bottle. I can't just say I'll give you a PCR or an antigen or another test. I have to tell you exactly which test it is, so you know that it's most useful, that it's most accurate. And the tests that we do have been proven to be best in class because they are approved not just for emergency use authorization, but for POC or point of care service.
Yes, just for clarity, this is from October 18th, 2021. I believe this is about 4 or 5 months into Tiffany Henyard's administration. She has just became mayor at this point for about 4 or 5 months.
Which is extremely important to you all and your safety. So there's a way for both to participate. One in terms of treatments and such, but we are very expert. We've already, in fact, many of the people here have seen how we do testing and such. And like I said, hiring from the community is something that we already. I don't have to speak about it hypothetically because we already have people on the payroll and have had people on the payroll from the community.
Any other questions? You muted, Trustee.
Thanks, Mayor. May I be recognized? I guess just for clarity purposes, I just want to make sure that I understand. So this way, with you all's company, we'll use the COVID relief fund as opposed to the CARES Act, and they'll count on you all account on reimbursement.
Expect this.
No, we would be paid. We would bill the village, to be very specific. Then we would bill the insurance or Medicare or whomever.
You hear that? Bill the village? They ain't trying to hear none of that. You lost right there. As soon as they hear build the village, we going with the other company. I don't care about none of that you just said. None of that, all that other stuff you said, nah. Build a village, no.
Those reimbursements will be paid back to the village. And here's something that I want to be extremely careful about as well, folks. What we want to do is decrease the need for testing over time. We are not going to give 2 or 3 tests to everybody every time. That will be gouging you all. That will be making you all like ATM cards. That's not right. If somebody is vaccinated, they do not need an active virus test all the time. They need an antibody test to understand how long they have antibodies in their system to protect them. We have one of the most accurate tests to do so. So once a person no longer has antibodies or a very low antibody finding, then they should get the booster shot or the additional dose. That's part of the value in what we bring in the discussion that's not been had. If people are exposed to an infected person, we address it on the spot immediately. Depending whether it's 8 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock at night, we can test those individuals who have been exposed and give those results right away. You know what? There's someone that, in fact, earlier today, Colin Powell died. Former Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of State, very beloved man. He found out, I believe it was just days ago that he had COVID. So he did not have time for results to take days. The decision that you all are making, respectfully, is less of a financial decision and more of a public health decision. You can guard money as much as you want to, but I pray that you all guard lives. I really do. And as far as the residents, look, 3rd grade boys who underperform on standardized tests are 11 times more likely to be incarcerated. Nobody's talking about that. That's why it's so important to keep kids in school and keep them safe. If you all want to talk about the financial health of your community, then doggone it, businesses need to have people who are working for them that have been tested and will not spread COVID. You all can have a community of safe businesses and safe consumers as well. That's what we talk about when we talk about economic development. I'm not talking about we're a multi-million-dollar company who's from coast to coast. Yeah, we've done work in a number of other states and stuff like that. I'm local. I'm committed to what we have been doing in Chicago and the South suburbs. That's who we are. We are doggone good at that for the people that we've been doing it with. And I'll leave that there.
Well, he's fighting for that contract, but I don't think they're gonna like how you've been talking to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Mayor, you know what, because I know this meeting is going long, so I didn't want to, but before I make my decision, it's just something that's just not all the way clear to me. I heard Ron say that there's a way to use both if possible. So he was stating that I guess he had one of the companies have something that the other doesn't. Is that correct, Ron?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and what was that? Just so I know.
Antibody therapy.
Okay.
So ultimately, here's the power in what we could do, folks. I'm not sure where they get their solutions and where they get the materials for their treatments. One of the worst things that's happening in the Black community is that Black folks are donating antibodies that are not being used in their own community. This could possibly be a way of stemming that and preventing that to some degree. We can identify those people who need treatments. And if those treatments are covered by those folks, then I think that would be the best synergy, because then we have identification of the people who have COVID and getting people treated to do so. So I'll say this, folks, within the $1.5 million that you have the wherewithal and you have the funds to do so.
He just mentioned how much money they got. Damn, I don't know if they're gonna like that.
In addition to the discussion that we've had now, there's federal funds under the FCC, under what's called the E-rate program. I just looked earlier. The Dolton the Dolton library system has $94,000 that is uncollected. This is something that I can talk specifically about with your grants manager. And here's the additional value that we bring. In addition to that, of the 15 educational entities in the city of Dolton, approximately 12 or 13 have no funding history, and they're missing out on hundreds of thousands of dollars, as well as the village of Dolton. So there are additional federal funds for community-based organizations and the municipality that we can apply for, because we don't just want free. And I don't want to offend anybody, but when we get our hair done, I'm bald, I can't say that one.
Too late.
But when we go to restaurants, when we go do all the things that we want in life,
spend the money.
Look, you get what you pay for sometimes. And that's what those funds are there for public safety. And that's what we can help you with as a partner. Is there a way for both companies to participate? Absolutely, yes. And I think that might be a smart discussion to actually have.
Got you. So I guess my question is, because we have a matter of free, and then we have a matter of using funds. I guess I'm wondering, in regards to the antibody therapy, since you said that you offer that service and the other company does not. I guess I'm wondering.
I'm sorry, the other company does. We don't directly do antibody therapy. They indicated that they do.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just have a comment. This is Trustee Holmes.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
I thought, you know what, is listening and did a little research. I think we should.
I think we should really move forward with this thing. I really think that it's good for the community. I think we really need to do this. I think I agree with you know how Trustee Holmes. I really think we should move forward with this. I think it would be good for the community. I think the community really would benefit from this as far as when it goes to public safety. I really think this might be a good idea if we should, especially if we can use both companies. I don't see no reason why we couldn't use both companies. It would be good for the community, and I think the community would really benefit from if we can use both companies.
Questions?
I just have a comment. This is Trustee Holmes.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
I thought, you know what, is listening and did a little research. I think we should reevaluate, because to me, I don't know if it's with everybody else, it seems like one, to me, is in it for the money. That's going to be flat out honest. And two, I'm listening to Ron, and it's more like it's about the health of the citizens and saving lives. Because one thing he stated that, you know, with other symptoms that may come up, and they can work with people who have other symptoms that may come up besides COVID. You know, that's just eye-catching to me. It's about saving lives, not about the dollar.
Absolutely. I could not impress upon.
Man, I don't think House gonna like this. Cause like Holmes just said it seems like the other people is in it for the money, and these people right here really care about the people. House like, these my people, bro. What you talking about? Watch. I know House ain't gonna like that, bro. I might be wrong, but man, House not gonna like what's going on right now.
That upon you more. That is our approach. And not even, like I said, the health concerns. Look, folks, please don't be that community that's going to have hell to pay for little Black boys and Black girls in 8 to 10 years or so when we find out what has happened to those who had inadequate educational experience for 2 years or so. The other thing is, please take a look at the percentage of Black businesses that are failing. These are some specific things that we can target, because I've helped develop plans for the restaurants of Washington, D.C. I've done some other consulting for the state of Arizona, for the state of New Mexico as well, as far as building safety. So there's a lot of things that we need to talk about that are beyond testing. But yes, testing needs to be addressed right away. It's about public safety. It's about saving lives. It's about the health of the community. And I'm going to be very transparent about, number one, what we're charging. Number two, the reimbursements that we get and where that money goes.
Okay, I'm gonna say this, and then we'll call the roll to see what the Board of Trustees are. I totally agree with everything you just stated. Me, as the mayor here, I support your initiative to better our community by offering tests right away to the community and them knowing the results right away.
Man, I mean, I heard both presentations. I'm sure we all heard both presentations, and the other dude had a lot to say. He had a little bit more direct information. Man.
I know that you've helped several different people as it relates to coming to their home. You do private visits, and you've always stated that you're for health and I'm for safety. And I can't stress that enough. So I do support what you're stating, and I hope the Board of Trustees give you a chance and follow what you're saying and vote to bring you on to the village. I think you will be an asset to Dolton, and residents will appreciate you, just like I know some of the trustees do. Also, some of the staff members also appreciate you. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for just coming to Dolton and presenting us with facts and educating us on the do's and don'ts and what's going on as a whole in the economy. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. God bless.
All right, well, we see who the mayor want. The mayor want him. Holmes want him. House is the one who brought the other company. We'll see how this goes. I don't know if they're gonna vote on it in the next meeting or what, but we'll see how this one's gonna be interesting, I expect.
Okay, so with that being said, Clerk Key, can you call the roll as it relates to using him to do testing at the next board meeting?
So this is a motion to move forward?
Oh.
Yes.
Trustee Steve?
Wow.
No.
Trustee Norwood?
Not at this time.
Trustee Belcher?
No.
Belcher? Trustee Belcher? Trustee Holmes?
All right, move forward.
I'm sorry, Belcher? Trustee Brown?
No.
Trustee House?
No, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you. Motion failed.
What I said, I knew it. I said, they not gonna like that. I automatically knew that House and them was trying to get the other company. And when I heard Tiffany's questions, I'm like, he's not gonna approve it. And I want to see how they're gonna do that. But yeah. I knew they was gonna do that. I knew they was gonna say no. I knew they was gonna say no. Cause that's House. Come on, man. Their behavior have shown me enough to make predictions. I might not be right on all of them, but I'm gonna be right on a lot of them.
Trustee House?
No, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you. Motion failed.
Okay, moving on. Next on the agenda is discussion of possible action regarding resolution 21 related to a new businesses as smoke shops and beauty supply stores. So I put this on the agenda because the issue we're having is there's becoming too many of everything in town. And yes, I'm for businesses open up, but the issue we're having is I don't want it to be 5 or 10 smoke shops or 5 or 10 beauty supply stores. So I would like to put a cap on it so that we can move differently and revitalize our area with things that we truly need, which is sit-down restaurants and also things for tutoring for kids because of the issues that we have now. So I'm opening up to the floor. So you guys.
I think that would make sense to me. Of course, that was a loud no. But I think that would make sense to me. If there is a way to regulate how much of the same store can be on one block, you know what I mean? Because like, you want to open a beauty salon, but we got 3 beauty salons on this block already. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I can definitely see why something like that would want to be put into place.
You guys can give me your input on what you think, how you feel.
Not on the same block though, you know what I mean? Because that's pretty much what it is. It'll be like, where do you want to put it? Well, we already got 2 over here. We don't need no more of that. We need a different kind of business to open up over here.
So we can put something in place. Okay, any questions?
Mayor, if I can be recognized.
Sure, go ahead.
One question, like on the smoke shops, and I complete agreement with the beauty supply as well. Would this resolution limit from cigar lounges as well?
Well, we put a cap on it, so we're not gonna say we don't want it here. It's just how many. Currently, right now, I can answer that. We got 1 smoke shop in town. So,
well, I'm differentiating a cigar lounge from a smoke shop. Is this all encompassing of both, or is a smoke shop different than a cigar lounge?
It's different because one you can smoke there, the other they just sell there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure, go ahead, Trustee Belcher.
Yeah. So I guess just for clarification in the wording in the ordinance, it says limitations on tobacco sales, and then it also says where limitations on where they can be located. So when Trustee House has said they're not the same, based on the ordinance, it says tobacco sales, and a cigar lounge would be tobacco sales.
Okay. Where do you see that on the ordinance? Because I just want to make sure you're not getting.
Okay, let me pull it up so I can read it verbatim on how it's.
Yeah, I'm gonna be stating that because it's 2 different issues going on. So the one you're speaking of, I think you're merging them both. Trustee Steves has one. I think that's the one you're speaking of. It has like a limitation of where, like how far apart. And then mine is different from the one he stated. So I got Shantae on here. She can explain it.
Yes, I'm looking at, it's on page 3 of the packet with items W through Z. And it is, the language indicates there, it says sale at retail of cigarettes, cigars, or tobacco in any form without obtaining a license. Business license is issued for the sale of tobacco products. So
right,
if there's, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, attorney. I just wanted to make sure I knew this what it stated, that it was tobacco sales, and then it referenced it.
Correct, trustee. It does state the retail sales. So if the cigar shop also engages in retail, then it would be included in there. But that's why we're seeking a cap on the number of licenses as opposed to prohibiting the activity altogether.
Any more questions?
Yes, maybe
Go ahead.
I would hope that we could, because I have something on the agenda about similar thing. The wording could be off. That's why I wanted our attorney on it, because this is the one that he wrote up for us. So moving forward, if we can somehow merge these 2 together and be at the best ordinance out that we all agree on, I would like to do that.
We can do that. I can.
Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and Trustee Steve, so they are.
I think it sounds like House or some of the other trustees have some kind of interest in a cigar lounge, whether or not it's an investment or ownership or somebody that's known, they know, but it seems like they have some kind of interest specifically in a cigar lounge. and I've heard that mentioned before when they was talking about what they was gonna do with this big property. One of them brought up about a cigar lounge, and the mayor was like, "I don't really want that there."
However, the distinction is the ordinance with respect to the business license is a matter that falls purely within the home rule authority of the municipality to regulate businesses. The other ordinance that you all propose or that you propose have on there is a zoning ordinance, and that's going to require a public hearing and a text amendment to the zoning code. So the reason that we propose to regulate it via the business license route is because you wouldn't have to go through the zoning or text amendment or the zoning process and go through a public hearing and publication of changes to the zoning code for the land use. So they can be done both together if that's the desire, but you don't have to do them both together. The business license route is the simplified way to address the immediate issue, but the zoning ordinance is a long-term, more long-term solution to regulate where these shops can be located. So there's a slight distinction.
Question with the business license, is that strictly a mayor's decision, or will that come before the board?
Business licenses will follow your process, and I don't have the ordinance in front of me to know exactly what that process is, but ultimately the mayor does have to sign off. I believe the clerk has to sign off as well, but it will follow whatever the statutory process is.
Okay, great. Thank you for the information, attorney. And I would like for us to somehow see how we can merge two together and make it work best.
Okay. So with that being said, is there a cap that you would like to put on any of these? I can start with the beauty supply stores. I would like to cap it off where it's at. I know we have 3 total now. Unless somebody wants another beauty supply store to come in, then you cap it at 4. But I just need to know what direction everybody wants to go.
Mayor, I need another place for my hair products. 3 is sufficient with me.
3 is fine. Okay. And then now for the smoke shops, and then I guess we can add the cigar lounges. It's only 1 in town now. How many would you like to cap it off at?
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
The smoke shop is in the strip mall right here on King Drive, correct?
It is.
What's the facility on Sibley that has the orange sticker now? That's across the street from Burger King. What was that?
That was a smoke shop as well. So basically, they just going through the formality to open their location. So I won't put their business on here, but yeah, that's what they're doing. A smoke shop there as well.
Okay.
That's another reason why I'm stating we need to do something, because everybody's coming to town and everybody's just popping them up everywhere. And I don't want that to be our look. I want us to be a family-oriented type of town. And I want to get back to those roots and not make it where people just smoking. No.
A town full of smoke shops.
They're not open. They're not open right currently. They're trying.
A town full of smoke shops and beauty salons. Like that's all you're gonna see everywhere on every block. Like goddamn.
Trying to open now. And I did tell them I want to talk to the board to see where you guys were as it relates to currently opening more and more of them, because it's about several different people trying to open smoke shops in town.
Okay, one other question, and this is my last question.
Because it's literally like being a middleman in the drug game. With the smoke shop, you don't got to sell the drugs, but all the people that you you don't got to sell the smokes. Let me say smokes. You don't got to sell the smokes, but you can have all the paraphernalia that lifestyle needs. So even people that's using illegal stuff, they usually need the things to use it with. So it's a big business to be the middleman for what they need. The bags to put the stuff in, the papers to roll it. You know, all these things is things that people are gonna need even if they go and get the stuff. So you're necessary for that to continue. Without the stuff to use it, what's the sense of getting it? Like you're gonna need stuff to use it. So they make sure that as long as that exists, the smoke shops will always be needed, like a necessity. And it's damn near like getting in the drug game, pretty much. It's like a way of getting your foot in the drug game, because you're gonna get a lot of that money. You're gonna get a lot of that money.
That property that's on the corner of Sibley and King Drive, is that guy moving from the strip mall to that property he brought there? Is that the same guy?
It is. He's building from the ground up, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same
Okay,
guy.
thanks.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mayor. So did we just come up? I know you came up with a cap for the beauty supply. I guess I'm just wondering if I missed, did we come up with a number for the smoke shop, a cap for that, or?
So my suggestion would be to do just 2. I wouldn't saturate the market with smoke shops in town. There's plenty of other towns people can go to. Currently, it is only 1 now in town, which is on Chicago Road, Martin King Drive.
Got it. And Mayor, if we decide to move forward with this, how often is this revisited? Like, I guess I'm wondering, let's say next year, we decide, hey, you know, another beauty supply wants to come in town. We may want to consider it as opposed to it being vacant. How often will we revisit it? Is this a decision that we'll make and it'll last the entire 4 years, or, I mean, you know, our duration, or
So you can,
how does that work?
sure. You can be in any ordinance whenever you choose to. Currently now we're stating, if you vote for this, we're stating that, okay, we had a cap of 2, or we had a cap of 3 for beauty supply stores. So we're not allowing any more to come in town at this time. So basically we want to try to get all our vacant properties and vacant things and put other things that the town truly need. Like I keep saying, sit down restaurants. Like we got a ton of daycares, we got a ton of beauty supply stores. Now we're gonna have a ton of smoke shops. So that's what I'm trying to prevent us from just having 8 smoke shops in town. Because the majority of the time they come in, they pull a permit, and then next thing I know, it's a smoke shop going up. So
Got you. Okay, and just one last question. I think Attorney Raines kind of cleared this up for us, but I just want to make sure before I vote, make sure I'm clear on this. She stated, is it a difference? She stated it's a difference in the law between this and the cigar shop. So whatever decision, I guess I'm wondering, whatever decision I make regarding this, did we say it affects a cigar shop or no?
correct. You're saying that it can be included in it. Shantae, you could clear it up if I'm saying it wrong. Shantae?
I'm here. Sorry, my computer's a little delayed.
Your question so she can give you clarity.
Yes, so it can be, it's the desire of the board. If you wish to include cigar shops, we can include them. If you do not wish them to be included, they don't have to be. Right now, the language addresses shops that sell at retail any tobacco product. So it would include, as it's written, cigar, smoke lounges, or any business that sells tobacco products, whether it's for consumption on premises or off premises.
Got it. So we're stating
that would be considered, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I guess I'm just wondering, so as of now, with the way it's written up, we're stating that the cigar shop would be a part of it, but we can always change it.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
I don't think they like that. So basically, yeah, because if they already got 2, then that means based on what she's saying, if you already got 2, then automatically the smoke shop, the cigar lounge, you're not gonna be able to have it. Y'all gonna have to have a whole separate thing to get the cigar lounge in there. I don't think they're gonna want to vote on that and automatically just deny the cigar lounge outright, because it seemed like they have an interest in the cigar lounge. So let's see.
Right. So will we, let's just say we move forward, would this be something that we could change at that moment when we vote on it, or prior to voting? Or I guess I'm wondering, because the language, you're saying it's up to the board to choose at some point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I guess we can figure it out. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, the smoke shop sells stuff to smoke. The difference between the smoke shop and the cigar lounge is you're able to sit down in the cigar lounge and smoke in there. That's not allowed in the smoke shop. You just get to buy and get up out of there. Buy what you get and get up out of there. It seems like they definitely have an interest in the cigar lounge.
Mayor, can I be recognized, please?
Yeah, before you go, let me get a flow to Trustee Brown, then you.
Thank
you. Oh, no, I was just saying the same thing. Trustee Norwood sort of answered it. So if that cigar bar is included, because you're going to sell, I'm sure you're going to sell cigars as well. So that's the sale of tobacco. That'll also be included, like a smoke shop as well, correct? One, you're selling the items, the other, you can sit in there and smoke. Correct? Okay. So that will be considered as 3 if we vote on it instead of 2. Am I correct or no?
On who's you speaking of? You said
you got 2 smoke shops.
No, we only have 1. Oh, you
but the other one's coming. Right. The other one's coming.
Yeah, you have to add another one if you want more than 2. Yep,
right. So would the cigar bar be included in that number? I know we have 2. Okay.
You have to add it. So it'll be 3.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
They're concerned about the cigar lounge. All of the other trustees, they concerned, like they really have an interest in the cigar lounge.
Mayor, if I can, I'm okay with the moratorium on smoke shops, but I would ask that we separate cigar bar or do some wording that distinguishes a smoke shop from a cigar lounge to allow for the use of both.
That's fine. So are you okay with the number sheet 3?
Yes. Yes, I just want to have the wording clear that a smoke shop is a smoke shop, a cigar lounge is a cigar lounge, and the cigar lounge can sell the product and sell their product, and the smoke shop can sell their product. But I want to make sure those 2 are clearly distinguished, and that the smoke shop is what I'm voting on the moratorium on.
The main thing is that the cigar lounge, you know what I mean? There's a real interest in this cigar lounge. I think it might be a financial interest, man.
Okay, so Attorney Welch, make sure you clear that up for them, and then also add a cap at 3, and then it's already capped at 3 for.
I don't think these people like to smoke that much. I don't think they are such cigar connoisseurs that they just really need a cigar lounge. Like they really, and I think there's another interest there.
The beauty supply stores, and then
So
if you could some type of way, include Ed Steve's ordinance, because he said you want them to coexist. So if you can make them one ordinance to make it make sense.
Okay, and then I will just follow up. Trustee House, I can give you a call just to discuss further the language and make sure I understand the intent to separate these 2, so we can talk separately.
Question I got is that, may I be recognized? Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
We're saying we already got one. You got two, one already coming, and we're okay with one more. So we're okay with three smoke shops?
Correct. You
And
want
don't,
3? What do you want?
I would say 2. I mean, because that's such a how can I, the CBD oil, the vape,
I agree as well. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree maybe 2, but three is a lot. 1 is a lot. You know what I mean? Because you have one, you know what I mean, that's covering all of Dolton. If you have a whole nother one, I don't know how they compete when with the stuff they're selling. So I would say 1 to 2, not 3.
Okay.
Absolutely. Cigar lounge is definitely high-end luxury. Cannot compare to a smoke shop. Definitely not.
Well, I agree with you on that because I don't want to saturate the market with just smoke shops. So that's the reason for the ordinance. So I'm okay with 2 as well. So I agree, Trustee. Are you okay, Trustee House, with 2?
Oh, Trustee Steve just intimidated me, so yes, I'm okay with you.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else got any more
Can I be
questions?
recognized, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
Okay, so I guess where I am a little confused with this is based on the language, and Attorney Welch, please help me. Although we're saying 2 or 3, the way that it's interpreted for retail sales of tobacco, they sell tobacco in the gas station. So us saying 2 or 3 is kind of contradicting when tobacco sales are being sold.
Oh my God. Man, they also sell cigarettes in like Walmart and shit like that, in supermarkets and shit like that. What are we doing here? That's not the same. It's not the same, ma'am. We're talking about specific businesses for tobacco product. Like, why is she doing this? Why is she doing this, man? What are you talking about with her, man?
The tobacco, they sell tobacco in the gas station. So us saying 2 or 3 is kind of contradicting when tobacco sales are being sold daily at gas stations. So can you make me or help me understand exactly the language and how, and I know that she said that she'll separate like the cigar lounge from the smoke shops, but what was presented to us, it says retail sales of tobacco. So we're saying 2 or 3 when we already have more than 2 or 3 because we have to include gas stations that sell anything that anybody that sells tobacco, retail sale would be included in that. Is that not correct?
Well, they also can qualify for a different type of business license because you do have a general merchandise business license. So there are multiple types of business licenses. It's my understanding that this ordinance was going to be specifically geared towards tobacco, smoke shops, et cetera. So the ordinance that you have presented is in very rough skeletal form because without details from the board, I can't really craft a comprehensive ordinance until I know which direction you would like to take.
I would think you would know that it's not the same.
Okay. So today we're just voting to move it. I mean,
because
get a consensus to move it forward. But before we actually vote on it, will there be a more immediate ordinance to move forward? Because right now, like you said, it's skeletal because it just roughly says tobacco sales when, of course, currently we have other entities that sell tobacco at retail.
Yes, it will definitely have to be fleshed out. And that's one of the conversations that I will have with Trustee House and the mayor, just to make sure that I get every T crossed and every I dotted.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Okay.
Yeah, may I be recognized, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
Yeah, thank you for coming forward to put a cap on.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to put a cap on it. I think we don't need too much smoke shops and stuff like that in the community. I think 1 or 2 is fine. I think so. I think it's a good idea to go forward with this ordinance. Oh my God, you know what he's about to do.
These smoke shops, what we make, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee.
Yeah, thank you for coming forward to put a cap on these smoke shops. What we may need to do is collaborate together to see, once they're up and running, how many of them gonna help us, fund our school system here, fund our park districts, and also fund some of the seniors here. And at the same time, get some more developments in here with the public input on it, see what else they would like to see here. I like to sit down restaurant, but also I would like to see input in something that's different that hasn't been indulged before. So thank you all for your input too.
Thank you, Trustee. And I do know that a young lady is doing a tutoring location next to Bud's Family Labs. She purchased the building and she's doing tutoring to help kids. They've been out for a year, so I thought that was kind of dope. Yeah. So any other comments, concerns? Okay. If you could, Clerk Key, call the roll as it relates to moving forward to the next board meeting.
Sure. Trustee Steve?
Aye. And I think we can just combine it with the next agenda item.
Yeah.
So we're combining W and X?
Right, we're going to add his ordinance to this order. Yes.
So W and X is being combined. Okay. Trustee Norwood?
Let's move forward.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Yes.
Motion move forward for items W and X for November the 1st board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding ordinance number 21 amending ordinance 1-6-4 powers and duties. Trustee House.
Thank you very much. This ordinance was put up here authorizing the finance department or department heads to have conversations or to speak with the board members regarding issues or questions that they may have. I will say I put this up here specifically because there are a couple of times I made phone calls in to department heads and they were instructed that the administration or mayor or administration would not allow for that. Most recently, request for the payroll has been asked for on 2 occasions via email and no answer. So as it stands right now, we've gone a month and a half. The last payroll that I've seen was September 1st. And we want to make sure we have this information before the next board meeting to be able to vote on it. So I'm asking that we move this forward so that way the department heads have the access to make sure that they speak with the board members to get the information we're looking for.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Well, I hate to hear that because I never instructed anybody not to give you any payroll reports. Why would I do that? So, Chris, you're on here, Chris. So we're gonna get it cleared up right now. And this is what I state to you guys all the time.
To make it seem like the mayor is the one that's doing that. That don't look good.
I have an issue or something's not being done, or maybe got just dropped at the wayside for whatever reason, you guys can call my phone, and we have to learn how to communicate with each other so that we don't have issues that spill over to the board meeting. And we're here to 10:15 at night because we have so much to discuss. So,
like she says in every meeting, they don't be wanting to call her.
I would like a different type of approach with my board of trustees. But Chris, can you hear me?
Well, prior to Chris, I can also say, Mayor, you were included on all of this communication as well as village administrator and all attorneys.
Yes.
But I would love to hear from Chris because that was one source of my information.
Oh, Mayor.
Okay, so as you guys know, I have a ton of meetings. I normally call y'all, right? Most of the time I pick up the phone and call everybody when I want to talk to you about something, just so that my emails don't get overlooked that I sent to the board. Whether you pick up or not, that's really at your discretion. What I'm asking though is moving forward, we all used to talk, everyone has each other's number. If y'all have a problem with something or something's not being done correctly as it relates to staff here at the Village of Dolton, please call me. I've said this at several meetings.
But you did get the emails though. Come on now. But you did get the emails though.
It again, call my phone so we can get it rectified, so we don't have to sit here at a board meeting and go back and forth over who said what, who ain't do what email came through. Because right now the community.
But you did get the emails though. You did. They didn't call you, no. But you did get the emails though. Come on now. Come on now.
Want to see us unified. They don't want to see us divided. They don't want to see any of the turmoil that most people have. So Chris, I am directing him, and this is me publicly saying it because I said it before. Anything that the Board of Trustees would like or need as it relates to finances or financials, please deliver it. Please give it to them via email so you have a paper trail stating you did give it to them. I know a lot of them come in and they say give it to them in their hand, but give it to them through email. So now you have a paper trail to cover your butt as well. But as it relates to payroll reports or any financials when it relates to a warrant list, I've always directed people to give information because that's what you vote on. I too was a trustee. And with that being said, I've always gotten the information, so why would I not give it to you guys now? So that's the direction. Any other questions or concerns?
I thought Chris was going to elaborate on that because I want to make sure that I'm completely understanding because I'm here, which is also why I prefer the email, so that way there is documented communication. I'm not here to lie on anybody else, on not only the mayor, Chris, anybody. The first couple of times that I
So he said that's why he preferred the emails because it provides a record, documentation. So he ain't lying about whether or not she got the email because you got the email. She talking about call her. That nigga like, I ain't doing no phone call with you so you can say you ain't say what you said. He like, I'm not doing no phone call with you so you could be like, I didn't say that. Email me. I hear that. Listen, cover your ass. Cover your ass. I hear that.
So that way there is documented communication. I'm not here to lie on anybody else, on not only the mayor, Chris, anybody. The first couple of times that I had these concerns, I spoke about them privately, but I mean, trying to email us was documented, and I would love for Chris to kind of tell me, am I crazy when we spoke, or what?
Hey, listen, I'm waiting to hear on Chris too. Hey, listen, I'm waiting for Chris too.
Did I say you can have it? Is that what you're stating now, or what do you?
And I would love for Chris to kind of tell me, am I crazy when we spoke, or what?
Okay, so Chris told you that I said you can have it. Is that what you're stating now, or what do you say? I didn't get the question.
Yes.
Okay, Chris, come on.
He said, listen, I'm about to play it back without interrupting. He said, Chris said, she said. Now that's direct. Now that is direct. All right? Listen, I'm about to play this back. Hold on. Chris said, she said.
not been done, or maybe got just dropped at the wayside for whatever reason, you guys can call my phone, and we have to learn how to communicate with each other so that we don't have issues that spill over to the board meeting. And we're here to 10:15 at night because we have so much to discuss. So I would like a different type of approach with my board of trustees. But Chris, can you hear me?
Prior to Chris, I can also say, Mayor, you were included on all of this communication, as well as village administrator and all attorneys.
Yes.
But I would love to hear from Chris because that was one source of my information.
Okay, so as you guys know, I have a ton of meetings. I normally call y'all, right? Most of the time I pick up the phone and call everybody when I want to talk to you about something, just so that my emails don't get overlooked that I sent to the board. Whether you pick up or not, that's really at your discretion. What I'm asking though is moving forward, we all used to talk, everyone has each other's number. If y'all have a problem with something or something's not being done correctly as it relates to staff here at the Village of Dolton, please call me. I've said this at several meetings, I'm saying it again. Call my phone so we can get it rectified, so we don't have to sit here at a board meeting and go back and forth over who said what, who ain't do what email came through. Because right now the community want to see us unified. They don't want to see us divided. They don't want to see any of the turmoil that most people have. So Chris, I am directing him, and this is me publicly saying it because I said it before. Anything that the Board of Trustees would like or need as it relates to finances or financials, please deliver it. Please give it to them via email so you have a paper trail stating you did give it to them. I know a lot of them come in and they say give it to them in their hand, but give it to them through email. So now you have a paper trail to cover your butt as well. But as it relates to payroll reports or any financials when it relates to a warrant list, I've always directed people to give information because that's what you vote on. I too, as a trustee, and with that being said, I've always gotten the information, so why would I not give it to you guys now? So that's the direction. Any other questions or concerns?
I thought Chris was going to elaborate on that because I want to make sure that I'm completely understanding, because I'm here, which is also why I prefer the email, so that way there is a documented communication. I'm not here to lie on anybody else, not only the mayor, Chris, anybody. The first couple of times that I had these concerns, I spoke about them privately, but I mean, trying to email us was documented, and I would love for Chris to kind of tell me, am I crazy when we spoke, or what?
Okay, so Chris told you that I said you can have it. Is that what you're stating now, or what are you stating? I didn't get the question.
Yes.
Okay, Chris, come on.
Okay, so last time we spoke about this, it was my understanding that the board to run these through you, these payroll reports that basically are the earnings from each payroll and the differences between last payroll and current payroll, and the subsequent report is attached to that, any new changes in payroll. So any new hires, any changes in salaries, any of those types of items. Last we spoke, I was to run those through you.
Okay, so Chris, that's not true as it relates to run through me.
Chris was talking fast. I'm about to slow it down a little bit to regular speed. Chris is a fast talker, but this is interesting.
Elaborate on that because I want to make sure that I'm completely understanding, because I'm here, which is also why I prefer the email, so that way there is a documented communication. I'm not here to lie on anybody else, not only the mayor, Chris, anybody. The first couple of times that I had these concerns, I spoke about them privately, but I mean, trying to email us was documented, and I would love for Chris to kind of tell me, am I crazy when we spoke, or what?
Okay, so Chris told you that I said you can have it. Is that what you're stating now, or what are you stating?
Yes.
I didn't get the question.
Yes.
Okay, that's the question. Okay, Chris, come on.
From my understanding of what House is saying is that Chris told him that he has to get it. He's not allowed to give it to him. He basically would have to go through the mayor. And Chris is saying, House is saying, Chris was told by the mayor, given those instructions. All right. So when she said, Chris told you, I said you can't have it, that's a little different. Even though he agreed to it, yes, but not that he can't have it, that he has to get it from you. Make sense? Not that he can't have it. It's just that Chris can't give it to him. He got to get it from you. You know what I mean? Just to be real specific on what House is saying. House is saying that Chris saying he can't give it to him. He got to go to the mayor. And those instructions was given to him by the mayor. That's what House is saying. So let's hear what Chris says.
Okay, so last time we spoke about this, it was my understanding that the board to run these through you, these payroll reports that basically are the earnings from each payroll and the differences between last payroll and current payroll, and the subsequent report that is attached to that of any new changes in payroll. So any new hires, any changes in salaries, any of those types of items. Last we spoke, I was to run those through you.
Okay, so.
He said, the last we spoke, I was to run those through you. Now, maybe the word run might not have been the word she used, but I'm sure she I'm sure his understanding is that she wanted those things to go through her first. So let me see what she said.
Oh, Chris, that's not true as it relates to run through me, as it relates to payroll reports. I tell you, just like I tell anybody, when anybody come in and ask for certain items, y'all know my phone number, call me and let me know. That's what I've told anybody that works here for me.
So you saying Chris is lying? See, Chris was careful with his words. Chris said, to my understanding. So Chris didn't say, you told me. Chris didn't use those words. He was very careful not to use those words, because then she'll be able to say, you liar. I didn't tell you that. You know what I mean? So Chris made sure he said, to my understanding. So it leaves room for him to be like, well, I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood. To save his ass and not get into the confrontation, that leaves room for that. Because if she now wants to deny what she actually said, he can say, well, that's how I understood it. So my bad. And that'll save him. Because right now, she damn near calling that nigga a liar.
Reports. I tell you, just like I tell anybody, when anybody come in and ask for certain items, y'all know my phone number, call me and let me know. That's what I've told anybody that works here for me. So what I'm saying to you with a payroll report, why would I need you to give me the payroll report for the staff? Why would I need that? I don't need that. I got the same information that you're giving to the board. Why would I have to give you the okay to say, give them the payroll report or give them the warrant list? All those items, I've always told you to give it to them. Even when you told me that Jason came in and asked for it, I told you to what? Give it to him. So let's get it clear for the record since we're talking about it. So I don't have to lie about anything like that. That's why I'm saying it verbally out of my mouth to the board and you, Chris. Give them whatever they want or need so that no one is going behind my back saying that I said something that I did not say. Because what am I going to do with a payroll report? What would be the reason for me keeping the payroll report from the Board of Trustees? And not only that, you are the chairperson of finance. So all the lies need to stop. That's why I keep saying to the Board of Trustees, call my phone.
Chris a liar. Tiffany. Ooh-wee. Man, you know, shit. I don't think Chris would lie on you, Tiffany. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think Chris would just lie on her. I don't think she understood what Chris said, because Chris said to his understanding, maybe she should ask for more clarity. So what did you hear me say, Chris, that made you understand that? Because right now she's damn near calling this man a liar. And that'll sour a relationship, especially a business relationship. You know what I mean? Damn.
That's why I say that all the time, because people will lie. People will say anything to save themselves. So just call me. That's it. And we can clear it up.
She's insinuating that Chris is willing to lie to cover his ass. Damn.
So now it is clear. Clerk Key, can you please call the roll?
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Hold on, so you ain't gonna let Chris respond? Yo, if I was Chris, I'd be like, Mayor, can I be recognized? Because you ain't gonna make it seem like I'm out here just lying on you for no reason. Like, oh man, I ain't like that. Chris should be able to respond, bro. Chris gonna mess around and lose his job. God damn.
Who saved themselves. So just call me. That's it. And we can clear it up. So now it is clear. Clerk Key, can you please call the roll?
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Yeah, go ahead. And just so y'all know, we got one more item and it's 10:20.
Come on, Belcher.
So go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we've been here through all this. I am so glad you just stated that publicly, because I've actually even put in a FOIA and haven't received anything as an elected official. And I also, myself and Trustee Norwood, has been on the phone with Chris, and we were directed that he had to speak to the mayor. So for you to say that you haven't said it, I applaud you, that this has been publicly known, because the conversations that we've had in trying to get items that we want to verify before we make informed decisions has not been provided to us. So thank you for saying that, and hopefully the information that is being requested is provided to us in a timely manner, especially if it's something that we have to vote on. Because myself and Trustee Norwood have experienced that Chris stated it had to be emailed and I guess ran through you before it can come to us, and we still have not received the items.
Okay.
Chris. Who sent you, Chris? Yo, so oh man. Listen, Chris gonna be like, she lied on me. He gonna be like, this bitch lied on me. She did tell me that. That's why I told all y'all that. Why you think I told y'all that? I'm telling every one of y'all that because she told me that. God damn. Listen, if she told Chris that and now she did, it's fucked up. It's not nice. You know what I mean? And then it'll reveal to me some things about her character with confirmation. I could validate some things about her character now. Like, wow, she be lying. Because at this point, I still don't know if she's a liar. At this point, in 2021, October 18th, I don't know if she's a liar. I'm starting to consider strongly that she might be telling lies. I'm starting to consider it, but I haven't seen anything that makes me know for a fact at this moment yet. But it's starting to look like she might be telling lies about some things, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. So I'm still watching and learning. I'm still watching and learning, but man,
It had to be emailed and I guess ran through you before it can come to us, and we still have not received the items.
Okay, so I know, again, nothing about that, and I just said it. I'm gonna say it again for you. I just said it. Call my phone if you had a problem, Trustee Belcher. So obviously it wasn't big enough problem for you to call the mayor to get it addressed. So as
what you doing, Tiffany? Now you downplaying what Chris did and shedding more light on her not calling you when this thing that Chris is saying is a big deal. You look, she's overshadowing it with this other thing, like call my phone. So obviously it wasn't a big of a deal. You know what's a big deal right now? Chris said you told him to do that. To tell him this. That's a big, you should be focusing on that. Like,
it relates to FOIAs, I'm not over FOIAs. So let's get it clear when everybody keep putting stuff out there. The mayor don't do FOIAs. I don't respond to a FOIA. That's the clerk's office. So if it's something you did not get, you need to contact her office to make sure you get that item. As it relates to financials, again, I just stated that and I'm saying it again. Any financial information that you guys want, you can receive. I'm not holding to it. I'm not holding it up. It is for everyone. Even community can basically FOIA financials here in the village of Dolton and get the information. So that's why I'm saying to you again publicly, I didn't say that. That's untrue as it relates to you guys getting information. And I just told Chris to give y'all the information that y'all need. So if it's something you need, make sure you get it from him. But I will say this,
but I'm hearing it in public right now, just like Belcher applauded her. She said that she ain't telling him to do that. She said that she wants them to give the trustees anything they need. It's on record. We heard her say it. So all I have is her word, and then they would have to prove that, her word is not her word. But like Belcher said, she said it publicly. We all heard her. So if Chris was to ever say she did it again, or she told it to him, it would either be because Chris is exposing her, or Chris is just a liar, because both can't be true. She can't be coming and say that she ain't say it and then still going back and tell him. Then that would make her an absolute liar.
To it. You guys do not run day-to-day operations. As it relates to going into people's departments or interrupting their work schedule, you guys have to stop doing that and make sure that y'all either send them an email so that they can oblige to whatever it is that some of you guys go and request them of. So just make sure we can keep that in line, and it's fine. I have no issues. Anyone else?
Thank you. Thank you so much, hold on. Thank you so much, Mayor. And in reference, just to clear up the FOIA situation, the only reason I FOIA'd it is because I wasn't able to get it. So I'm a resident before an elected official. So that was the only reason. So I understand that you're not over the clerk's office, but I just wanted to be clear on why I did that, because I tried to obtain it as being an elected official to make an informed decision and wasn't given the information. So that's the only reason that was done. So I just want to be very clear on that. Okay. But thank you so much.
I hear that, Belcher. Look at her face. Look at her face. You got it, Belcher. You got it. You definitely got it.
Right, but you just stated that you FOIA'd something and didn't get it. And what I'm saying to you, if you didn't get it, I got nothing to do with FOIAs or whatever information.
No, come on, man. What's she doing? Yo, Tiffany. God damn, come on, Tiffany. Tiffany, what you doing, bro? Are you gonna? So she's just gonna focus on the FOIA part and not that. Like, she just explained, Tiffany, that the reason she even went the FOIA route is because as an elected official, Chris told her she's not able to get the information. She got to go through you. You understand? And you said you didn't tell Chris that. So the fact that she's bringing up the FOIA goes into the story that Chris is out here lying. She's another witness to testify against Chris. So I think you should focus on the fact that Chris is out here lying on you. Or is he? Because you're not focusing on that. You're focusing on the other stuff, the superficial stuff, the surface shit. Like, focus on what's important here, Tiffany.
Make it come back from the FOIA officer, which is the clerk. So I'm just making sure that's clear, because I get blamed for everything and I'm not over her area. Okay, anyone else?
Yes.
This is ridiculous. What is she like? She not understanding what just happened?
Trustee Steve, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to make it clear, Chris. So
true.
Who's that?
No.
Hey, mute your phones, whoever that is.
All right. So
you know who it is, man. You know Belcher's phone is messed up. You know that's Belcher trying to talk. Tiffany got an attitude right now, man. It's starting to show. And that attitude came as soon as she found out Chris is the one that said that. And then Chris couldn't double down. Yeah, her attitude changed from that moment on. She's been real snappy, real bitchy, real like she real different now from the whole interview. We've been here 3 hours and 52 minutes. This has been going on. Everything about her has changed from the moment Chris spoke. And this thing, yeah, she's real different right now.
Let me make this very clear, Chris. You will give it the payroll reports that we haven't received about a month and a half. The trustee house said we'll get them tomorrow.
I have Zoom trainings in the morning for the new software, but by the afternoon, I do have a break in between. So by the afternoon, at the latest, you should have the last few payroll reports.
You said payroll's in a month and a half. I think he just said y'all didn't get it over a week, right, Trustee House?
No, I've not gotten one since September 1st. The August 27th payroll was the last one, which is the entire month of September, as well as the early one in October.
That's what I heard him say from the start, Tiffany. That's exactly what House said. He said it's been a while since September. Yeah, I heard him say that. Not a week. He definitely ain't say a week.
Okay, so you do know my number, right? Could have got this situation.
You see what she's saying? You do know my number, right? You could have got this information. Yeah, you're right. But do you not hear that Chris out here lying on you? I swear, it's almost like she don't hear that part. I mean, she did address Chris, but you really need to address the whole situation. Like, yo, what you need to confront Chris right now. And Chris needs to be able to respond and be like, what you said, because right now you got witnesses testifying against Chris that Chris is doing this, and you almost like you blaming the victims. Like it's your fault that Chris lied to you. Like, nah. Just understand Chris lied. Or you're lying.
On the emails, I'm not, and I'll say this because there is a lot of back and forth. I included it via email, and not only yourself, Chris, administrator, all attorneys, because we get in here and then everything goes different.
And how about why Chris ain't called the mayor when they asked him for it? This is the thing, right? Just think about this. If Chris says his understanding is that everything has to get run through the mayor, okay, fine, Chris. I'm Jason House. I call you. Hey, yo, Chris, I need the financial records for such and such and such. Well, everything got to run through the mayor. All right, well, run it through her. All right, Chris. Well, go run it through the mayor and get it back to me. What are you talking about? So Chris basically like, I come to get something from him and he give me back the job of going and get it. Bro, you said you got to run it through the mayor, not me. You go run it through the mayor and bring it back to me. Like, so if Chris is not even doing that, then Chris is not doing what he says he was even told. Because if it's told to run it through the mayor, that means that Chris got to run it through the mayor. That means that Chris becomes the secretary for this situation. Yo, Chris, anybody want financial records? Don't give it to them. Come to me first. All right, so Belcher hit you up. Yo, Chris, I need the financial records. All right, hold on. Let me run it through the mayor. That's your job, Chris. Chris got to run it through the mayor, so she can't be putting that on them. Like, why you ain't call me? No, why Chris ain't call you? Why Chris ain't reach out to you and tell you I need that? You feel me? So something, yeah, like, yeah. You can't put that on the trustees on that one. You can't put that on the trustees. You should have at least got a call from Chris to let you know that they was even inquiring about it. You should have at least got a memo. Chris should have left you a message or something like, yo, you know, trustee Jason House came and asked me about the financial records. I told him to call you. She should at least have known that these conversations took place because that's running it by you. If Chris said, she said do that, then he ain't even do that because he ain't tell her. Or did he? Or did he? Because Chris ain't get to respond, so I don't know what Chris, you know what I mean? I don't know what Chris' side of the story is.
I wish it didn't, but it does. So I would rather, and also, as you mentioned, to not be intrusive on the employee's work. So I'm not trying to be difficult, and I really wasn't going to chime in again, but I will say all of this was done via email.
Okay, so and then I'm keep saying it. Y'all call me if y'all got an issue. Go ahead, Trustee Norwood, and then we're gonna call her out.
Yeah, man, I was just going to state that I'm glad that moving forward, Chris stated that he'll be able to assist us because there was a moment where I was quite frustrated when I was going over the warrant list. And I had a question, and I did have Trustee Belcher on the phone, and we called Chris, but we weren't provided with the information because we...
Another witness. Everybody got a Chris story, nigga. Everybody got a Chris story. Come on, Chris. Chris going to have to be able to speak up for himself. Because Chris getting thrown under the bus, and the mayor saying she ain't tell him, and Chris ain't getting to speak up. Chris probably got a whole nother story. Chris probably got a recording like, man, she said that. I had to record it because she be lying on me. Man. Listen to her. Look.
We're told that we had to, for whatever reason, we had to go through you to get the information instead. So I just thankfully, he's just stated moving forward, we won't have any issues receiving payroll and that he'll be able to answer our questions. So thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mayor.
No problem. Okay, can you call the roll to move forward to the next agenda?
So we're moving forward to, I just want to be clear on what we're moving forward on. Are we moving forward?
Ordinance 164.
Ordinance 164, powers and duties. Okay. Trustee Steve.
Yes, aye.
Trustee Norwood.
Yes.
Trustee Belcher.
Aye.
Trustee Holmes.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee House.
Yes.
Motion passed to move forward on ordinance amending 1-6-4, powers and duties.
Next on agenda Z. Yes, we're finally done. Okay. This ordinance is discussion and possible action regarding ordinance number 21- related to no cash bids. So as you know, I am really big on trying to put the vacant properties back on the tax roll. I've been talking about this while I ran for office, when I got in office, when I got sworn in for mayor. Right now is the time to do the no cash bid.
Chris probably punching air right now. Like, she just going, Chris probably pissed right now.
What this entails is us going after our vacant property here in town. It's vacant and it's through the scavenger sale. The scavenger sale is the place where you would do a no cash bid, where you can go in and get the property. Say you got tax buyers there and they're trying to bid on the property. Our power, or my power as mayor, can go in and say, no, we're going to stop that. We're going to put that parcel under the village. Therefore, turn around and selling that property to whoever the board and I choose to. But what I'm saying to you is that we need to get on top of this now, because this week is the deadline to actually put in the properties and move forward with the no cash bid. We have to do a special board meeting in order to vote for no cash bid to basically be included in the process. And then we will basically know come when he just hit me next year of 2022. if we got the properties or not. But these are strictly our vacant homes. This is nobody's house that lives in it now, unless you're a squatter and you're in a vacant house, but no one that lives in the property. Properties is the ones we're going after. Some will be commercial and some will be residential. I know I've had the attorneys working on all vacant properties in town now to see what it is we can go after and what we cannot go after. Every property that's on the scavenger list, we cannot go after, or we refuse to go after because it is occupied by residents who's just losing their property to back taxes. So basically, board, I'm open for questions as it relates to the no cash bid process.
I got a question. Is there a pen of inquiry list already established of properties to go after? And if there, or is there a list already?
Basically, what I told them to do is go after all the vacant properties. So we've been taking research for each property here in town that's vacant, and basically that list is what the attorneys have been going off.
Okay. The only suggestion I would like to have is that if the board decides to move forward with this, is that we have some oversight or some input. I want to see the list that they're actually going after. I would like to see that.
Okay. Any more input?
Yeah, Mayor. I guess that's my only concern. I do believe, I know that we need to obtain some of these properties, and that's the goal. But I guess I'm just wondering, I just want to make sure that with us and this vote, we move forward, that the board will be notified and that the board will be properly informed. So I'm just wondering how would that work?
So you say you want to be informed? Repeat that question, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm just wondering, would there be transparency in regards to the process? So I'm just wondering, when you obtain the properties, I know if we move forward, we're giving you access or the authority to go ahead and obtain the properties. I guess my concern is I don't want it to be a matter of me approving this or me moving forward with this, and then at some point I don't know about the houses being obtained. So I guess I'm just wondering, if I move forward with this, will there be transparency in regards to the board having knowledge in regards to what homes was obtained through this process?
Okay, so number one, yes, I'm totally with transparency on everything I do here in the village of Dolton. I'm not gonna do anything with the properties. If I got it for the village, it goes to the village. It's deeded to the village name, not Tiffany Henyard. So that's number one. Number two, once we get the list, which they're trying to do now, because we gotta have a special board meeting this week to approve it, because the deadline is Thursday, I believe. Dorothy, what did you say, Thursday? Thursday, we gotta do a special board meeting in order to be considered anyway for the no cash bid. So once they give me a list of all the properties, I will give it to the board, and then the board, y'all can decide whether you want to go after them or not. I do think we should go after all vacant properties that we can go after and obtain them under the village, and then you can just easily resell them back to the community. I wouldn't leave no stone unturned, because right now we need to put it back on the tax roll.
Mayor, all the properties are going to be in the ordinance that would have to be at the special board meeting. They'll have to be listed, Trustee Norwood.
Gotcha. So I guess my question is, it sounds like something that at some point, I know that there's a deadline for Thursday for us to make this decision, which means, we got to hurry. But I guess I'm wondering, after we start the process, is this something that will ultimately be discussed in the housing committee? Would this at some point go there? And
Dead Blacks, there's a concerted effort to imply or insinuate that the mayor is not to be trusted. So certain things get said in ways just like that.
Is that how we move forward?
Yes, that's something definitely we'll discuss as a committee of the whole in the housing committee as well. But my concern is the timing, because if we don't do anything, we miss that window as it relates to scavenger sale. So we can't go after the properties for back taxes. So we will be out of that. So we have to go the old fashioned way, hire an attorney, have them go after anything that's vacant. We have to do all of that. And just for the record, we won't get these properties until I think he said March, like 2022.
Ridiculous. All right, and we're back. I only got about 20 minutes in this video, so we'll get to it and finish this. Shout out to the chat, man. All right, let me continue.
That we've been knowing about this for a while.
I got is that how maybe this is a Dorothy Brown question. How long do we know about this?
We've been knowing about, it's not a Dorothy Brown question, I can answer that. We've been knowing about this for a while. As you pay attention to my reports and things that I always speak of, I've been speaking about scavenger sale, no cash bids forever. For the last 4 months that I've been here, I've been talking about it. But now we're at the process of actually trying to obtain stuff. We didn't have any properties or anything to like report or give to anyone, because we knew nothing. So right now, I'm still waiting now for the attorney to tell me which properties we can go after, which ones we can't. So all they have is the vacant property list that normally like code enforcement or police officers, anybody driving around the town, and they write a list of the vacants. That's what they have. And that's the ones that they're going off of. So now they're gonna come back and say, Mayor, we can go off this, or you can go off that.
Yeah, I feel you. You say we've been talking about that. I'm just saying this could have been. It's not. It's pressured. Oh, we got to hurry up and do it. We got a special board meeting. If this has been known about, we could have done this a month or so ago, or could have been put up for discussion a month or so ago. Versus now, when we got to do it now, and now it's a rush on it now. And the second question is, the properties at a tax sale, don't they all have a redemption time to get it off, to get them back if they redeem the property?
Certain ones do. That's why the attorney's doing the research to tell us which ones we can and which ones we cannot. So all of them you can't take. That's why I'm making the statement I'm making. So once they tell us clarity, yes or no, for which items or which properties or parcels, then I can let the board know, okay, this is the findings that the attorney said that we can do. And then none addresses or parcels we will go after.
Okay. I just like moving forward, please. If you knew about this, if you said you knew about this,
I've been talking about this.
Yeah, but we could have talked about this earlier and they voted on it and been more prepared. Now it's the last minute. We're discussing it to vote on it. Last month.
Okay, so let me respond. We don't have any properties to vote on. So how can I put it up to even discuss it if I don't have a house? I don't have nothing yet.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the cash bid process that we're voting on now. We're not voting on no properties. We're doing this cash bid process now because this tax sale is coming up. If this had been known 2-3 months ago, then we could have talked this cash bid process 2-3 months ago. Now we're talking about now because November 4th is right around the corner. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about no properties. There is no properties right now. But the cash bid process, we have to vote on it now to get the properties.
Correct. Okay. Any other questions? Any other concerns? Okay. Clerk Key, can you call the roll to a consensus to move forward? But just so you guys know, we have to do a special meeting, so I can't say to move it to the November meeting. It will be this week, Thursday.
A special meeting.
A special meeting to say, yes, we want to do the no cash bid process with the county. And that's one of our vacant properties that's owed for back taxes. And that will be the process. So, go ahead.
Thursday's date is the 21st, October 21st. I just looked it up.
Okay.
Okay, so motion to move forward to a special board meeting on October the 21st for the no cash bid process. Trustee Steve?
I'm just saying, no, I'm not okay with that now. It's just too no.
Trustee Norwood?
No.
Trustee Belcher?
No.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
No.
Trustee House?
No.
Okay.
Motion fails.
Motion fails, but I just want y'all to be aware of what y'all are doing. Maybe y'all will reconsider it. That means that we will have to go another route of obtaining properties for the village. My goal was to basically put these properties back on the tax roll. They've been sitting there. They've been a blight to our community forever, for 8 years that I've been.
Are they gonna go another route with getting this same thing done? Because if they're not gonna allow it to be done this way, are you just gonna not allow it to be done at all? Because, it's still a solution to a problem. Are we gonna allow a different solution?
Properties for the village. My goal was to basically put these properties back on the tax roll. They've been sitting there. They've been a blight to our community forever, for 8 years that I've been trustee. And right now we have the opportunity to actually do something about it, do something good for.
That's crazy. So sometimes I wonder, like, doesn't that benefit the city in the village if this stuff gets done? Like,
community and give it back to the people of the community. So by you just saying no and not even considering all the options and the things that we could actually do to rebuild Dolton and make Dolton better again, I just think that was slapping the residents' face. And you guys should go to the drawing board and rethink about that.
I definitely agree with what she said. I don't know about the end part, because the end part she could have left that alone and not say it's a slap in the face, and you know what I mean. But definitely, I don't see why, even if they don't want to do, like, something needs to be done. Can we acknowledge that? Like, is we gonna come up with a plan? Like, they just said nah. You know what I mean? And no, man.
Moving on to mayor's report, and I'll be brief. What time is it? 10:36. So I'm just announcing a couple of upcoming events and things that we have. One thing that I was just so heartbroken about was to hear that Dixmoor was without water. So today, what I decided to do was send them pallets of water. I got the tow companies to come out, JTS and West Towing. They came out about pallets of waters to Dixmoor, along with Public Works. So thank you again, States Corral and the Public Works team. And they helped them become whole again. So when we got there, we unloaded the trucks and we gave them water because it was really, really short. So if anybody is watching this and you have a heart for people, please just go over there to Dixmoor and give Mayor Fitzgerald a warm hug and some love over there, because they definitely need water. It reminds me of the Flint, Michigan situation. And who are we to sit here and just ignore the people around us? If we have it, you guys, let's give it up to other communities as well. A lot of times people don't partner with one another. They just let people fall at the wayside. But again, Fitzgerald, not on my watch. I won't let you fall, buddy. You are a mayor over there. And if anything you need from Dolton, my hand is extended to you. My services over here in Dolton is extended to you. So whatever you need, anytime, call my phone. Who's on the phone 11, 12 o'clock at night trying to get this situated for them. So again, the address at Dixmoor's Village Hall is 170 West 145th Street. Again, that address is 170 West 145th Street. Next, I've always announced here and at all upcoming meetings and future meetings, and when I do this, when I first got in office, one of my campaign promises was to make sure I fix the alleys, fix the streets, and fix sidewalks. Currently now we are doing all the above. So if you are watching as residents, please send in your alley, your street, or your sidewalk, and we will make sure that we add you to the next list. I know round one have already been approved, and they should be pouring concrete soon. So I just want to reiterate that residents, if you have these issues, please let us know, because we won't be able to help you or we missed you. I don't want you to be upset saying that we didn't add you to the list. Add your alley, your street, or your sidewalk. That's what we're currently doing. Next, this Saturday, October 23rd, I'm hosting my annual breast cancer and domestic violence awareness walk. I do this every single year. I am basically really strong-headed when it comes to that breast cancer. My mom is a breast cancer survivor, and I always try to stress to the young women, especially young women, of how to do a breast examination and how to find a lump in your breast. If you do not do it, ladies, I'm saying this, I'm telling you from experience, you will just go and think it's nothing, and it's really something. So you need to do it. You raise the arm, and then you rub, and you feel for the lump, and you check your lymph nodes as well. So people that don't know what I'm talking about, ask your parent or a loved one, someone close to you, to show you how to do it. Or when you go to the OB/GYN doctor, they can show you how to do it as well. But hey, I am real big on awareness and making sure you find early detection, because that would save your life in pain and suffering, because that's tough, and it was tough for me and my family. So again, breast cancer and domestic violence awareness walk will be this Saturday. So all women of all walks of life, please come out and join us and support Dolton in this movement going down Sibley. Starting at 10 a.m. will be registration. 11 a.m. we will walk and march down Sibley with our pink pride on. So make sure you're not pink from Victoria's Secret, ladies. Wear your pink shirt, wear your bows. Make sure you represent for all women across the nation. Next. I know a lot of people are looking for employment. Yeah, I'm saying it, even though I know y'all not. But a lot of people quitting them jobs. Y'all stop quitting them jobs because y'all need jobs. But I am hosting a job fair. It should be Saturday, October 30th. I am currently now looking for a location because the weather's shifting. We were supposed to have it at Melly Fitness in the parking lot. But right now, I am trying to partner with Thornridge High School. And it was supposed to be a weekday, but it's going to be the weekend, which will be that Saturday. So I want to make sure that you guys understand that come get these jobs. It's going to be great vendors there, people that really want to put Dolton back to work. A lot of them have vowed to give Dolton first shot at any of the positions. I did state that I have the railroad that will be out there. So people, don't go for that job if you don't want to work. And I'm saying it as blunt as I can. Do not go for a railroad job if you don't want to work, because those jobs to me are career jobs. Those jobs are jobs that's hard to get in, and I'm going to open the door for you to get in, just to walk through. So basically, when you get there, try to stay there. People care about y'all being on time. Don't be late, and make a career out of it. They pay really well. And it's right in your hometown, in your backyard. So again, the railroad will be there, Amazon, and then we have a lot of other big companies that will be there. Amazon really strict on timing, on you showing up to work on time. So I know a lot of people that work there just got fired because they didn't come to work on time. So just make sure you take that into consideration. Parents, all my parents, I've heard your cries. I know you guys were speaking of Halloween and you were scared due to COVID. So what I've decided to do is have a Halloween trunk or treat party for you here at Village Hall. No, the inside of Village Hall is not open, but outside is. So it's really like a pull up, right? So you just pull up and you get out the car and you walk around to the different vehicles who will have their trunks decorated with Halloween stuff and a bunch of candy, and your kids can go and get everything they need. Then we have a photo booth. We have pumpkins. We got all kinds of different creative things for you for that evening. This will start, what's the time? What time is the Halloween? Let me see that. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to tell you the time right now. Halloween will start at 2 p.m. It is 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. here at Village Hall. So if anybody interested, please let them know. They don't have to worry about safety of going to anyone's home to get candy, because due to COVID, because you never know who has it. So please come to Village Hall and get your candy. We will have things already pre-wrapped, in bags, and then also you have people just give a bunch of candy. So man, I don't know how y'all gonna do it, because my daughter, I take her candy because too fair. We don't need that right now. Next. I am very excited because we won the Commonwealth Edison Powering the Holidays grant competition. Yay! I know y'all have, but I'm happy. Yay! So we won that, and they only awarded 10 grants, and of the 10 grants, 400 municipalities participated, and we was one of the winners. That means that we will be providing $2,500 grant money for the holiday lights for the village. So we're gonna light up the town, guys. So when you see us putting it on trees, we're gonna do a tree ceremony lighting and other things. But we gotta make sure we win the competition again and make sure we beautify Dolton. Next is a holiday decoration competition for all the homes in Dolton. I will be announcing this coming up, so please get prepared. The judging will take place on Sunday, December 12th through Friday, December 17th, and the winners will be first place, second place, and third place will be announced on Saturday, December 18th. So please get your decorations together and make sure you register so we can come and judge your house, your Christmas lights. And I don't know who didn't like driving around in the winter and looking at Christmas lights. I know that I've always did it as a kid. We used to go to other towns. It was really cool and fun. So I want to bring that same feeling back to Dolton for why we actually moved out here to the suburbs, because the suburbs was just where it was at. So I want our kids and our future kids to see what we could be. Next, Village Hall looks great. I'm proud to announce that we have done the parking lot, we've done landscaping, and we also have done the roofs, and now we're fixing the sidewalks. So I'm trying to make sure we bring that downtown feel to you. And I've always stated this, and I say it again. You can't go talking about somebody else's home when your home not in order. So right now I'm trying to get our home in order. Y'all know how us women are. We're gonna clean it up. We're gonna beautify it. We're gonna make it look like something somebody want it. So here we are. When y'all come to Village Hall, you'll see all the beautification items and projects that we have completed. So I'm very proud to announce that. Last but not least, I want to announce that to bring to your attention about the Airbnbs. I am against Airbnbs here in the village of Dolton. The Board of Trustees are against Airbnbs in Dolton. I know that we have an ordinance that says that we do not allow them here in Dolton. So I'm stating this as a whole, as the board. If you're caught doing this, you can be in jeopardy of losing your home. You can be in jeopardy of getting tickets. There's all kinds of concerns that we have with that. I know that Chief Collins have hinted and spoke on this several times. So I'm just making sure that you guys know that you do not want to rent out a house to anybody. We have had complaints on several homes. We have done different things as relates to those issues. But what I don't want to see is people coming into town and just having parties, because that's what they've been doing. They'll come rent the Airbnb out and then they'll turn it into a party night for the day. And then the next day you got bottles, condoms, all kinds of stuff scattered amongst our community. And then the residents are very upset with that, especially the quiet blocks. And that's the blocks they're being on. So if you see some, say some. Again, no Airbnbs in town. So if you see them doing it, report it, call Chief Collins and let him know, and then we will deal with it accordingly. Next, I'm still looking forward to block by block housing program. I did thought that we would have a better understanding as it relates to getting some properties ready so that we can give it back to community. Again, I'm still advising the Board of Trustees to reconsider that. You guys have until, well, tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow, because we will have to post it if we're gonna do a special meeting to do so. Last but not least, the American Rescue money. We received $1.5 million. I do have a proposal to talk to the board, which I've been discussing at every meeting of how we're gonna utilize the money. And yes, Chris was, he overspoke as related to the digital meters. The digital meters can be purchased with the money. I have Ron, you still there? There you go. I know you're like, man, Ron, did you sleep? Ron, unmute yourself, sir. He probably sleep.
I'll sleep. I just talked to him. I called him. I let him know it was coming up. Ron?
Okay. Well, I'll just talk until he get on, and that'll be it for my report. But I just really wanted to announce that I'm happy to know that we can use it for the digital water meters, because that's something we truly need in town. And right now, the yellow cards is not what people are happy with. So with that being said, that will be included in the proposal. I know I did speak 2 weeks ago about how we can spend the money. I still stand on that as relates to the business district and the residents fixing their homes, or the business district giving them money as relates to being closed due to COVID. So those was the suggestions. I'm just going to draw something up, and then if you could review it before we get to a board meeting, so we can be on one accord, we can move it forward and start giving our grant money to the residents. Ron must be asleep. I was going to have him speak to that because he got news for that.
Okay, can you unmute Ron? He can't, for some reason it's not working, he said.
If it's not, it's okay. It's 11 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead with citizens address. Can you read the questions into record, Ontario, so we can go home?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. First, I would like to thank everybody that participated on this call tonight. And I'd like to thank those that submitted their questions via the email communications@vodalton.org. I will now read them and to record them to the record. And all recorded answers will be submitted to the village's website within 72 hours. All right. First question comes from LaShawn Latrice. She actually asked 3 questions. She said, can Mayor Henyard provide the public with the police inspector's name and contact information? Second question, will the police inspector investigate internally the officers involved in the death of Alexis Wilson? 3, when will Mayor Henyard give an update about Alexis Wilson? An update can be given without compromising ISP information. And then Ms. Patricia Moore asked, how do you report to Dolton Village Police Department? Is there a hotline or a tip online reporting? That are the questions that were submitted to communications@vodalton.org.
Okay, is that it?
That is it.
All right, thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
That is it.
I motion.
All right.
Second.
Third.
Fourth.
Okay, do I need to take the roll or?
Yeah.
Trustee Holmes?
Aye.
Trustee Norwood?
Aye.
Trustee Steve?
Aye.
Trustee Belcher?
Aye.
Trustee House?
Aye.
And Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee
Meeting adjourned at 10:51 p.m.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
God damn, get out of here. Get out of here. Trustee Sears, aye. Yeah. Time for me to get out of here. Get out of here. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Yvonne May. Yvonne May gifted 5 memberships to the Rabbit Tube Network. I said Rabbit Tube. To Sis Rabbit with a View. NC Lady B1 was gifted a membership by Yvonne May. Tora Hayes was gifted a membership by Yvonne May. Nene Faye was gifted a membership by Yvonne May. Rob was gifted a membership by Yvonne May. It's Deeper was gifted a membership by Yvonne May. Shout out to Yvonne May for those gifted memberships. And it's time for Trustee Sis to get out of here. I will see y'all tomorrow. Got to get the ball rolling. Get back in motion. So I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. Be there or be square. Thank you guys for coming out. I am out the house. See you guys again. Oh.